Before we dive in, take a deep breath. Not because it'll heal you, but because that's the only free medicine left these days. If you're ready to travel back to a time when people cured headaches with smoke, songs, and maybe a frog or two, then tighten your sandals, my friend. The Aztec pharmacy is now open, and side effects may include laughter, confusion, and unexpected enlightenment. They called it healing, but it began with blood. Imagine a world where a cut wasn't something to stop, it was something to celebrate. The Aztecs believed that pain was the gateway to purity, that illness came not from infection or imbalance, but from the anger of unseen gods. When a child fell ill, the cure wasn't a warm broth or a gentle hand, it was a ritual. The skin would be pricked, the blood gathered and offered to the sky in trembling palms. They believed that by bleeding, the child would feed the divine hunger, and in return, life would be restored. It sounds barbaric to us now, yet perhaps not so distant. How often do we still offer our own suffering to invisible systems, hoping something or someone out there will make it all right? Among the Aztecs, medicine was a ceremony, a negotiation between the mortal and the mystical. The ticitl, the healer, was both doctor and priest, carrying not a stethoscope but obsidian blades and bundles of herbs. He didn't ask where it hurt. He asked which god you might have offended. Each illness had a deity behind it, each pain a message. To be sick was to be chosen for punishment. To heal was to confess. And the healer's role was to interpret your pain like scripture carved into flesh. Their hospitals were temples, their medicines were prayers disguised as potions. The sick were not treated in silence but in sound. Chants, drums, flutes, and smoke rising like a plea to the heavens. The healer would blow tobacco smoke over wounds, rub strange pastes of crushed insects and human ash, then whisper words meant to confuse evil spirits. Sometimes the cure came in the form of fear. They believed the body could be startled into expelling sickness. So they would scream suddenly in the face of the ill, or shake them violently, hoping the demon of disease would flee in panic. And if that failed, they turned to bloodletting, the ultimate reset button. They would slice thin lines along the patient's arms, legs, or even tongue, letting streams of blood soak into woven cloths, which were then burned as an offering. The smell, they said, pleased the gods. The irony? Many people did get better, not because of divine mercy, but because these rituals sometimes cleaned wounds or lowered fevers. Their faith may have been misplaced, but their hands were steady. It's almost funny, in a tragic way, how close they were to discovering hygiene while worshipping chaos. Humanity's progress, after all, often starts as a misunderstanding done with conviction. And yet, behind the horror, there was a strange kind of tenderness. The Aztecs didn't separate body and soul. They saw them as one. A broken spirit could kill as surely as a poisoned wound. So when someone lost the will to live, healers would craft elaborate rituals with songs, dances, and hallucinogenic herbs. They'd paint the patient's face with red dye and make them stare at their reflection in obsidian mirrors, forcing them to meet the spirit that had abandoned them. The healer's job was to call that spirit back, to negotiate its return. It wasn't science, but it was care in its own language. And care, no matter how bizarre, is still care. Of course, not every cure was gentle. If a fever lingered, the Aztecs believed the body needed to release its heat. Literally. Patients were placed near fires or wrapped in animal skins, sweating until exhaustion. If that didn't work, the healer might rub chili paste into their wounds to burn the sickness away. Imagine being sick and someone deciding the best medicine was to set your nerves on fire. Yet, somehow they endured. Pain was not avoided, it was invited. To suffer meant to cleanse, to resist meant to defy the will of the gods. Perhaps that's why the Aztecs faced death so fearlessly. They were already practicing it daily through pain. The rituals had rhythm, the sound of conch shells, the chanting of priests, the smell of copal resin thick in the air. Patients would lie trembling while obsidian shards glinted in torchlight. Blood and incense mixed into a scent that could make even the strongest dizzy. And yet, there was beauty in their madness. Their medicine wasn't sterile. It was alive, chaotic, emotional, a mirror of life itself. Modern hospitals may be cleaner, but perhaps they lack something those temples had. Belief. A strange, desperate faith that every drop of blood had meaning. Still, it's hard not to laugh at the absurdity. One chronicler wrote about a healer who prescribed crushed fireflies for heart palpitations because, he said, the heart must glow again. It's poetic nonsense, but also kind of brilliant. We still do the same in our own way. We swallow pills shaped like promises, hoping our hearts will glow again too. Maybe the difference between an Aztec remedy and a modern antidepressant is just packaging and a better explanation. Humans have always chased healing, with logic when possible, with hope when not. The Aztecs lived in a world of color and cruelty, where healing meant touching both. Their remedies were disgusting, fascinating, and sometimes effective. They used everything: earth, plants, bones, and even human fat, believing nature and the divine shared one body. When we recoil at their methods, we're also recoiling at our own reflection. The part of us that still believes suffering must mean something. And so their medicine, as revolting as it was, tells a story about us. about the way we cling to rituals when reason fails, about how pain can feel like purpose, and how sometimes the cure hurts far more than the disease. The Aztecs didn't fear that truth. They embraced it, one cut at a time. There's something strangely mesmerizing about how far humans will go to feel safe from the unknown. The Aztecs weren't so different from us. They just had sharper tools and far less anesthesia. Their idea of prevention wasn't a balanced diet or regular checkups. It was cutting your skin open before the gods decided to do it for you. They called it purification. We might call it a lawsuit. Yet beneath the horror, there was a kind of logic. Twisted, yes, but logical in its own way. Pain was the price of protection, and the body was a temple that needed occasional renovations, preferably with blood. Children weren't exempt from this divine maintenance plan. In some sacred ceremonies, their tiny arms were pricked so that droplets of blood could fall onto stone idols. They believed it would please the gods and spare the community from droughts or disease. Imagine being a parent then, holding your child's hand, watching them cry, not because of sickness, but because you thought a few drops of their blood could keep the world from ending. There's devotion in that, and also a terrifying kind of love. Parents today still sacrifice, of course. We just do it differently. Fewer knives, more anxiety, and a lot more screen time. What's fascinating is how organized their medical chaos was. The Aztecs cataloged hundreds of plants, roots, and minerals. They knew which leaves stopped bleeding and which berries made you meet your ancestors a little too early. Their healers weren't wild mystics guessing in the dark. They were meticulous observers of cause and effect, guided by superstition, but sharpened by experience. In a way, they were the world's first pharmacists, just with a bit more chanting and a higher mortality rate. One of their most notorious concoctions combined herbs with crushed insects. Ground beetles, ant eggs, even worms were mixed into pastes used for infections. The logic? If these creatures thrived in decay, maybe they knew how to fight it. Disgusting, yes, but somehow brilliant. Modern science actually found antibacterial properties in some insects centuries later. The Aztecs didn't need lab coats. They had curiosity and a stomach made of steel. There's something humbling about realizing that the people we call primitive might have known a few things we're still rediscovering today. They didn't just treat the body. They performed theater for the soul. A healing ritual could last hours, filled with incense so thick it made everyone dizzy, including the healer. Patients would often enter a trance-like state, whether from faith or the hallucinogenic herbs placed strategically in their nostrils. In that haze, the pain stopped being just pain. It became proof of devotion, a dialogue with the unseen. Maybe that's why their medicine worked for some. Not because it cured the disease, but because it made the sick believe they weren't alone in their suffering. Belief can be its own kind of medicine, and delusion, the side effect. Even childbirth wasn't spared from ritual and risk. Aztec women gave birth squatting on the ground, gripping wooden poles for strength. The midwives were part priestess, part general, shouting encouragements and prayers, commanding the mother like a warrior entering battle. If the mother died, she was honored like a soldier fallen in combat, her soul believed to ascend to the house of the sun. There's dark poetry in that. Motherhood as both miracle and martyrdom. The line between healing and sacrifice was as thin as an obsidian blade, and often just as sharp. In their world, even the most grotesque remedies carried symbolic meaning. Excrement, for instance, wasn't seen merely as waste, but as transformation, the ultimate proof that the body could turn death into life. Some healers used dried animal dung in ointments for skin infections. Others burned it, believing the smoke would scare away the spirits of disease. Today, we'd call that madness. But tell someone you smear bacteria-filled mud on your face for natural rejuvenation, and they'll call it a spa treatment. Context changes everything. Among the strangest and most unnerving practices were the ceremonies involving serpents and frogs. These animals were believed to carry healing energy from the gods of rain and fertility. Sick people were sometimes instructed to sleep beside a live frog, letting it absorb their illness overnight. In the morning, the healer would kill and dissect the frog, inspecting its organs to see if the spirit of sickness had transferred. You could almost imagine a desperate patient staring at the poor amphibian, wondering if it croaked out of divine duty or sheer exhaustion. Either way, someone was going to feel better, emotionally, if not physically. There's an undeniable humor in how the human mind justifies hope. We crave control over chaos so badly that we'll find patterns where none exist. The Aztecs weren't fools. They were people in a violent world trying to survive with the tools they had. When droughts struck or plagues spread, someone had to take the blame. And if the gods demanded blood, the choice was simple. Better a few drops than 1,000 lives. Fear, dressed up as faith, becomes the most persuasive doctor. We still take that prescription, only now it comes with side effects listed in fine print. And through all this, there was an obsession with balance, a belief that sickness came when the universe fell out of harmony. Too much heat, too much cold, too much joy even. To be healthy was to stand at the center of extremes. Their cures reflected that philosophy. They used hot stones for cold fevers, cold baths for hot rashes, fasting for gluttony, indulgence for grief. Everything had to be countered, even happiness, if it came too easily. There's something oddly relatable about that. We too sabotage our comfort, convinced that calm must be followed by chaos. It's as if humanity can't stand to be healthy for too long. Every ritual, every drop of blood and ash was part of a grand conversation between life and death. The Aztecs didn't hide from mortality. They stared it in the face and called it divine. Their medicine was filthy, brutal, sometimes beautiful, and always sincere. Beneath the gore was a message still echoing centuries later. Healing isn't about purity, it's about acceptance of the pain, the fear, and the fragile miracle of being alive at all. And maybe, in that sense, we've never really changed. It's almost ironic how the pursuit of healing can look so much like punishment. In Aztec society, to cure was to confront, to face the body's weaknesses with knives, smoke, and faith. When someone fell sick, it wasn't only their body that was questioned, but their soul, their behavior, even their dreams. The healer would ask not, "What did you eat?" but "Who did you anger?" Maybe it was the god of rain, maybe the spirit of a deceased ancestor. Every illness had a personality, and the cure had to speak its language. Sometimes that meant whispering over incense. Sometimes it meant a live chicken being swung around your head 3 times before being sacrificed. Not the most relaxing appointment. But in their eyes, it wasn't cruelty, it was conversation. The most terrifying healers were those who treated mental suffering. Madness wasn't understood as a chemical imbalance, but as the intrusion of spirits who'd overstayed their welcome. The treatment was part exorcism, part endurance test. Patients were fed herbs that blurred the lines between reality and hallucination, then made to stare into polished obsidian mirrors until they saw something, anything. Their reflection was believed to reveal the truth, the source of their torment, the face of the invisible guest living inside them. It's strange how similar that sounds to modern therapy, just with fewer mirrors and more copays. We still spend years staring into ourselves, hoping to find what's broken. The obsidian mirror held a special power in their medicine. It wasn't just a tool, it was a portal. Priests used it to diagnose disease, to speak to the dead, and to spy on enemies from afar, at least in spirit. Some chroniclers wrote that certain healers could see illnesses traveling through the bloodstream as shadows on the surface of the stone. It's absurd, yet poetic, an early visualization of infection before microscopes existed. And who's to say they didn't see something real? After all, belief is a kind of vision. The mind finds what it needs to see, even if it has to invent it first. Healing could also be musical. Drums and flutes weren't entertainment, they were instruments of alignment. Each beat was thought to synchronize the patient's heart with the rhythm of the cosmos. During ceremonies, whole families would gather and chant together, the sound echoing across courtyards filled with incense. The patient, trembling, would begin to sway, not just from fever, but from the hypnotic power of sound. And there's modern science to back that up. Vibrations can influence mood, even immune response. The Aztecs might have stumbled upon the placebo effect centuries before it got a Latin name. And really, what's more human than singing your pain away when nothing else works? Of course, not every ritual was so harmonious. Some were brutally physical. One involved the healer biting the patient's skin, literally. They believed transferring a part of the healer's essence through saliva could confuse the evil spirit and drive it out. Infections were common, but so was faith. And in an odd way, it's not so different from our trust in medicine today. We willingly let strangers inject us with things we don't fully understand because someone in a white coat promises it'll help. Different uniforms, same devotion. Even beauty was medicalized. The Aztecs believed that physical deformity or blemish indicated spiritual corruption. Warts were burned off with resin and ash while prayers were chanted. Toothaches were treated by placing crushed chili seeds on the gums, a method that hurt so much the patient probably forgot about the original pain. There's a grim kind of wisdom in that. Sometimes the best way to stop hurting is to hurt somewhere else. Humans are consistent in their irrationality. We call it coping. Their understanding of anatomy was crude, but not entirely wrong. They knew how to set broken bones with splints made of reeds, and they recognized that some wounds heal better when left open to the air. They cauterized deep cuts with heated stones, both to seal the wound and to seal the evil inside, preventing it from escaping into others. It's easy to judge them from a modern sofa, but if you've ever burned your tongue on coffee and convinced yourself it's sterilizing the bacteria, congratulations, you're thinking like an Aztec. Plants were their greatest allies. They knew that cocoa soothed fatigue, that agave treated infections, and that certain mushrooms could make you speak to gods, or at least feel like you were. They brewed potions to heal the heart, the stomach, and the spirit, sometimes all at once. But their recipes were never just medicinal, they were symbolic. A potion for lovesickness might include a red flower for passion and a thorn for pain, because what cure for love doesn't hurt a little? They saw medicine as poetry, each ingredient a metaphor, each swallow an act of faith. And yet, their healers weren't immune to skepticism. Some rituals failed spectacularly. When a patient died, The healer blamed the stars, the gods, or the patient's lack of faith. It's a timeless trick. When results go wrong, change the narrative. Even today, people chase miracle cures and blame themselves when they don't work. The need to believe is stronger than the need to understand. That might be humanity's oldest illness. But beneath the grotesque and the absurd, there was structure. They built entire schools where young healers learned botany, anatomy, and the sacred languages of the gods. Students spent years memorizing which herbs cured wounds and which caused sleep so deep it looked like death. Graduating wasn't about passing an exam, it was about surviving the trials. One wrong mixture, and you became the experiment. Education has always been dangerous when it involves truth. What's striking is how the Aztecs accepted suffering as part of life, not as something to escape. Pain was a message, not a malfunction. It meant you were still part of the divine conversation. Maybe that's why their medicine endures as both horrifying and oddly inspiring. It didn't separate the body from the spirit or the cure from the cost. It embraced the whole messy spectrum of existence. Blood, laughter, agony, and awe. And in that, maybe they weren't so wrong. We still seek meaning in our pain, still look for patterns in our sickness, still cling to rituals that make us feel safe. Whether it's a surgeon's scalpel or a healer's obsidian blade, we all want the same thing. To believe that the hurt means something, that it's leading somewhere, that it's not just chaos disguised as life. And perhaps, in that dark glimmer of belief, the Aztecs found the closest thing to a cure humanity has ever had. It's strange how the line between devotion and delusion can blur so completely when people are desperate to be healed. In the Aztec world, sickness wasn't a private battle fought in silence. It was a public spectacle, a performance where everyone, the healers, the family, even the gods, had a role to play. Imagine lying on a mat while a crowd hums prayers around you, the air thick with the smell of burning copal resin and crushed herbs. You're half terrified, half hopeful, because deep down you believe the noise, the pain, and the smoke might convince the universe to spare you. It's like ancient group therapy with more blood and less understanding of germs. Their healers didn't hide behind walls or white coats. They walked barefoot, painted with ashes, their hair tangled like smoke, their hands always busy, grinding herbs, sharpening obsidian blades, smearing strange pastes on the skin of believers. They were feared and adored in equal measure, for everyone knew that the same person who could heal a fever could also curse your crops. Medicine and magic were roommates, and neither paid rent. The healer's success was measured not by how often they cured, but by how convincingly they could promise that healing was still possible. And maybe that's the real secret. People don't need certainty. They need hope dressed in ceremony. The Aztecs saw the body as a battlefield between divine forces. To heal meant to choose sides. When someone suffered from chronic pain or seizures, they didn't say it was nerves or trauma. They said it was the shadow of a god clinging to their blood. To remove it, they'd perform elaborate ceremonies involving chants, rhythmic drumming, and sometimes a transfer ritual, where a small animal, a bird, a rabbit, even a lizard, was pressed against the patient's skin to absorb the sickness. Once the animal began to squirm, the healer would claim the disease had passed into it. Then with solemn precision, they'd kill it, burning the body to ensure the spirit of sickness couldn't find its way back. Brutal, yes, but oddly symbolic. Even today, we talk about releasing our pain. The Aztecs just made it literal. What's fascinating is how the same people who practiced such horror also practiced remarkable gentleness. Some healers used massage therapy, long before the spa industry, believing that touching the body in specific rhythms could realign one's spiritual energy. They would press their hands along the chest and stomach, humming softly, as if singing the sickness to sleep. It's poetic and slightly creepy, but effective enough that parts of it survived in traditional Mexican healing practices today. Touch, after all, remains one of the oldest forms of comfort. Whether from a healer, a lover, or a friend, it tells the body, you're still here. Their remedies weren't always mystical. They knew practical medicine too. They used salt to disinfect wounds, honey as an antiseptic, and charcoal to soothe stomach pains. They even practiced dental work, crude, painful, but astonishingly precise for their tools. Teeth were drilled with obsidian shards and filled with crushed stones mixed with resin. Imagine being the unlucky soul lying there, hearing your molar crack while someone whispers prayers over your head. It's hard to decide what's worse, the pain or the chanting, but in their minds, both were part of the healing process. Pain was not the enemy. It was proof that life still burned inside you. Sometimes, healing was almost theatrical. In one chronicled ritual, a man suffering from madness was tied to a post surrounded by symbols of the gods. The healer danced around him, sprinkling chili powder into the fire, the smoke rising in thick curls. As the flames hissed, the healer shouted insults at the spirit inside the man, trying to provoke it into leaving. It was psychological warfare centuries before psychology existed. And somehow, it worked. Or at least the man stopped screaming long enough to convince everyone that it did. Maybe what he really needed was someone to believe his pain was real, even if the cure was nonsense. Their obsession with balance went deeper than any diagnosis. Every sickness, they said, came from too much or too little of something: heat, cold, moisture, dryness, even emotion. A person who laughed too much could heat the blood, leading to fever. A person who grieved too long could cool the heart, leading to weakness. So the goal wasn't just to stop symptoms, but to restore equilibrium between the visible and invisible. Modern doctors might call that psychosomatic health. The Aztecs just called it survival. And perhaps they were right. Maybe the body has always been the stage where the soul acts out its fears. Even death didn't end their medical imagination. When a patient died, healers examined the body to learn what had gone wrong, not with scalpels, but with ritual dissection using volcanic glass. They read the color of the blood, the texture of the organs, the stiffness of the limbs. If the liver was pale, they said the soul had grown tired. If the lungs were dark, the person had swallowed too much grief. It sounds poetic, almost beautiful, until you remember that these were post-mortem ceremonies conducted under torchlight, with families watching in reverent silence. Death was not the failure of medicine. It was part of the diagnosis. Some healers went even further, claiming they could speak with the spirits of the dead to understand the diseases that killed them. They'd sit in the dark, breathing in the fumes of burning herbs, waiting until their minds slipped into visions. What they saw there was treated as divine revelation, a whisper from the underworld about how to prevent future deaths. It's easy to mock such beliefs, but think about it. Today we stare at glowing screens scanning data for patterns, searching for meaning in numbers. They stared into smoke. The medium changed. The obsession didn't. The more you learn about Aztec medicine, the more it feels like a mirror reflecting our own fears in ancient colors. We may not bleed to please the gods anymore, but we still sacrifice time, comfort, and sanity in the pursuit of health. We chase new diets, miracle supplements, 10-step routines, all to feel safe in a body that's destined to decay. Maybe the difference is that the Aztecs admitted it. They turned that fragility into ritual, made peace with the pain, and called it sacred. And perhaps that's why their story lingers. Beneath all the gore and superstition lies an uncomfortable truth. Healing has never been clean. It's messy, emotional, and deeply human. We still crave what they craved, not just medicine, but meaning. And as the smoke clears from their temples and the centuries fade, you can almost hear their echo in our hospitals, our prayers, our quiet desperation to believe that no pain is ever truly pointless. Sometimes, the most unsettling truth about the Aztec world isn't how they lived, but how much of their madness still makes sense. Their medicine was born from fear and fascination, from a deep need to give suffering a name. And yet, beneath all the rituals and smoke, there was something undeniably human, the refusal to accept helplessness. To bleed was to believe you could still bargain with fate. Even now, we do the same, though our gods wear lab coats and our sacrifices come with insurance forms. There's an eerie beauty in how they treated death not as the end of healing, but as its final lesson. When someone died, their body wasn't hidden away in shame or secrecy. It became a teacher. The community gathered not only to mourn, but to learn what went wrong, which god had been neglected, which ritual had failed. The healer didn't apologize. He interpreted. Every death was a message, a sacred diagnosis from the beyond. They burned herbs around the corpse, not to mask decay, but to invite understanding. The smell of burning sage and blood mixed in the air, thick enough to taste. Imagine grieving and learning at the same time, pain transformed into a kind of wisdom. We still do this, in our own sterile way. We call it an autopsy, a word that means to see with one's own eyes. The Aztecs were doing that long before Latin gave it a name. And they believed that to truly heal the living, you had to respect the dead. Healers sometimes used ashes from cremated bodies to prepare ointments for chronic illnesses, convinced that the strength of the departed could pass into the flesh of the living. It sounds grotesque, but there's a metaphor in there that still lingers. Healing comes from what has been lost. Even now, recovery is often born from grief, from learning how to live with the ghosts of what hurt us. The Aztecs just took that idea literally, too literally perhaps, but not all their practices were drenched in horror. Some were almost scientific in their simplicity. They understood that wounds healed faster when kept clean, that herbal infusions reduced fever, that steam baths helped circulation. They built temazcals, sweat lodges made of stone, where patients sat surrounded by heat and herbs until they purged toxins through sweat. It was a cleansing of body and soul at once. Inside, it must have felt both divine and suffocating, like trying to meet your maker through dehydration. Yet people emerged reborn, swearing the experience healed them. In a way, it probably did. Science has since proven that sweating releases endorphins and relieves stress. The Aztecs, without data or graphs, just called it balance. And balance was everything. They believed the universe itself was a fragile equation. Too much rain or sun, joy or sorrow could destroy it. Their medicine reflected that same philosophy. You couldn't just fix the symptom. You had to fix the harmony between body, spirit, and cosmos. A healer would prescribe not only herbs, but behavioral adjustments. Laugh less if you were too happy. Rest more if your heart felt heavy. It's funny how that sounds like every piece of wellness advice today, just with fewer Instagram posts. Maybe all our modern mindfulness trends are just ancient rituals in new packaging, the same hunger for peace, the same fear of falling out of tune with the world. Of course, sometimes their search for harmony took dark turns. During great epidemics, when no cure seemed to work, the priests declared that the balance could only be restored through sacrifice. Blood became currency. The more valuable the life, the greater the healing. Warriors, virgins, even children were offered to the gods. Their deaths meant to cleanse the collective sickness. It's horrifying to imagine, but at its core was a belief that personal pain could serve a higher purpose. That sickness wasn't random, but moral. In a strange way, it mirrored the human need to find meaning in tragedy. When things fall apart, we don't say, "It just happened." We say, "It happened for a reason." The Aztecs believed that too. They just made the reason bleed. Yet, not all rituals ended in death. Some ended in laughter or what passed for it. There are records of healers using humor deliberately, mocking sickness to diminish its power. They'd perform small plays, teasing the patient's affliction, turning the misery into theater. Maybe it was intuition. Maybe it was early psychology. Laughter, after all, releases tension, and for a moment the body forgets it's supposed to hurt. It's hard not to admire that. The idea that even in a world ruled by fear and sacrifice, they understood that joy itself could heal. And then there were the hallucinations. Not a side effect, but the treatment itself. Certain herbs, like ololiuqui and peyote, were used to open the mind to divine visions. Patients, priests, and healers would ingest them together, embarking on shared spiritual journeys to see the sickness from the inside. What they described afterward was vivid and terrifying. Colors that sang, shadows that spoke, gods with faces of smoke and bone. To us, it sounds like a psychedelic trip gone wrong. To them, it was enlightenment. And maybe they weren't entirely wrong. Modern research now explores the use of psychedelics to treat trauma and depression. Another ancient idea rediscovered, sanitized, and patented. History doesn't repeat itself. It just finds better branding. The further you dive into Aztec medicine, the more you realize it wasn't simply about curing the body. It was about preserving a relationship with the divine. Every ritual, every herb, every drop of blood reinforced their belief that life was a loan from the gods, and health was the interest you paid to keep it. Illness was a reminder that the debt was due. It's dark, but also strangely profound. They didn't expect immortality, they just wanted meaning in their mortality. In that sense, their grotesque medicine was deeply honest, an acknowledgement that to live is to decay slowly, and the best we can do is make peace with it in ceremony. What lingers most is how their world makes ours look sterile. We sanitize everything now. Our wounds, our fears, even our grief. We hide death behind hospital curtains and call it progress. But the Aztecs faced it head-on, dressed it in flowers, gave it a name and a face. Their medicine was messy, violent, and deeply spiritual, but it made people feel connected, to each other, to the earth, to something larger than themselves. Maybe that's what we've lost. Not the knowledge, but the intimacy with our own fragility. And if you strip away the horror, what remains is a truth that still stings. Healing has always been less about curing pain and more about finding a story that makes it bearable. The Aztecs told theirs through blood and smoke. We tell ours through screens and silence, but the hunger is the same. The desire to matter, to be seen, to believe that our pain is not wasted. In their temples, they cut themselves to touch the divine. We cut ourselves off to feel safe from it. And maybe, just maybe, the real medicine they discovered wasn't in their herbs or their rituals, but in that unbearable, beautiful instinct to keep searching for meaning, even in the middle of the wound. Some say the Aztecs were obsessed with blood, but maybe they were simply honest about what it means to be alive. For them, blood wasn't just fluid. It was the handwriting of the gods, the ink that kept creation from fading. Every heartbeat was a drumbeat to the divine, and every wound was an offering. They believed the world had been born from sacrifice, and so it could only continue through it. It sounds horrifying, until you realize we still live by the same logic. We just renamed our sacrifices. They called it ritual. We call it ambition, burnout, success. The altars changed shape, but the devotion never died. In their world, to give blood was to give meaning. Healers collected it not as proof of harm, but as proof of faith. When a ceremony began, it wasn't quiet. The air vibrated with drums, chanting, the smell of sweat and incense mingling like two lovers refusing to part. The patient, trembling, wasn't just being treated. They were being initiated into the cycle of life and death. And strangely, there was comfort in that. The idea that suffering wasn't random, that even agony had a purpose, gave people a reason to endure it. Sometimes belief itself is stronger than medicine. The Aztecs didn't fear the sight of blood, they revered it. To them, every drop held memory. It connected the living to their ancestors, the ancestors to the gods, and the gods to the earth. So when they cut their tongues or their ears during ceremonies, it wasn't masochism, it was communication. A language written in red. It's almost poetic if you can stomach the imagery. And maybe, in a way, they were right. We've all bled for something: love, pride, dignity. And every time we've convinced ourselves it meant something. Pain is tolerable when you can tell yourself it's sacred. But even the most spiritual of wounds needed care. After a ritual, healers treated the cuts with herbal salves made from marigold, aloe, and tobacco leaves. These plants weren't chosen randomly. They symbolized life, protection, and cleansing. The mixture burned, but that was part of the point. Pain was proof the cure was working. Centuries later, we still cling to that idea. If a medicine doesn't sting, we doubt it's real. The Aztecs would have laughed at our obsession with pain-free recovery. To them, healing without suffering wasn't healing, it was denial. What fascinates me most is how they found balance between the grotesque and the graceful. A healer could spend the morning cutting open a warrior's wounds, and the afternoon blessing a newborn with flower petals and songs. Both acts served the same God. Both expressed the same truth, that life demanded participation. You couldn't simply exist. You had to engage, bleed, celebrate, and surrender. There's something profoundly beautiful about that, even if it's dressed in terror. We spend our lives trying to avoid pain, but maybe they understood something we've forgotten, that to numb the pain is to also numb the awe. Their medicine reached beyond the living. During certain festivals, healers would enter tombs to speak with the dead, offering them food, flowers, and a few drops of human blood to keep their spirits strong. Death wasn't separation, it was continuity. The dead were part of the healing process, their wisdom flowing back into the hands of the living. Some even believed that illnesses could be messages from ancestors, a way of saying, "You forgot us." So when someone fell ill, the cure wasn't only a remedy, it was reconciliation. Maybe that's why they prayed louder than they screamed. The noise wasn't desperation, it was remembrance. They had a curious respect for decay. The body breaking down wasn't seen as failure but transformation. Flesh returned to earth, bones became tools or instruments, ashes fed the crops. Even disease, they believed, had purpose. It humbled the strong, reminded the proud of their fragility. There's a peculiar wisdom in that. Today we treat sickness like an enemy to be destroyed. The Aztecs treated it like a teacher to be endured. And perhaps that's the difference between surviving and understanding. Of course, there were moments when their confidence wavered. Epidemics struck, wiping out thousands, even priests and healers. The rituals failed, the gods stayed silent. That silence must have been deafening, the kind of silence that makes faith tremble. But instead of abandoning their beliefs, they expanded them. They built new temples, invented new ceremonies, found new gods to blame or beg. It's the same thing we do when science fails us. When the pills don't work, we find new ones. When the data disagrees, we change the theory. Hope adapts faster than truth. What truly set their medicine apart wasn't the gore, but the imagination. Every cure was also a story. A potion for fever wasn't just herbs. It was a myth in liquid form, a tale of fire and purification. A ritual for broken bones wasn't just therapy. It reenacted the gods rebuilding the world after it shattered. To heal was to retell creation itself. Maybe that's why their civilization, even in ruins, still feels alive. Their stories were stronger than their science, and in the end, that's what survives. And maybe the most haunting part is how much of it lingers in our own reflections. We no longer offer blood to gods, but we offer time, identity, and energy to invisible forces that promise salvation. Careers, beauty, algorithms, approval. The tools changed, the altar remains. We still trade pieces of ourselves for the illusion of control. The Aztecs carved their faith into stone. We code ours into screens. But the hunger beneath it, that aching need to matter, hasn't evolved at all. Their medicine was dirty, loud, and sincere. It didn't hide behind sterile gloves or scientific jargon. It embraced the chaos of being alive. Maybe that's why, centuries later, their rituals still haunt us. Not because they were primitive, but because they were brutally honest. They looked at suffering and didn't flinch. They found meaning in the wound itself. And perhaps that's the lesson buried beneath all the blood and bone. The body breaks, the spirit stumbles, but the story continues. Somewhere in the middle of that ancient smoke and chanting, they discovered a truth we keep running from. That healing isn't the absence of pain, it's the ability to carry it with purpose. They didn't wait for peace to arrive. They created it, one sacrifice at a time. Maybe we could learn something from that. Not the knives or the rituals, but the courage to look our own pain in the eye and say, "You belong here." Because until we do, every cure we invent will just be another way of pretending we aren't still bleeding. The strangest thing about the Aztecs is that the more you learn about them, the less you can separate horror from wisdom. Their medicine was a reflection of life itself, raw, sacred, and absolutely unfiltered. Every cure came with a story. Every ritual carried both terror and tenderness. It wasn't about comfort, it was about connection. Pain to them was proof that you still belonged to the world. Imagine if every ache you felt was seen as a divine reminder that you were part of something larger, not just a malfunction to fix. It's both beautiful and deeply inconvenient, because who wants to worship their headache? Their healers had no hospitals, no machines, no clean sheets. What they had was theater. A healing session might begin with the patient lying on the ground while the healer circled, chanting, sprinkling water mixed with flower petals and blood. Then came the smoke, thick, fragrant, suffocating, rising like a curtain before a divine performance. The healer would whisper prayers and tap the patient's chest with a bundle of herbs, as if knocking on the door of the soul to see if anyone was still home. It must have felt like stepping into a dream that smelled like panic and jasmine. And maybe that's what healing always is. An act of imagination powerful enough to make the pain seem meaningful. Even the instruments they used had stories. Obsidian blades, black and sharp as moonlight, were said to contain the power of ticitl, the smoking mirror god who saw everything, including the future. So when a healer cut into the skin with an obsidian shard, it wasn't just surgery, it was prophecy. The act itself was believed to reveal truth about the illness, the patient, even the universe. Pain wasn't a side effect. It was revelation. Somewhere in that glimmer of blood and glass, they believed the gods were watching. It's unsettling, but maybe it's not so different from today's obsession with finding yourself through pain. We pay for marathons, ice baths, and emotional boot camps, all to feel purified by discomfort. The methods changed. The hunger didn't. What fascinates me is how the Aztecs understood the body as a landscape. Rivers of blood, mountains of muscle, forests of breath. Illness meant imbalance, like a drought or a storm. To heal was to restore weather to the soul. So their treatments mirrored the natural world. Steam baths to mimic rain, fire rituals to awaken warmth, herbal drinks that tasted like earth itself. They lived medicine, literally. Every element had meaning, every plant a purpose. And yet, despite all their reverence, there was room for humor. Chroniclers describe healers joking with their patients during rituals, teasing them for being too dramatic or too skeptical. One even said that laughter confused the spirits of disease. It's brilliant, really. Who can possess you when you're busy laughing? They didn't draw lines between mind and body the way we do. For them, sadness could cause fever, anger could rot your stomach, and guilt could twist your bones. Emotions weren't invisible. They were physical invaders. If you carried resentment too long, it didn't just weigh on your heart, it built a home in your organs. So a healer might not give you a potion, but a confession. They'd tell you to speak your secrets aloud, to let the wind carry away the sickness. Some patients were made to stand by rivers and shout their regrets until their voices broke. It sounds ridiculous, but anyone who's ever screamed in a car after a bad day knows it works. Maybe the Aztecs understood therapy long before couches existed. Their ceremonies for the heart were particularly poetic and terrifying. They believed that the heart was the seat of the soul, the divine spark that kept the world spinning. During certain rituals, people would offer their own blood from the chest or hands to strengthen that cosmic rhythm. The gods gave hearts to humanity, they said, so humanity owed a few back. Modern medicine studies the heart as a pump, an organ. The Aztecs treated it like an altar. In a strange way, both are right. One keeps us alive, the other reminds us why we want to be. What makes their world so haunting is how it refused to separate beauty from brutality. Healing could come through flowers or fire, through song or scar. The same hands that comforted a child could, hours later, perform a sacrifice with surgical precision. It wasn't contradiction, it was coherence. To the Aztecs, light and darkness didn't cancel each other out. They completed each other. Every medicine needed its madness, every cure its chaos. Maybe that's the lesson we keep missing. We want healing to be clean, predictable, polite. But life itself isn't. It's messy, glorious, and often smells like smoke and sweat. There's something oddly tender in how they treated the dying. When medicine failed, they didn't hide the sick away. They surrounded them with songs, incense, and color, reminding them that death wasn't exile but passage. The healer's final act wasn't to fight the inevitable, but to prepare the soul for travel. They believed that dying well was its own kind of healing. And perhaps that's what makes their medicine timeless. It acknowledged that not every cure was meant to save the body. Some were meant to save the story. What lingers after all this time is the echo of their conviction that nothing was meaningless. Even the smallest wound, the faintest fever, carried a message. Healing was never just about living longer, it was about living deeper. They found wisdom in decay, faith in filth, humor in horror. And maybe that's why we still talk about them. Not because their medicine worked in the way we measure success today, but because it dared to treat existence itself as sacred anatomy. When you think about it, we're not so far from those ancient temples. We still light candles when the world feels heavy. We still talk to invisible forces. We just call them algorithms and luck. We still look for signs, for meaning, for something to hold while everything hurts. Maybe the Aztecs weren't primitive. Maybe they were painfully, brilliantly human, the kind of human who looks at suffering and refuses to believe it's all for nothing. And perhaps that's what made their world so unforgettable. Their medicine wasn't about escaping pain, but transforming it into poetry. They didn't wait for miracles. They made them out of fear, laughter, and blood. They looked at life in all its ugliness and decided it was still worth worshipping. And somehow, even in the ruins they left behind, that truth still beats, like a stubborn heart that refuses to forget what it means to feel. It's easy to think of the Aztecs as people lost to time, buried under the ruins of their temples and the dust of conquest. But their world still breathes in ways we don't always notice. Their medicine, their rituals, their strange logic about pain and purity. It all lingers, just disguised in modern rituals with better lighting and cleaner hands. The Aztecs believed that life itself was a negotiation with suffering, that every breath we take is borrowed, every comfort temporary. They didn't hide from that truth. They turned it into ceremony. Maybe that's why their civilization fascinates us so deeply. It forces us to confront how fragile our own sense of progress really is. Imagine walking through Tenochtitlan when it was alive. The air heavy with the scent of incense and roasted maize, the sound of drums echoing from temple to temple. At dawn, healers gathered herbs under the first rays of the sun, whispering prayers so the plants would share their strength. They believed that every leaf had a spirit, and that to pick one without asking was an act of violence. Healing, therefore, began with permission. It's almost laughable in a world where we swallow pills without knowing the names of their ingredients, but there's a quiet grace in that idea, that you should first apologize to the earth before asking it to save you. Their hospitals weren't buildings, but gardens. In some temples, entire courtyards were dedicated to medicinal plants, each labeled not by scientific classification, but by myth. There was tlacopatli, the leaf that soothed grief, yautli, which calmed fever and fear, cacao, which warmed the heart and invited joy. A healer could walk through those gardens the way a modern doctor scrolls through a database, except their prescriptions smelled better. They understood that smell itself was part of medicine, that to inhale the world was to remind your body it was still part of it. There's something deeply human about that. Sometimes the cure doesn't come in a bottle. It comes in remembering that you belong to the same earth that feeds your sickness. They had a strange respect for contradiction. The same chili that burned your tongue could be rubbed into a wound to stop infection. The same maguey plant that produced sweet syrup also gave them sharp fibers to stitch flesh. To the Aztecs, healing wasn't about purity. It was about balance between opposites, pain and pleasure, decay and rebirth. They believed everything carried its own antidote inside it, if you were brave enough to look. Even people, perhaps. The one who hurt you might also hold the words that could heal you. It's uncomfortable, but isn't that how life works? The cure often hides in the same place where the wound began. There's an old account from a Spanish friar who watched an Aztec healer treat a soldier's wound. The healer crushed herbs with his bare hands, mixed them with saliva, and whispered something before applying the paste. When asked what he said, the healer smiled. "I told the wound to listen." It's absurd and yet strangely poetic. A reminder that even healing requires communication. Maybe we've forgotten how to talk to our own pain. We numb it, silence it, cover it in bandages or distractions. The Aztecs spoke to it. They gave it a voice, a place, a role in the story. Maybe that's why their suffering, though brutal, had rhythm. They didn't let pain become meaningless. They gave it choreography. Of course, not everything was sacred wisdom wrapped in poetry. Some remedies were pure chaos. One recorded treatment for stomach worms involved drinking a potion of ground jade mixed with a frog's liver. The logic? Jade was eternal. Frogs were slippery. Together, they would make the parasite lose its grip. Did it work? Probably not. But you have to admire the creativity. And honestly, who among us hasn't tried a ridiculous cure out of desperation? From cabbage wraps for joint pain to detox teas promising salvation, we're still swallowing frogs. They just come with prettier labels. But there was more to their medicine than potions and pain. It was storytelling in action. Each ritual reenacted the creation of the world, reminding people that healing wasn't just personal, it was cosmic. When someone recovered from illness, it wasn't just their body that was restored. It was a tiny act of rebalancing the universe. The healer wasn't just fixing flesh, they were repairing the invisible threads that held everything together. It's a grand way to look at medicine, but maybe that's what we've lost. We treat healing as a transaction, a service. The Aztecs treated it as theater, a sacred drama where every gesture mattered. And yet, beneath all the ceremony, they understood something profoundly modern. Prevention mattered more than cure. Cleanliness was sacred. Bathing daily wasn't vanity, it was devotion. They built public baths and encouraged steam cleansing to keep sickness away. They burned incense not only for the gods, but to disinfect the air. They even had rules about food hygiene. Meat had to be cooked before sunset or thrown away to avoid decay. It's ironic that people we call primitive practiced habits that took Europeans centuries to learn. Civilization, it turns out, isn't about who invented the microscope. It's about who had the sense to wash their hands. Their faith in the body's wisdom was remarkable. They believed the body spoke in metaphors. A swollen limb was anger unexpressed, a fever was guilt burning itself out. Instead of silencing symptoms, they listened to them. They saw the body as a storyteller, one that refused to lie. And if that's true, Imagine what our bodies are trying to tell us today, under all the noise of pills and screens and panic. Maybe we've become fluent in everything except our own signals. The Aztecs might laugh at us, sitting under fluorescent lights, ignoring the ache in our backs while we research mindfulness apps. But what truly makes their approach unforgettable is how it embraced mortality. They didn't separate healing from dying. They treated both as sacred transitions. If a person couldn't be saved, the healer's duty was to make their final hours beautiful. Candles, flowers, songs, death dressed in color. There was no cold detachment, no clinical goodbye. The dying were reminded that their breath would feed the wind, their flesh would feed the soil, and their memory would feed the stories. They didn't just heal bodies, they healed endings. And perhaps that's the most difficult kind of medicine, accepting that every cure has a limit and that peace is sometimes the only prescription left. What lingers, long after the rituals ended and the empire fell, is that stubborn refusal to let pain be just pain. The Aztecs turned every suffering into participation, every wound into an offering, every recovery into a renewal. They lived in a world where even despair had meaning, and maybe that's what draws us back to them again and again. Their unapologetic honesty about what it means to be human. They didn't sugarcoat it, they didn't hide from the mess. They met it with drums, fire, and laughter. And if there's a lesson buried beneath all the ash and blood, it's this. Healing has never been clean, and it's never been easy. But maybe that's the point. To be human is to hurt, to seek, to try again, and to find beauty in the chaos that keeps us alive. The Aztecs didn't just heal the body, they healed the story of being alive. And as long as we're still searching for meaning in our own pain, maybe we're not as far from their temples as we think. There's a peculiar comfort in realizing that the Aztecs, for all their terrifying brilliance, were just as confused as we are. They wanted answers. They wanted control. They wanted the universe to make sense, even when it clearly didn't. Their medicine, if we can call it that, was both an act of science and surrender, a dance between logic and superstition. And in that dance, they created something profoundly human, a way to turn fear into ritual. Maybe that's the true essence of healing, giving chaos a rhythm so it doesn't swallow you whole. They treated the body like a sacred text, written in muscle and blood. Every ache, every fever, every strange mark on the skin was a divine annotation. You didn't ignore it, you interpreted it. If you had stomach pain, perhaps you had anger trapped in your gut. If your head hurt, maybe you'd thought too much about forbidden things. And if you coughed blood, well, that was just the gods reminding you who was really in charge. The healer's job was to read you, literally, like a living scripture. They'd press their fingers along your ribs, listen to the rhythm of your breathing, sniff your sweat, and declare not just what you had, but why you had it. Modern doctors rely on lab results. Aztec healers relied on intuition, poetry, and occasionally luck. To be fair, both methods still misdiagnose half the time. What's fascinating is that they didn't separate body from story. Illness wasn't an isolated event, it was a continuation of something you'd done or failed to do. A man who mistreated his family might fall ill with trembling limbs, said to be punishment for breaking the chain of harmony. A woman who grieved too long could develop a wasting disease, her spirit literally eating away at her flesh. It's poetic justice in the most uncomfortable form. But in a way, it makes sense. Guilt does eat you alive, stress does weaken you, heartbreak does make you sick. The Aztecs didn't have medical journals, but they had observation, and that's sometimes the sharper tool. Even their most bizarre treatments carried strange wisdom. To treat insomnia, for instance, they would grind up the seeds of the ticitl mushroom, the so-called flesh of the gods, and mix it with honey. It didn't just put you to sleep, it took you somewhere else entirely. Patients described seeing their ancestors, their fears, their forgotten memories, all swirling in visions that lasted hours. The goal wasn't just rest, it was revelation. Because for them, sleep wasn't the absence of consciousness, it was the gateway to truth. It's almost funny how modern science eventually circled back to the same idea. Now we call it dream therapy or psychedelic research. The difference is we wear lab coats instead of feathers. Their relationship with death remained deeply intertwined with healing. A healer's success wasn't judged by how many people they cured, but by how well they could guide those who couldn't be saved. When someone was dying, the healer's task was to ensure that their spirit departed clean, unburdened by regret, fear, or debt to the gods. So they'd perform rituals to untie the soul, whispering words that sounded like prayers but were actually negotiations. You could almost imagine the scene. A dying warrior, his breath shallow, his hand clutching a charm of obsidian, while the healer murmurs, "Let him go. He has fought enough." It's moving in a way, the idea that the end of life was still part of medicine, not its failure. Maybe they understood something we've forgotten, that death too deserves care. Their worldview left no room for coincidence. If a plague swept through a village, it wasn't bad hygiene, it was cosmic imbalance. Maybe someone had stolen from a temple, or a ritual had been performed incorrectly. So the community would gather, not to isolate the sick, but to cleanse the collective conscience. They'd fast, confess, bleed, burn incense. It sounds dramatic, but at least they faced it together. Compare that to us. We isolate, quarantine, panic scroll through headlines and call it progress. Maybe it's healthier, but it's lonelier. The Aztecs faced disease with drums. We face it with silence and blue light. The humor, of course, hides in the contradictions. These were people who believed blood could feed the sun, yet they also understood anatomy well enough to perform minor surgeries. They saw sickness as divine punishment, but still washed their hands before preparing herbs. They lived in a world where science and superstition didn't argue. They collaborated. It's easy to laugh at that, until you realize we do the same. We'll meditate with crystals and then pop antibiotics 10 minutes later. We call it integrative medicine now, but it's the same old cocktail of faith and chemistry. The Aztecs were just more honest about it. There's a story about a healer named ticitl, who became famous for curing a noble's son after everyone else had failed. She used a mixture of herbs, clay, and a snake's shed skin, claiming it would teach the boy's body to renew itself. Against all odds, he recovered. When asked how she knew what to do, she said, "I didn't. I just asked the sickness what it wanted." It's such a simple idea, and yet profoundly unsettling, to treat illness not as an enemy to conquer, but as a guest to understand. It makes you wonder how differently we'd treat ourselves if we stopped trying. It's almost impossible to look at Aztec medicine and not feel a mix of fascination and discomfort. Fascination because it's poetic and bold. Discomfort because it mirrors us more than we'd like to admit. They believed healing wasn't about erasing pain, but understanding it. Every illness, every wound, every scar was a conversation between the body and the cosmos. And maybe that's why their world feels so alive, even through ruins. They didn't just live inside their bodies, they listened to them. It's strange to think that in a time without microscopes, they might have known something we've forgotten in the age of machines. They saw the human body as a small version of the universe, the head, the sun, the lungs, the wind, the heart, the fire, the blood, the rivers. When one element fell out of rhythm, the whole cosmos trembled with it. To heal a person, you had to heal the world around them. So a doctor might cure a fever by lighting candles for the sun god, or soothe anxiety by burying offerings near the water. It wasn't superstition. It was storytelling turned into therapy. And honestly, we still do the same. When life burns us out, we ground ourselves by walking on grass, taking deep breaths, or listening to the ocean. Science calls it relaxation. The Aztecs called it alignment. One thing that still feels oddly modern was their understanding of emotion as medicine. They didn't just prescribe herbs. They prescribed laughter, forgiveness, silence. There were healers who specialized in the mind, though they didn't call it that. If someone couldn't sleep, the healer might tell them a story instead of giving them a potion. Words were medicine too, they said, and the wrong ones could poison you. They weren't wrong. How many of our illnesses come from things we can't say, or things said to us that we can't forget? Sometimes we don't need a cure, we just need to be heard, or in the Aztec way, sung back to life. Their songs were their prescriptions. Chants mixed with rhythm and repetition, designed not just to call on the gods, but to calm the heart. Imagine a doctor today humming while stitching a wound, not out of distraction, but devotion. For the Aztecs, sound itself was a tool for healing. The vibration of drums, the breath through flutes, the murmur of voices blending into one. It was medicine you could feel in your bones. There's something profoundly human about that idea, that we could sing ourselves back from despair. And perhaps we still do, humming to ourselves when no one's around, pretending it's nothing more than a habit. Even their treatments for fear carried a strange kind of grace. When someone suffered nightmares, the healer wouldn't laugh it off or blame stress. They believed dreams were maps of the soul, and nightmares were just the body warning that you'd wandered too far. So they'd sprinkle crushed flowers on the bed, whisper words to the sleeping spirit, and leave an obsidian stone nearby to trap the darkness. It's easy to mock, but think of how many of us sleep beside glowing screens, waiting for them to protect us from our own thoughts. Maybe our talismans just got upgraded with Wi-Fi. What stands out most, though, is how the Aztecs treated guilt. They saw it as one of the deadliest diseases, a poison that spread silently. If someone carried too much shame, it was believed their heart would weaken and their spirit would detach from the body. The only cure was confession, not in a church, but in the open air, to the wind or the river. The person would speak until they had nothing left to hide, and then wash their hands in running water, symbolizing release. Imagine how different our world would be if we still treated guilt as something that needed cleansing instead of hiding. We might all be a little lighter. And yet, for all their spirituality, they had a dark practicality about death. And they didn't fear it, they prepared for it like a guest. Healers kept special herbs and incense for the dying, to ease the pain and help the spirit leave peacefully. Families gathered not to grieve in silence, but to tell stories, to remind the departing soul of who they were. They believed memory was the bridge between worlds. Death wasn't the end of life, but the continuation of medicine, the final balancing act between body and eternity. Maybe that's why so many people today are drawn to the idea of a good death. The Aztecs understood it centuries ago. To die well is to live without regret. Their understanding of nature as both healer and judge feels particularly relevant now. They saw illness not just as personal, but ecological. If rivers were polluted, people would fall sick. If forests were disrespected, fever would spread. Healing meant restoring the earth's rhythm, not just the body's. In their world, medicine and morality were the same thing. Maybe that's what's missing in ours. We treat the planet like an infinite pharmacy, forgetting it's also the patient. The Aztecs would probably look at our world and ask, so who heals the healers now? There's a curious humor in how their logic worked. Absurd, yet profound. If a patient's pain wouldn't go away, the healer might accuse them of lying to their illness. The idea was that the sickness would only leave if you convinced it you were ready. It's ridiculous and brilliant. How many times have we clung to our pain because it gave us an excuse, an identity, a story to tell? The Aztecs believed that to be cured, you had to be willing to live differently after. Maybe that's why so many of us resist real healing. It demands a version of ourselves we haven't met yet. Even in their final days, as the empire collapsed and disease swept through their cities, their healers kept practicing. Smallpox devastated them, a sickness with no god to blame and no ritual to stop it. Yet even then, they performed ceremonies, bathed the sick in flowers, sang to the dying. They refused to surrender meaning, even when everything else was gone. And in that defiance, they became immortal in spirit. Because what is healing if not the stubborn refusal to stop caring? That's the strange and beautiful legacy of Aztec medicine. It wasn't about perfection or certainty, but participation. To heal meant to be part of something, a cycle, a community, a conversation between pain and purpose. They didn't ask to be spared from suffering. They asked to understand it. And maybe that's the difference between surviving and living. When you look closely, their world doesn't feel like a distant past. It feels like a mirror, one that shows how much we've changed and how much we haven't. We've traded obsidian for steel, chance for charts, but the question remains the same. How do we make peace with being fragile? The Aztecs answered it with ritual. We answer it with reason, but both come from the same wound. The desire to matter in a universe that bleeds right alongside us. And perhaps that's the most timeless lesson they left behind. That true healing isn't about escaping pain, but embracing it as proof that you're still alive. The body breaks, the heart trembles, the mind wanders, but each act of care, each moment of faith, whether through herbs or hope, keeps the world turning. The Aztecs may be gone, but their medicine never really died. It became something bigger, a reminder that every act of healing, no matter how small or strange, is an act of worship for the miracle of still being here. The more you dive into the Aztec world, the harder it becomes to separate medicine from philosophy, healing from faith, and life from death. Their approach to health was never mechanical. It was emotional, spiritual, and strangely theatrical. They treated sickness as a story that needed to be rewritten, not erased. Every remedy had a plot, every ritual had a character arc. Maybe that's why, centuries later, their legacy still feels alive, because it wasn't built on data or doctrine, but on the drama of being human. They saw healing not as fixing something broken, but as restoring harmony to a song that had gone off key. And in a way, the metaphor worked. The Aztecs believed every person carried a unique melody. Their breath, their heartbeat, their laughter were all notes in the great symphony of creation. Illness, they said, happened when your inner song fell out of tune with the rhythm of the gods. So what did they do? They sang it back. Healers chanted while they worked, not for atmosphere, but to retune the patient's spirit. It sounds poetic, until you remember that sometimes these songs were performed while someone was bleeding. Still, maybe there's something to learn there. We silence pain today. They gave it a soundtrack. Their rituals often bordered on absurdity, but somehow still made sense in their world. Take, for instance, the cure for persistent nightmares. The healer would smear the patient's forehead with the ashes of burned scorpions mixed with honey, then whisper to the spirit of sleep to behave. It's hard to know what's more impressive, the creativity or the courage to put scorpion ash on your face, but there's a strange wisdom hidden in that madness. Maybe healing always requires a little bit of faith in nonsense. We still do it. Call it positive thinking or detox, and suddenly everyone's on board. What made their worldview so magnetic was the intimacy between medicine and myth. Every ailment had a god, and every god had a story. Toothaches came from Tlaloc's wrath, the rain god punishing you for speaking too much. Fevers were messages from ticitl, the god of fire, demanding balance. And if you were unlucky enough to have both at once, well, that was your cue to start praying. It's easy to laugh, but think about it. Don't we also personalize our problems? We name our anxieties, call them the burnout monster, or say, the universe is testing me. The Aztecs just did it with more feathers and drums. There was beauty even in their remedies. Their potions were art, thick mixtures of crushed flowers, herbs, and sometimes powders of bone or obsidian dust. The smell of a healing ceremony was unforgettable, sweet petals clashing with the metallic tang of blood and smoke. Healers painted symbols on the patient's body before applying the ointment, believing the body had to read the cure before it could feel it. It sounds superstitious, yet modern science tells us visuals affect the brain's healing response. The Aztecs, without microscopes or MRIs, already knew what psychologists now confirm. The body listens to stories it can believe in. Their obsession with symbolism went deeper still. The act of healing itself was a miniature of creation. To cure meant to recreate. If a wound refused to close, they said the patient had forgotten gratitude. So healers prescribed not herbs, but acts of kindness. They told patients to feed the poor, to share food, to make offerings to those in need. Generosity, they believed, restored the flow of life. It's oddly brilliant, a moral antibiotic. Imagine if modern doctors did that. Take 2 apologies and call me in the morning. Maybe we'd all be a little healthier. But not everything was gentle. Their devotion to balance had a dark side. If one person's sickness threatened the harmony of the community, they believed the imbalance had to be corrected, by force if necessary. Sometimes that meant isolating the ill. Other times, it meant ritual cleansing with bloodletting. For the Aztecs, compassion and cruelty weren't opposites. They were neighbors sharing a wall. The healer's hand could bless or cut, and both were seen as love. There's something disturbingly familiar about that, too. We call it tough love now, forcing ourselves or others to suffer a little in the name of improvement. Different tools, same logic. Still, beneath all the pain and poetry, there was a startling honesty in how they faced the fragility of life. They didn't pretend health was permanent. They saw the body as a temporary home, sacred but destined to fall apart. That awareness didn't make them fatalistic. It made them grateful. Every heartbeat was a borrowed gift. Every sunrise, a diagnosis of continued existence. Maybe that's why their world glowed with color even in its darkest moments. They decorated everything, even surgical tools, with patterns of flowers and animals, because if you're going to bleed, at least bleed beautifully. Their healers were philosophers disguised as magicians. They asked questions that still haunt us. What is suffering for? Why does the body fail the spirit? Can pain teach us something? They didn't search for easy answers. They let the mystery itself be the medicine. One chronicler wrote that an old healer told him, if the gods wanted us to live without pain, they would not have made joy feel so similar. That line alone could sit in a psychology textbook today. Pain and joy, after all, share the same nerves, the same heartbeats, the same trembling. The Aztecs didn't try to divide them. They learned to dance with both. Even in their humor, there was truth. They made jokes about sickness the way we joke about taxes, with irony and resignation. A healer might scold a patient. Your body is rebelling because you treat it like a servant, not a friend. And the patient would laugh, not realizing that was the entire cure. They used humor the way we use anesthesia, to dull fear long enough to survive it. Because laughter, in its own wild way, is an act of defiance against pain. It tells the world, you can hurt me, but you can't have me. What lingers most about their strange world is how it blurs the line between medicine and meaning. For the Aztecs, to heal was to remember your place in the grand conversation of existence, between gods and earth, body and sky, pain and purpose. They didn't separate biology from belief, and maybe that's why their legacy still hums beneath our modern rituals. Every time we light a candle for hope, touch wood for luck, or close our eyes and whisper, please let this work, we echo them. Their world never truly vanished. It just changed vocabulary. And perhaps that's the lesson their medicine keeps whispering through the centuries. Healing isn't about purity or perfection. It's about participation, about daring to believe that the mess of living is still sacred. They didn't cure everything, but they gave everything meaning. And maybe that's the only medicine that never expires. The ability to look at the chaos of being alive and still find beauty in it, even when it hurts, even when it bleeds, even when the gods stay silent and you keep singing anyway. The Aztecs had a talent for turning everything, even agony, into art. Their medicine was less about erasing pain and more about understanding it, almost as if they believed the body was a manuscript written by invisible hands. Every fever, every wound, every sleepless night was a paragraph trying to tell you something. They didn't just heal symptoms, they interpreted them. It's funny, in a way, because we do the opposite now. We drown the body's messages in pills and call it progress. They, on the other hand, leaned in, listening to what hurt until it confessed. In their world, healing started with honesty. The first thing a patient was asked wasn't where it hurt, but what they had done to upset the balance of their world. Maybe they had lied. Maybe they had been selfish. Maybe they had eaten too much maize during a sacred fast. It sounds superstitious, but there's a psychological brilliance hidden in that. Taking responsibility was part of recovery. To them, the disease didn't just live in the flesh, it lived in behavior, and you couldn't fix one without touching the other. Imagine a modern doctor looking you in the eye and saying, your back pain is guilt trying to stand up straight. It's absurd, yes, but it's also kind of true. Their healers treated medicine like a dialogue between heaven and dirt. They believed the earth itself was alive, pulsing with divine intelligence. Plants weren't just remedies, they were voices. Each had its own temperament. Some were humble, others fierce, some kind enough to soothe your stomach, others sharp enough to silence your heart forever. To pick the right herb was to negotiate with nature, not command it. A healer didn't see themselves as a master of science, but as a translator of secrets. Maybe that humility was their greatest wisdom, because even now, with all our laboratories and formulas, we're still whispering to the same mysterious world, hoping it listens. They also had an almost theatrical sense of ritual. Healing wasn't a private act. It was a community event. Families gathered, songs were sung, smoke filled the air, and prayers rose like birds from the mouths of those who still believed. It wasn't just about fixing the sick. It was about reminding everyone else how fragile life was. There's something powerful in that shared vulnerability. Today, we get sick alone, behind screens, afraid to be seen at our weakest. The Aztecs turned weakness into ceremony. They let the village witness the trembling and the tears, and somehow that honesty became strength. Pain itself was sacred. The body's suffering was seen as a doorway to transformation, a way to burn away arrogance and reconnect with the divine. They didn't fear pain, they domesticated it. In some rituals, people offered small cuts to the gods, believing that the sting was a form of conversation. And maybe it was. Pain has a way of making you listen, doesn't it? It strips away the noise, the excuses, the comfort. Suddenly, you're face to face with what's real. The Aztecs just happened to take that concept very literally, sometimes with blades sharper than their theology. Their healers were part scientist, part mystic, part psychologist. They memorized hundreds of plants and minerals, but they also learned to read people, their gestures, their breathing, the tone of their voice. They believed illness announced itself long before symptoms appeared. A trembling hand might signal grief. A restless gaze might mean envy had taken root. They noticed the tiny cracks before the collapse. In a way, they were early practitioners of preventive care, though theirs came with more chanting and less paperwork. And sometimes, when all else failed, they blamed the stars. Honestly, that's not much different from modern doctors blaming genetics. Same mystery, fancier vocabulary. What's striking is how holistic their world was. They didn't divide mind and body, or faith and medicine, or life and death. Everything flowed together in one unbroken rhythm. Healing the stomach meant calming the spirit. Healing the spirit meant honoring the ancestors. And honoring the ancestors meant planting something in their name, because the earth too had to participate. There was no such thing as an isolated cure. It was all connected, like an ecosystem of meaning. You couldn't fix a single leaf without touching the tree. Even humor had its place. Aztec healers sometimes mocked illnesses during rituals, shouting insults at them to drive them away. It's almost comedic, the idea of a healer yelling at a fever as if it were a rude guest refusing to leave. But beneath the absurdity was genius. Laughter, they believed, weakened the spirit of sickness. You couldn't be possessed by darkness while you were busy laughing at it. It's an insight modern psychology would later rediscover, that joy disarms fear faster than logic ever could. Maybe that's why, even today, we tell jokes at funerals and hospitals. We're not disrespecting death. We're reminding it that it can't have the last laugh. The Aztecs were masters of duality. They believed that everything that could harm you could also heal you. The same chili pepper that burned your mouth could cleanse infection. The same obsidian that sliced flesh could be used to reflect light. Even death, they said, wasn't destruction, but transition. The ultimate medicine that healed the soul from the burden of living. There's a strange comfort in that view. To them, mortality wasn't the opposite of health, it was part of the same cycle. You didn't defeat death, you cooperated with it. Maybe that's why they faced it with so much ceremony instead of fear. It's easy to romanticize them, of course. Their world was far from gentle. Some of their practices were cruel, others simply wrong. But the heart of their medicine wasn't brutality, it was belief. They believed so fiercely in the dialogue between pain and purpose that even their mistakes carried meaning. And in that, they weren't so different from us. And we still chase miracles in the dark, still build rituals out of hope, still pretend to understand the mystery of being alive. The tools have changed, but the desperation hasn't. And maybe that's what makes their legacy so enduring. They remind us that medicine, at its core, isn't about perfection. It's about participation. It's the act of showing up to your own existence, of listening when your body whispers, of finding beauty in the parts that hurt. The Aztecs knew that life would never be painless, but they refused to let pain be pointless. They turned every wound into a prayer, every cure into a story, every death into a continuation. It's tempting to see them as primitive, but perhaps they were just unafraid to admit what we've tried to forget. That healing doesn't mean erasing the dark parts. It means learning to live with them gracefully. Maybe that's the quiet miracle we've been overlooking all along. The Aztecs didn't fear the wound. They built a civilization around it. And somehow, through all the centuries and all the blood, that wound still speaks, reminding us that the truest medicine isn't what stops the pain, but what teaches us to survive it with wonder. There's a certain irony in how civilizations rise and fall trying to outsmart death, yet end up immortalized by how they faced it. The Aztecs didn't just accept mortality. They built an entire philosophy around it, one where death wasn't an interruption, but a conversation. It wasn't the villain of the story. It was the teacher who showed up uninvited, but always had something important to say. Their medicine, their rituals, even their humor, all of it circled back to the same truth. You don't conquer death, you negotiate with it. And somehow, that negotiation became their most enduring legacy. They saw illness not as punishment, but as participation. To be sick meant you had been noticed by the universe, chosen even for a lesson. Sometimes that lesson was patience. Sometimes it was humility. Sometimes it was simply, don't eat raw corn in the rainy season. They didn't believe in randomness. Every fever had a meaning, every cough a cause beyond the physical. It's both comforting and terrifying to live in a world where nothing is meaningless. Today we call that mindset anxiety. For them, it was faith. The healer's role wasn't to remove the sickness, but to reveal what it wanted to teach. Imagine lying on a mat while someone waves burning sage above you, muttering in a language older than memory, and realizing the ceremony isn't about the illness at all. It's about reminding you to slow down, to remember who you are. Their medicine wasn't transactional. It wasn't, take this and call me in the morning. It was an invitation to participate in your own resurrection. And perhaps that's what makes their approach timeless. The idea that healing isn't something done to you, but something you must do with the world. There's a story recorded by a Spanish friar about a woman who couldn't stop weeping after the death of her son. No amount of prayer helped her. The healer didn't give her herbs or potions. Instead, he told her to plant flowers in the boy's name, not once, but every month, so that each bloom would remind her that life continued, even through pain. It wasn't about forgetting, it was about transforming grief into growth. Maybe that's why their gardens were so lush, not just from rain, but from all the sorrow they buried in the soil. And honestly, that's therapy disguised as gardening. Their medicine had a rhythm, like a story told in circles rather than straight lines. Healing wasn't a destination, it was motion. The Aztecs believed that life itself moved in cycles. Creation, decay, renewal, and that disease was simply a pause in that rhythm, a wrong note that needed retuning. So healers used music, chanting, and heartbeat-like drumming to restore balance. Science now tells us sound vibrations can influence brainwaves, lower stress, even promote cellular repair. They didn't have that data. They just knew it worked. Maybe sometimes instinct is smarter than reason. They even used food as medicine long before it became a trend with hashtags. Every meal was a kind of prescription. Chili to warm the blood, cacao to lift the spirit, corn to strengthen the body, amaranth for endurance. Their cuisine was their pharmacy. And it wasn't only what you ate, but how you ate it. Food shared was believed to multiply its healing power. Eating alone, they said, weakened the soul. That one hurts, doesn't it? We scroll through dinner now, pretending company is optional. The Aztecs would have seen that as a sickness, a disconnection between heart and hunger. Maybe they were right, but perhaps the most haunting part of their medicine was how it embraced uncertainty. When healers failed, and they often did, they didn't deny it. They saw failure as proof that some mysteries were not meant to be solved. One chronicler wrote that when a patient died, the healer would sit silently by the body, not to apologize, but to listen, as if death itself might whisper where the balance had been lost. There's humility in that. Today, we call it data analysis. They called it reverence. Both seek the same thing, understanding. Even their gods seem to embody contradiction. One deity might bring disease and cure it in the same breath, testing mortals like a divine physician with questionable ethics. Ticitl, the goddess of purification, was both the patron of filth and the deliverer of cleansing. She encouraged sin and then offered forgiveness, teaching that decay was the first step toward renewal. It's almost comedic, a cosmic doctor telling you to make a mess so she can fix it later. But it reflects something true. Healing often begins with collapse. You have to rot a little before you can grow again. Their understanding of the mind was equally profound. They believed dreams were diagnostic tools, the soul's way of reporting what the body couldn't say aloud. A nightmare about drowning meant the spirit was suffocating in guilt. A dream of fire meant suppressed anger. Healers listened not to symptoms, but to stories. It makes you wonder, if you told your doctor your recurring dream about missing a flight, would they prescribe a sedative or a new perspective? The Aztecs would have told you to build wings in your next dream and take control. They turned subconscious chaos into ritual empowerment long before Freud tried to monetize it. Even humor had sacred weight. One healer wrote that laughter wakes the sleeping heart. They used jokes like medicine, teasing patients out of despair. If someone complained too much about pain, the healer might say, "Perhaps the gods just miss your voice." It's ridiculous, but it breaks tension. And that too is healing. We underestimate how much comedy and spirituality overlap. Both require surrender. Both demand honesty. And both remind us that taking life too seriously is its own form of illness. Their wisdom, though drenched in blood and superstition, was grounded in something universal: connection. They didn't isolate the sick. They gathered around them, feeding them, praying with them, listening to their fears. Suffering was never private. It belonged to everyone. And maybe that's what we've lost. We outsource our pain to professionals, forgetting that healing used to be communal, a ritual of belonging. The Aztecs made pain visible so it could be shared, and in sharing it became bearable. What's left of their medicine now are fragments, crushed herbs in museum cases, faded codices describing remedies no one can fully translate. Yet the essence survives in the quiet wisdom of those who still practice traditional healing across Mexico and Central America. A grandmother mixing herbs for a fever, a curandera burning copal for the restless, a farmer whispering thanks to the soil before planting. They are the echoes of a civilization that refused to separate the sacred from the ordinary. Maybe that's the true heart of their legacy. Not the obsidian knives or the rituals, but the belief that life itself was a sacred wound worth tending. They didn't try to live forever, they tried to live meaningfully. And when you think about it, that's all medicine ever is. An attempt to stretch the story just a little longer, to hold off the ending until the next sunrise. The Aztecs just made that story more honest. They accepted that the body breaks, that the spirit stumbles, but they also knew that even broken things can be beautiful when treated with reverence. And so their medicine, like their myths, still pulses beneath the skin of time. Every culture that lights a candle for healing, every hand that touches another with care, every moment someone laughs through pain, it all carries a trace of them. The Aztecs might be gone, but their lesson endures. That to heal is to participate in the miracle of being alive, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. Because sometimes the only cure is to remember that the wound itself is proof you're still here, still fighting, still learning, still singing to the gods who, if we're honest, might just be listening through us. It's strange to think that a civilization capable of such brutality also understood tenderness better than most of us do today. The Aztecs lived inside contradictions, warriors who sang lullabies to the earth, priests who carried blades and flowers in the same hands, healers who saw death not as an enemy, but as a partner in the grand design. Their medicine wasn't sterile or mechanical. It was messy, emotional, and alive. It didn't separate healing from art or faith or fear. Everything bled into everything else, quite literally. And in that chaos, they created a kind of wisdom that still echoes centuries later. The understanding that you can't truly heal what you refuse to look at. They didn't run from the grotesque. They faced it, studied it, gave it names. Disease wasn't a shadow to be chased away, but a guest to be understood. Some healers even claimed that sickness carried its own consciousness, that it could hear you, so you had to treat it with respect. That's why they whispered to wounds and spoke gently to fevers. It sounds absurd, until you realized we do the same thing when we mutter, "Please don't let this be serious," while checking a symptom online. Different era, same desperation to negotiate with the unknown. Their rituals were often performances of balance. Terrifying, yes, but strangely poetic. During purification ceremonies, patients were brought before the temple steps, their bodies painted in white clay, symbolizing rebirth. The healer would draw circles around them with obsidian dust while chanting prayers that merged medicine with mythology. Every ingredient had a reason, every movement a meaning. Even pain had choreography. It wasn't cruelty for cruelty's sake, it was communication with forces they couldn't see but deeply felt. Maybe that's what made their world so captivating, the refusal to believe that suffering was meaningless. They had a curious relationship with plants, treating them as allies rather than tools. Some healers claimed to speak to herbs in their dreams, learning which ones wanted to be used. The most powerful medicines came from those gathered at dawn, when the world was still half asleep and the boundaries between man and nature felt thinner. There's a certain beauty in that, the idea that healing doesn't begin in the hands, but in the conversation between human and earth. We, on the other hand, talk to pills, and if they talk back, we call it side effects. Their use of hallucinogens wasn't escapism, it was exploration. Through peyote and morning glory seeds, they sought visions of clarity, hoping to glimpse the true roots of disease. In those altered states, healers described seeing threads of light connecting all things: people, plants, gods, even illnesses. It's tempting to dismiss it as primitive mysticism, but neuroscience today says that psychedelics really can dissolve the illusion of separation in the brain. So maybe they weren't delusional. Maybe they were just ahead of schedule. It's humbling to realize that ancient rituals we laughed off as superstition might hold truths we're only beginning to rediscover, just now wearing lab coats instead of feathers. They understood the psychology of healing long before psychology existed. When a patient was overwhelmed by grief or fear, the healer wouldn't prescribe medicine right away. Instead, they'd create space for confession, for storytelling. The sick person was encouraged to describe their suffering out loud, even exaggerate it, until the words themselves began to release pressure from the soul. It was a kind of spiritual detox. Sometimes the healer would cry with them, sometimes laugh. One chronicler noted that laughter was believed to confuse the spirits of pain, making them lose their grip. Perhaps that's why we instinctively make jokes in hospitals or at funerals. Humor as rebellion against despair. They treated the body like sacred geography. Each organ was linked to an element, each pulse a signal from the cosmos. The heart was the sun, the liver, the moon, the blood, the rivers that fed both. When someone fell ill, it meant one of those elements had lost its rhythm. Healing meant reminding the body of its place in the world's music. Herbs, smoke, song, all were instruments used to retune existence. And while we rely on stethoscopes and monitors, they relied on intuition, on listening. Their science may have lacked precision, but it had presence, something we often trade away for speed. Their medicine extended to animals too. They believed creatures could absorb or mirror human illness. Frogs were often used in rituals to pull disease from the body. Snakes were symbols of regeneration because they shed their skin. It's both haunting and poetic, the idea that nature would take on your suffering so you could be free. In a twisted way, we still follow that logic, only now it's pets comforting their owners, emotional support dogs, replacing sacred animals, different language, same yearning for connection. They saw childbirth as both miracle and battlefield. Women who died giving birth were honored like fallen soldiers, believed to accompany the sun on its daily journey. Midwives held enormous power, equal parts healer, priest, and guardian. They carried herbs for pain, charms for courage, and prayers to shield the child from spirits. When the baby finally emerged, the first thing they did was hold it to the earth, whispering gratitude to the soil for lending life. It's humbling how much reverence they placed in a moment we now rush through under fluorescent lights. Birth wasn't just biology, it was cosmology. A reminder that creation, like healing, always begins in blood. Even their approach to aging carried grace. They didn't view old age as decay, but as transformation, the body slowly preparing to return its borrowed energy to the universe. Elders weren't hidden away, they were living archives, keepers of both wisdom and warning. A wrinkled face wasn't a flaw to erase, but a map to study. It told the story of survival, of weather endured, of sacrifices made. In their world, time didn't steal beauty, it revealed it. And maybe that's the real medicine we've lost, the ability to see dignity in decline, to recognize that healing doesn't always mean restoration. Sometimes it just means acceptance. Even as their empire crumbled under conquest, their healers refused to let the knowledge die. They hid scrolls, taught in whispers, passed recipes in songs disguised as prayers. Some of their practices survived through generations of indigenous healers. The curanderas and herbalists who still mix remedies from memory still speak to plants as if they're old friends. You can trace that lineage today in every kitchen where a grandmother stirs herbs into tea for her grandchildren, murmuring something half prayer, half promise. The Aztec Empire may have fallen, but its heartbeat never stopped. Maybe that's the most fascinating thing about them. They knew that medicine was never really about power, but relationship. Between healer and patient, between human and nature, between life and whatever waits after it. They treated healing not as conquest, but conversation, not as escape, but encounter. And, as strange and dark as their rituals could be, there was always light hidden in the blood, laughter beneath the pain, meaning tangled in the madness. It's easy to see their world as alien, but the more you look, the more familiar it feels. We still search for cures in strange places, still believe that healing requires faith, still whisper to the universe when we're afraid. The Aztecs just did it louder, with drums and fire. Maybe that's what made them extraordinary. Their refusal to suffer silently. They turned every ache into ceremony, every wound into wisdom, every breath into an act of worship. And in that sense, maybe they weren't trying to defeat death at all. Maybe they were trying to make sure that when it came, it found them alive, fully, wildly, unapologetically alive. Because the greatest medicine, they seemed to know, was not immortality, but intimacy with life itself. And that lesson, unlike empires, doesn't crumble. It lingers, waiting for anyone brave enough to listen. There's something hauntingly honest about the way the Aztecs saw the world. Not as a place to escape pain, but as a stage where pain and beauty dance together. They believed the body was not a prison for the soul, but a doorway through which the divine passed. Every illness, every scar, every shiver was a visitor from the unseen world, carrying messages written in fever and fatigue. To live was to host these guests, to listen to what they came to teach before letting them go. And maybe that's the first lesson they left us, that healing isn't about closing the door on suffering, but learning how to have a civilized conversation with it. They didn't separate medicine from morality. To them, health wasn't just a personal matter. It was social, cosmic, even ethical. A dishonest person could fall ill from the weight of their own lies. A greedy man might feel it in his stomach before his conscience. The gods, they said, had no patience for imbalance, whether in diet, behavior, or emotion. Harmony was the only prescription that worked. Imagine if our doctors said that now. You're not just dehydrated, sir, you're existentially selfish. It sounds cruel, but the Aztecs were blunt about cause and effect. You didn't just treat symptoms, you treated the soul. Their world was loud, not just with drums and rituals, but with meaning. Even the act of breathing was sacred. They believed breath carried fragments of divine energy, and that sighing, too, often meant you were giving away your spirit to the wind. So they taught controlled breathing as medicine, using rhythm to align the body with the universe. Somewhere in that ancient temple smoke, they invented mindfulness without calling it that. Of course, it probably smelled worse. Incense, sweat, and fear don't make the most relaxing combination, but the intention was the same, to remember that being alive was already a miracle. The way they used sound was almost hypnotic. Healers chanted in low, repetitive tones that matched the patient's pulse, believing that the heart would eventually sync with the music. The drums followed, echoing what they called tonali, the inner sun of the body. When the patient's breathing finally steadied, the healer would whisper, "The gods can hear you now." It's both eerie and beautiful. This idea that sound itself could bridge the gap between flesh and spirit, and honestly, when you think about how we still hum when we're anxious, or sing in the shower to shake off sadness, maybe they were onto something far more universal than we'd like to admit. Their humor about mortality was sharper than any obsidian blade. Death wasn't taboo, it was part of the family. They mocked it, toasted to it, even sang love songs to it. "We are flowers that bloom only to wilt," one poet wrote. So let us smell good while we can. It sounds tragic, but there's laughter hiding in that line. The kind of laughter that knows how short life is and refuses to waste it. It's strange how a civilization that practiced human sacrifice could also write poetry about tenderness. Maybe they understood something we've lost, that you can love life deeply and still not fear its ending. Even their medical mistakes carried poetry. There's a record of a healer who tried to treat a nobleman's fever by burying him up to the neck in warm mud mixed with chili powder, because heat drives out heat, apparently. The man survived, though it's unclear whether from the treatment or sheer terror, but beneath the absurdity was a belief that healing required participation. The patient wasn't passive. He had to sweat, cry, scream, and pray his way through it. The process mattered as much as the outcome. Today, we try to skip the process. Pills for pain, screens for silence, denial for despair. The Aztecs, in their own chaotic way, insisted that you had to feel your way out of sickness. They believed memory could heal, too. Some healers told stories as remedies, tales of heroes who faced impossible suffering and survived. Patients were encouraged to identify with those characters, to see their pain mirrored in myth. It wasn't escapism, it was empathy. You listened until your body remembered what courage felt like. Maybe that's why storytelling still feels medicinal. Every time we tell a story about survival, we trick the mind into believing healing is possible again. The Aztecs didn't just tell myths, they prescribed them. What fascinates me most is how they merged logic with mystery. They cataloged over 200 medicinal plants, experimented with minerals, even understood antiseptic principles without knowing the word for bacteria. And yet, they never saw this as a contradiction to faith. Knowledge and belief weren't enemies. Science, for them, was just another form of worship. It's ironic that in our so-called age of reason, we treat them as opposites. The Aztecs probably would have laughed at that, then offered us tea made of crushed cocoa and chili to open the heart. The physical act of healing was almost theatrical. Picture this, a patient lying on a woven mat, the healer kneeling beside them, the smell of herbs thick in the air. A small bowl of obsidian water reflects flickering torchlight. The healer dips fingers into it, tracing symbols over the skin, whispering to the unseen. There's rhythm to every motion, a choreography older than language, and maybe that's what made it work. Not the ingredients, but the attention, the intention, the presence. In a world that moves too fast for reverence, that kind of focus feels miraculous. They even treated laughter as sacred energy. There were festivals dedicated to joyful purification, where people drank cacao and roasted maize, shared jokes, and confessed their mistakes publicly. Not as shame, but release. It was medicine for the collective soul. The Aztecs seemed to understand that isolation is the worst kind of sickness. Healing wasn't complete until the entire community felt lighter. It's funny how something so ancient feels so modern. We call it group therapy now, except we've lost the music and the bonfire. As much as their world was soaked in ritual, it was grounded in practicality. They knew when to pray and when to apply paste. For infections, they used crushed maguey leaves. For wounds, a mix of ash and honey. For burns, aloe and resin. They even used fermented cactus juice as a kind of early anesthesia. Every discovery was part miracle, part accident. But that's the nature of medicine. Half wisdom, half luck, occasionally flavored with courage. And when all else failed, they turned to the simplest cure of all, surrender. When a healer admitted defeat, it wasn't shameful. They said, "The gods have called their child home," and the focus shifted from curing to comforting. They wrapped the dying in flowers, sang softly, told stories of where the soul would travel next. It was the purest form of care. Not fixing, but witnessing. Even in their darkest rituals, there was compassion, because deep down they understood that every body healed the same way it lived, through connection, through meaning, through love disguised as duty. It's hard not to feel a strange envy for that kind of certainty. We spend so much time trying to sterilize life, to keep it clean, painless, controlled, that we forget how to touch it. The Aztecs touched everything. They lived close to blood, to soil, to each other. Maybe that's why their medicine feels both horrifying and holy. It wasn't separate from living, it was living. And that's the uncomfortable truth their story leaves behind, that healing has never been about perfection, but about participation. You don't need to banish the darkness to be whole. You just need to light a candle and stay long enough to listen to what the pain is trying to say. Because in the end, that's what their entire philosophy whispers through the centuries. That to be alive is to be unfinished, to keep learning the language of your own wounds. The Aztecs didn't run from that truth. They carved it into stone, sang it into air, lived it until the very last heartbeat. And maybe, if we're quiet enough, we can still hear their echo, reminding us that the body is not a battlefield, but a prayer. And every scar, every breath, every ache is proof that life, no matter how fragile, is still sacred. The more you try to understand the Aztecs, the more you realize they lived in a world where mystery wasn't something to solve, it was something to respect. They didn't try to explain everything away with logic or numbers. They stared at the stars, felt the wind, tasted the rain, and said, "There's meaning here." Every sound, every illness, every dream carried significance, and maybe that's what made their civilization so magnetic. They didn't just survive the chaos of life, they turned it into choreography. Theirs was a world that demanded participation. You couldn't just exist, you had to believe. For them, healing was not a single event, but a lifelong relationship. With the earth, with your own body, with the invisible forces that stitched everything together. When someone got sick, the question wasn't, "What's wrong with you?" but "What have you forgotten to honor?" Maybe you'd neglected your ancestors. Maybe you'd mocked the rain when it ruined your crops. Maybe you'd eaten corn without thanking the sun. The cure wasn't just in herbs or smoke. It was in remembrance. Modern medicine tells us to trust the process. The Aztecs would have added, and apologized to the corn while you're at it. They believed the soul could wander off when mistreated. A sudden sadness, an unexplained fever, a loss of appetite, all signs that part of you had gone missing. So the healer's job was part detective, part negotiator, part babysitter of the divine. Using smoke, song, and gentle touch, they'd call the soul back home. Imagine that. Therapy by way of retrieval. The healer would whisper, coax, even scold the wandering spirit until it returned. And when it did, the patient was said to shiver once, like a bird remembering its wings. There's poetry in that. The idea that healing means convincing your spirit to love your body again. Even their understanding of sleep was sacred. They believed dreams were doorways between worlds, and that the body healed best when the soul traveled freely. So before bed, people performed small rituals, washing hands, rubbing herbs on their chest, whispering words of gratitude to the night sky. It wasn't superstition, it was structure. A way of telling the body, "You're safe now, you can rest." Centuries later, we have bedtime routines, meditation apps, herbal teas, different rituals, same longing for peace. Maybe the difference is that they still knew how to look up at the stars instead of the screen. Pain fascinated them. It wasn't an inconvenience, it was an announcement. A fever wasn't just a symptom, it was a flame sent by the gods to burn away what didn't belong. Wounds were believed to be cracks where divine energy could enter. It's unsettling but oddly inspiring. To think that every bruise might carry a message. When you've spent a lifetime trying to silence discomfort, that idea feels revolutionary. They didn't try to numb pain, they tried to converse with it, to ask it what it needed. If only modern humans treated their migraines with the same curiosity they reserve for horoscopes. The line between medicine and magic was so thin, it might as well have been smoke. Some healers specialized in obsidian mirrors, slabs of polished volcanic glass, where they claimed to see the true source of illness. Sometimes they saw visions of spirits, other times reflections of the patient's guilt or sorrow. There are records of healers describing diseases as shadows stuck to the heart. Oh, you can scoff at it, but then again, what is depression if not a shadow that lingers too long? Their metaphors may sound mystical, but their precision was emotional. They spoke to the parts of the human experience that science still can't measure, the ache behind the ache. Their rituals often had a dark humor to them. One healer reportedly cured a man's chronic nightmares by beating a drum loudly beside his bed every night, until the spirits got bored and left. Brutal, but effective. And there's something deeply human in that. The idea that sometimes healing is just persistence, disguised as chaos. We laugh at their methods, but aren't we the same? We drown our own nightmares with white noise machines and caffeine, pretending we've evolved. Maybe healing has always been just creative noise-making to keep the darkness at bay. Their fascination with transformation was endless. They didn't see sickness as punishment, but as initiation, an opportunity to evolve. Surviving illness made you wiser, closer to the gods. People wore their scars proudly, often rubbing colored clay into them as decoration. It was their way of saying, "Look, I lived through fire and it left art behind." Maybe that's the part we've forgotten. That beauty isn't in the unbroken. The Aztecs didn't chase perfection. They chased meaning. Every scar, every wrinkle, every story was proof of participation in the grand cosmic conversation. They even believed laughter could summon healing winds. In one festival, communities gathered to mock death itself. wearing masks, making absurd jokes, dancing until exhaustion. It wasn't denial, it was defiance. They were saying, if you're going to take us, at least you'll have to chase us first. That strange blend of humor and reverence became their greatest medicine. They laughed at what scared them until it lost power. We still do it. Nervous jokes in hospitals, gallows humor at funerals. The laughter doesn't make death smaller, it makes us bigger. Their healers, called ticitl, were often feared as much as they were loved. They walked a fine line between savior and sorcerer. People believed they could cure with a touch or curse with a glance. To train as a healer, one had to learn not only plants and prayers, but patience, the hardest medicine of all. Apprentices spent years observing silence, fasting, sleeping under open skies to learn humility. The gods, they said, don't trust loud hearts. Only those who can listen to silence can hear what pain is trying to say. That feels timeless. The notion that true healing starts with stillness. In their way, they understood something modern science keeps rediscovering, that healing isn't linear. It spirals, it repeats, it disappears just when you think you found it. They called this nepantla, the space between sickness and health, despair and hope. Living in that in-between wasn't failure, it was necessary. It meant you were still learning, still alive. They didn't rush recovery because they didn't believe life was meant to be comfortable. Growth to them was always a little painful, and maybe they were right. After all, even modern medicine calls it a breakthrough, a word that implies something must first be broken. The fall of their empire didn't kill their medicine, it just changed its disguise. Spanish conquerors outlawed rituals, burned temples, silenced healers, but knowledge doesn't burn easily. It hid in kitchens, in gardens, in the hands of mothers and grandmothers who refused to forget. Today, when someone in Mexico rubs an egg over a child's body to draw out bad energy, that's the whisper of an ancient world still breathing. It's easy to mock what we don't understand, but those little acts of care, of faith disguised as habit, are the last embers of something extraordinary. Maybe the real brilliance of Aztec healing wasn't in its accuracy, but in its courage. It dared to look at suffering without flinching. It didn't promise immortality, it promised meaning. And perhaps that's why their story endures, because it reminds us that being human has always been a delicate negotiation between pain and wonder. They didn't conquer disease so much as they learned to coexist with it, to find divinity even in discomfort. And if you listen closely, their message hasn't vanished. It hums beneath every whispered prayer in a hospital, every hand that reaches for another in silence, every small act of kindness that refuses despair. The Aztecs might have believed the gods demanded blood, but maybe what the gods really wanted was acknowledgement, that even in a fragile, fleeting life, there is still awe to be found. And perhaps that is the ultimate medicine, to keep searching for meaning, even when it hurts, even when it heals, and even when the gods don't answer, because the act of searching itself keeps the heart alive. There's a quiet brilliance in how the Aztecs turned existence into a living dialogue with the divine. They didn't see life as something to master, but as something to negotiate with, a constant exchange of gratitude and surrender. To them, the body wasn't a collection of organs, but a sacred landscape where gods came to rest, whispering through fever, trembling through heartbeat, glowing through breath. Every sensation, pleasant or painful, was proof that you were still part of the cosmic conversation. And perhaps that's what we've forgotten. That pain, boredom, even confusion are not interruptions of life, but its vocabulary. The Aztecs treated healing like storytelling, and the patient was the main character caught in a spiritual drama. The healer's job wasn't just to mend, but to interpret the plot. A fever might mean a conflict with a forgotten ancestor. A limp could be guilt dragging itself behind you. It wasn't punishment, it was symbolism. The body, they believed, was too honest to lie. It would tell the truth one way or another. Imagine living in a world where your stomachache was considered a moral metaphor. It sounds exhausting, but maybe there's wisdom in it. After all, most of us carry aches we refuse to translate. Their medicine often felt like theater, a fusion of science, faith, and performance. Healers staged small ceremonies filled with color and sound because they believed healing began when the senses were overwhelmed by beauty. The smell of copal smoke, the shimmer of painted feathers, the steady heartbeat of drums, all of it designed to remind the body that it was part of something grander. Even pain could lose its grip in the face of wonder. Modern hospitals could probably learn something from that. Fewer fluorescent lights, more flute solos. Their understanding of plants bordered on the miraculous. They cataloged herbs for everything, from infections to heartbreak. Tlalchichinol soothed fevers, Yautli calmed anxiety, Teonanacitl, the flesh of the gods, opened the mind to visions. They experimented endlessly, guided not by cold analysis but by curiosity and respect. Each discovery came with a ritual, a small act of gratitude to the plant's spirit. Today, we extract chemicals and leave the soul behind. They did the opposite. And maybe that's why their medicine felt alive. It wasn't about control, it was about relationship. Even the way they spoke about blood was poetic. It wasn't just liquid life, it was the currency of creation. To bleed, willingly or otherwise, was to participate in the maintenance of the universe. It sounds extreme, but the metaphor is powerful. They believed giving something of yourself, effort, sweat, tears, was necessary to keep balance. And isn't that still true? We might not cut our skin for the gods, but we certainly bleed in other ways. In time, in exhaustion, in love, every generation sacrifices something to keep the world spinning. The Aztecs just had the courage to ritualize what we pretend not to notice. There was humor, even in their seriousness. One healer reportedly told a patient who complained of back pain, "It's because you've carried too many lies." The patient laughed, and the healer smiled, not because it was a joke, but because laughter itself was medicine. They believed joy could unstick the soul, loosen what pain had tightened. It wasn't just philosophy, it was biology disguised as poetry. Today, scientists call it endorphins. The Aztecs called it divine mischief. They had a word allen, meaning movement, not just physical motion, but the pulse of existence itself. Everything, they said, lives through movement. Water flows, fire dances, the heart beats, the world spins. To stop moving was to die. Healing, therefore, meant returning to movement, emotional, spiritual, physical. When someone was depressed or paralyzed by grief, healers would lead them in rhythmic steps, mimicking the turning of the earth. They believed that once your body remembered rhythm, your spirit would follow. It's almost comic how modern science has circled back to this with dance therapy. The Aztecs would have said, "Took you long enough." Even death, that great silence, was part of the movement. They saw it not as an end, but as a turning. The moment the spirit shed one form to take another. Healers didn't fight death, they escorted it. They prepared the body, not just with herbs, but with words, gentle reminders that the journey was continuing, just elsewhere. Families gathered not in hushed mourning, but in colorful gratitude. They believed the dead stayed near, hovering like warmth after sunlight. And when they felt that warmth fade, they didn't panic. They offered thanks for the visit. Perhaps that's why their view of life feels so free, because nothing was ever truly lost. They saw the body as a sacred mirror for the world. When rivers dried, people suffered thirst. When people grew greedy, the land grew barren. Illness on earth reflected illness in humanity. It's not hard to see the relevance now. We pollute rivers, strip forests, and then wonder why we're anxious and inflamed. The Aztecs would have rolled their eyes and said, "Of course you are. Your lungs and your planet breathe the same air." Their ecology was spiritual long before that word existed. Healing the world and healing yourself were never separate acts. One of the most fascinating practices was temazcal, the steam lodge ritual. Inside a small stone dome, people would sit in darkness as water hissed over hot volcanic rocks, filling the space with heat and smoke. It was purification through discomfort. Sweat was seen as the body's way of confessing. The ceremony wasn't just physical, it was emotional. People cried, laughed, sometimes shouted at invisible demons. When they emerged, trembling and drenched, they called it rebirth. It was therapy, sauna, and sermon in one. Today, we do the same in expensive wellness spas. Same sweat, fewer gods. Their medicine always circled back to gratitude. Every recovery, every healing was followed by an offering. Food, flowers, sometimes a simple song. The act of thanking was itself a cure because it reconnected the healed to the harmony of life. Gratitude wasn't a virtue, it was maintenance. It kept the cosmic machinery running smoothly. And maybe that's something we still get wrong. We thank people, sure, but rarely life itself. The way the Aztecs did when they looked at the sunrise and whispered, "You came back for me." In a way, their worldview was a rebellion against the fear of fragility. They didn't hide from decay, they decorated it. Skulls were carved into walls, not as threats, but as reminders. Everything ends, so make it beautiful while it lasts. It's a perspective that turns tragedy into art. They lived knowing that the gods themselves could die, and that made existence even more precious. Maybe that's the medicine we need now. Not immunity from death, but intimacy with life. Their civilization may have fallen, but their understanding of the human spirit feels strangely modern. They knew that healing requires surrender to nature, to time, to imperfection. They understood that fear makes pain louder and that laughter softens the edge. They taught that gratitude rewires the body, that movement restores the mind, that even suffering can sing if you let it. They didn't have antibiotics or anesthesia, but they had something we often lack: reverence for being alive. And if there's one final truth their world still whispers through the centuries, it's this: that medicine is not about avoiding death, but about learning to live so completely that when death comes, it finds you already fulfilled. The Aztecs, for all their darkness and fire, understood that. Their temples may be in ruins, but their wisdom lingers in every act of kindness, every breath of awe, every human being who chooses to see pain not as punishment, but as proof of participation in the divine experiment called life. The Aztecs lived in a world where every breath was a prayer, every wound a lesson, and every cure a conversation between the visible and the invisible. They didn't divide the sacred from the scientific. They wove them together until healing felt like art. For them, medicine wasn't something you took. It was something you became part of. It involved the entire community, the gods, the land, the wind, and sometimes even the dead. And maybe that's why their approach still feels so alive centuries later, because it wasn't about fighting nature, but remembering you were part of it. When someone fell ill, the first step wasn't diagnosis, it was dialogue. The healer would sit beside the patient, often in silence, watching the way their body spoke. A twitch of the eye, a tremble in the voice, the way a hand hesitated mid-gesture. These were all clues. The Aztecs believed that illness revealed itself in patterns, that the body confessed what the mouth refused to say. Modern doctors call this psychosomatic response. But the Aztecs didn't need a word for it. They just listened. And maybe that's the genius we've lost. The willingness to listen without trying to fix too fast. They had an incredible ability to make medicine poetic without losing practicality. Take, for instance, their understanding of temperature. Not in degrees, but in spirits. A fever wasn't just heat in the body, it was fire out of balance. Coldness wasn't the absence of warmth, but the presence of sorrow. So the cure wasn't just a matter of herbs or salves, but of stories. The healer might tell the patient, "You've angered the sun by hiding from its light," and then prescribe herbs and sunlight, not just to warm the skin, but to remind the person they were still part of the world. It's funny how modern medicine now tells us the same thing with fancier phrasing. Go outside, touch grass, get vitamin D. The Aztecs did it first, and with better metaphors. They believed that plants carried memories, that the earth remembered kindness and could return it through its roots and leaves. Before harvesting a medicinal herb, a healer would whisper to the plant, offering a few grains of maize or a drop of pulque in exchange. The act wasn't superstition, it was reciprocity. To take without asking, they said, was to invite imbalance. Imagine if modern pharmaceutical companies had to ask permission from the plants they harvest. There'd be a lot fewer pills and a lot more apologies. Yet the idea behind it remains powerful. Healing that doesn't respect nature will eventually harm the healer. The line between body and spirit was not a line at all. It was a loop. The Aztecs understood that grief could make the stomach ache, that shame could fever the blood, that love could heal wounds faster than herbs. They didn't treat emotions as abstract concepts, but as living forces moving through the veins. So if someone's heart was heavy, the healer might prescribe a ritual bath with flowers known for their lightness, marigolds, lilies, and cacao blossoms, to lift the spirit through the senses. It wasn't placebo, it was poetry turned into physiology. And really, who hasn't felt better after a good scent, a warm bath, and someone reminding them they're still worth tending to? They viewed laughter as sacred sound, a kind of spontaneous exorcism. During community festivals, entire villages would gather just to laugh at the absurdity of life and death. They mocked their own fears out loud, told stories about foolish gods and greedy kings, and howled until their ribs hurt. The Aztecs said that laughter confused evil spirits, and maybe it does, because it certainly confuses despair. Even now, science confirms that laughter releases healing chemicals, lowers stress, strengthens immunity. But the Aztecs didn't need a peer-reviewed study. They just needed a good punchline in a sky full of stars. And then there were their midwives, perhaps the most respected healers of all. These women guided life into the world with a calmness that felt divine. They whispered to newborns as if translating between dimensions, thanking them for returning to Earth. When complications arose, they called upon the goddess ticitl, patron of both sin and purification, asking her to untie the knots of pain. It's hard not to marvel at the duality of it, a deity who embodied both dirt and cleansing, sin and salvation. It's almost comedic in its wisdom. The same God who tempts you also forgives you. The Aztecs understood what we still struggle with. The contradiction isn't failure, it's the foundation of being human. Their healers were expected to know not just remedies, but rhythms. Healing had its own timing, you couldn't rush it. A wound needed silence, a fever needed song, grief needed patience. The healer's role was to feel the tempo of recovery, to guide it like a dance. It's easy to imagine them as choreographers of life itself, knowing when to press, when to pause, when to simply sit beside someone until the gods remembered mercy. Perhaps that's the real reason their medicine endured, because it treated time as medicine too. They even believed the act of cooking could heal. Food was not just nourishment, but ritual. Each ingredient had a symbolic role. Corn for strength, chili for courage, cacao for joy. Meals were prepared with intention, every stir and sprinkle a form of prayer. They said that a meal cooked in anger could poison even the healthiest man. Maybe they were right. We've all tasted meals where bitterness survived the seasoning. It's almost comical, the idea that emotions could flavor food, until you remember how powerful they really are. Their understanding of death was perhaps their most healing concept of all. Death wasn't an ending, but a reorganization of energy. When someone died, the community didn't simply mourn. They interacted with the spirit. Offerings were made, songs were sung, and food was shared as if the deceased were just traveling to a different village. The Aztecs believed the soul passed through 9 levels before reaching peace. each one requiring courage, forgiveness, and humility. The living helped by remembering, by speaking the person's name, by keeping their stories alive. It wasn't just tradition, it was therapy disguised as devotion. They kept grief in motion, never letting it stagnate. Even in the harshness of their rituals, there was always tenderness. The same people who cut themselves to honor gods also rubbed honey on each other's wounds afterward. Pain and care weren't opposites, they were partners. Life demanded both. Maybe that's the secret at the heart of Aztec medicine. It didn't promise comfort, but it did promise meaning. Every hardship, every healing, every heartbeat had a purpose. You didn't need to escape suffering, you just needed to understand its place in the dance. Their world may seem distant now, buried beneath centuries of conquest and silence, but its echoes are everywhere. Every time we light a candle for someone sick, whisper gratitude before eating, or find humor in our hardest moments, we're continuing that same conversation. They believed the gods listened through us, that laughter, love, and courage were the oldest prayers of all. And maybe that's the lesson the Aztecs left hidden beneath the ruins, that healing isn't about living forever, but about living deeply, vividly, unapologetically, even through pain. They understood that the body breaks, the heart cracks, the mind wanders, and that's precisely what makes us holy. To them, every scar was sacred text, every tear a small offering, every recovery a miracle of rhythm between human and divine. Because in the end, they knew what we keep forgetting, that to heal isn't to return to what you were before. It's to become something wiser, softer, and infinitely more alive. A living reminder that the gods never stopped breathing through us, even when we stopped believing in them. The Aztecs believed that the human body was a reflection of the universe, a living constellation made of blood, breath, and borrowed light. To them, health wasn't simply the absence of pain, it was the art of harmony, the ability to keep your inner cosmos spinning in rhythm with the outer one. They saw illness as a form of dissonance, a note out of tune in the grand song of existence. And unlike us, they didn't fear that dissonance, they listened to it. Because to the Aztecs, even discomfort carried divine instructions, written not on tablets or scrolls, but inside the body itself. When someone grew sick, it wasn't seen as failure, but as invitation. The healer's task wasn't to destroy the sickness, but to decode it, to uncover what part of the universe had gone unheard. They would study the patient's dreams, their fears, their habits, and even their laughter, because sometimes laughter could sound like a cry that lost its way. There's something profoundly human about that. The Aztecs understood what we often deny, that healing doesn't begin when the pain stops, it begins when the silence breaks. They had a curious tenderness toward the forces they couldn't control. Rain, fire, disease, all of it was alive and all of it deserved respect. They spoke to illness the way we talk to a stubborn child. "What are you trying to tell me?" they'd ask. It sounds strange until you realize that most of us do this too, just in whispers. We ask why we're tired, why our heart races, why our body suddenly forgets how to rest. The Aztecs just said those questions out loud, under the moon, surrounded by smoke and drums, which, honestly, feels a lot more therapeutic than scrolling through symptoms online at 2 a.m. Their healers were part scientist, part philosopher, part stand-up comedian of the sacred. They understood that laughter could puncture fear faster than any blade. One story tells of a healer who cured a warrior's chronic headaches not with herbs but with ridicule. He made the man wear a giant feathered headdress for an entire day and parade through the marketplace. The warrior's pride burned hotter than his pain, and by the end of the day, his headache, and his arrogance, had vanished. The Aztecs didn't separate the mind from the body. They knew both had to be humbled before either could heal. They also understood that time itself was medicine. They followed a sacred calendar not just for planting and rituals, but for curing. Certain days were favorable for specific treatments, aligned with cosmic forces. Healing wasn't just what you did, but when you did it. It's funny. They wouldn't have trusted a doctor who couldn't read the stars, while we wouldn't trust one who did. Yet, there's something poetic in the belief that the universe participates in your recovery, that your fate is timed with the heartbeat of the sun. Their use of sound as therapy was mesmerizing. They played drums that mimicked thunder, flutes that echoed wind, and rattles that sounded like rain. Each meant to summon balance between the elements of the body. The idea was simple. If your spirit had forgotten its rhythm, the music would remind it. Patients didn't just lie there. They were encouraged to move, to sway, to breathe in sync with the sound. It wasn't about curing the body. It was about remembering you had one. The Aztecs saw music as medicine that didn't enter through the mouth, but through the soul. Maybe that's why, even today, the right song can heal something no doctor can reach. They believed the stomach was the seat of emotion, where the gods of hunger, love, and fear shared a home. When someone suffered heartbreak, the healer didn't just comfort them with words. They gave them warm maize broth laced with chocolate, a sacred combination meant to reignite the inner fire. And it worked, at least symbolically. The warmth of the drink was a reminder that life, even after betrayal, still flowed. It's strangely comforting that centuries before the concept of comfort food, The Aztecs had already turned cuisine into compassion. Their relationship with the earth was more intimate than ours could ever be. They treated the soil as both womb and physician. When someone felt cursed or spiritually heavy, they'd bury their hands or feet in the dirt, letting the earth absorb what no longer served. It wasn't just ritual, it was therapy through surrender. The act of touching the ground reconnected them to humility, a reminder that they were guests, not masters, of the planet. Today we call it grounding, but the Aztecs didn't need fancy terminology to feel alive. They already knew the secret. Healing begins where the skin meets the soil. They even used smell as a bridge to the divine. Incense made from copal resin filled the air during rituals, not only to honor the gods, but to calm the nerves. The scent was said to attract good spirits and drive away illness, though modern science would simply call it stress relief. The Aztecs didn't see a difference. For them, to breathe deeply was an act of worship. Maybe that's the most radical thing about their worldview. They didn't separate survival from spirituality. Every inhale was an offering, every exhale a release. They had no fear of decay. In fact, they found beauty in it. When plants wilted or flesh decomposed, it was simply the universe recycling itself. They saw rot not as destruction, but as digestion. The earth consuming what it had birthed. There's dark humor in that, the kind that makes you uncomfortable and wise at the same time. The Aztecs didn't sanitize existence. They honored its messiness. Maybe that's why their temples smelled like blood and flowers at once. Because they knew creation and destruction always arrived hand in hand. Even their medicine for the spirit had a kind of mischievous practicality. If someone was haunted by guilt or bad dreams, they were told to confess not to a priest, but to running water. The healer would lead them to a river, where they'd whisper their regrets into the current and watch the water carry them away. The act was simple, but the psychology was brilliant. Watching your pain physically drift out of sight has a way of convincing the heart that it's lighter. Today, we pay for therapy. They paid in humility. And yet, their most profound wisdom might be this: they never tried to escape their humanity. They didn't chase immortality or perfection. They accepted impermanence as sacred, pain as purposeful, and joy as fleeting but divine. They lived knowing that every beat of the drum was one closer to silence, and that made them dance harder. It's tragic, yes, but also freeing. Because what's the point of healing if not to live with gratitude for the temporary miracle of being here at all? Their legacy survives not in ruins, but in rhythm, in every act of care that acknowledges connection over control. You can still feel it in modern Mexican culture. The respect for ancestors, the laughter at death, the medicine made from herbs and hope. The Aztecs never vanished. They just transformed. Their philosophy breathes through generations that still believe healing isn't found in escaping pain, but in transforming it into meaning. And maybe that's the final lesson hidden in their story. That medicine, at its core, isn't about avoiding suffering, but learning to coexist with it. The Aztecs didn't ask, "How can I stop hurting?" They asked, "What is this hurt trying to teach me?" And that question, whispered through centuries of smoke and song, still reaches us today, reminding us that the body's true genius isn't in surviving without scars, but in turning every scar into proof that we've lived fully, fiercely, and without apology. The Aztecs lived in a world where even suffering had manners. Pain was not a stranger to be banished, but a guest to be understood, entertained, and sometimes even fed. They believed that the gods themselves had shaped humanity out of sacrifice, that life owed its rhythm to the pulse of pain and renewal. So, to them, illness wasn't an interruption of life, but part of its dialogue. It spoke a language the wise could interpret. Fevers were warnings, wounds were negotiations, and recovery was a reconciliation between chaos and order. It's almost comic to think about. We panic when we sneeze twice, while the Aztecs probably shrugged and said, "Ah, yes," a polite reminder from the rain god. Their entire concept of medicine was theatrical and intimate, equal parts science and ceremony. Imagine lying on a woven mat while your healer, painted in stripes of ash and red, crushes herbs, murmurs prayers, and chews cacao before spitting it into a potion. Horrifying? Perhaps, but somehow poetic. Because every gesture meant something. The healer wasn't just fixing a body, they were rebalancing a story. Healing, in their eyes, was narrative repair. The body was the manuscript. Illness, the smudge. The cure, a rewriting of destiny. Maybe that's why they treated recovery as an act of art, not efficiency. They didn't separate medicine from morality. To heal meant to restore harmony not just in the flesh, but in the world around you. If your stomach hurt, maybe you'd spoken without gratitude. If your heart ached, perhaps you'd forgotten to forgive. The healer might hand you a bitter herb and a small task. Go feed a hungry neighbor, confess a truth, or pour water on dry soil. It sounds mystical, but it's actually brilliant psychology. They turned ethics into therapy. Healing wasn't passive, it was participatory. You couldn't just swallow a cure, you had to earn it. Their view of the human body was cosmic. They believed it mirrored the universe. Veins were rivers, lungs were winds, bones were mountains. The heart was a miniature sun. To harm the body was to disturb creation itself. It gave them a kind of reverence for mortality that feels strangely enviable. They didn't fear their fragility, they honored it. They built temples that bled, cities that breathed, and rituals that echoed the heartbeat of time. Maybe that's why their civilization, though destroyed, still feels alive, because it was built not on denial of death, but on its understanding. They saw healers not as masters of the body, but translators between worlds. The best ones could speak to the invisible, to the gods of sickness, to ancestors, to the soul of the earth itself. These healers, called ticitl, were chosen through dreams. If a child spoke to fire in their sleep or wept when the rain fell, it meant the spirits had already hired them. Their training wasn't just academic, it was existential. They fasted, endured isolation, learned humility before plants. By the time they touched their first patient, they'd already been cured of arrogance. It's a lesson modern medicine could use. Fewer ego trips, more spiritual internships. The plants themselves were partners in this divine comedy. Every leaf, every root had its own temperament. Some plants were considered friendly, others moody, others downright sarcastic. One healer recorded that if an herb refused to work, it was because the patient hadn't apologized for doubting it. It's both absurd and endearing, the idea that you could offend a plant. Yet, in a strange way, it makes sense. Gratitude, after all, changes chemistry. The Aztecs just externalized what we now internalize. They taught that respect wasn't symbolic, it was medicinal. The act of healing was as much about rhythm as remedy. Ceremonies unfolded in beats, breaths, and repetitions. The drumming wasn't background noise, it was synchronization therapy. The body, they said, remembers through rhythm. The drums reminded it of the heartbeat of creation. The same principle applies today, though now we call it entrainment. Almas. It's what happens when your pulse steadies to music, or when grief softens after a song that understands you better than words. The Aztec. The Aztecs never separated the act of healing from the act of meaning. To them, medicine wasn't just about restoring the body, it was about rebalancing the universe, about realigning one's breath with the pulse of creation. Every cure was a small rehearsal for harmony, and every sickness, a reminder that existence itself was fragile and magnificent at once. They treated pain the way an artist treats a blank canvas, not as something to erase, but as something to shape into revelation. And maybe that's what makes their worldview so hypnotic. It wasn't afraid to look at suffering and still call it sacred. The healer's hut was never quiet. There were no white walls or sterile smells. Instead, there were feathers, stones, smoke, songs. The soundtrack of a civilization that believed the soul listened before the ears did. Patients didn't just receive treatment, they participated in it. Healing was theater, and the body was both the stage and the audience. Drums echoed like heartbeats. Incense curled like prayers turned visible. It was a show where even the pain got a speaking role. And in a strange way, it worked. Not because of the rituals themselves, but because they made people believe they were part of something greater than their own suffering. Their healers had a reputation that mixed awe with fear. They could soothe a wound with honey and maguey sap, or silence a curse with words that sounded like wind. But they also knew the limits of their power. When a sickness refused to leave, they didn't blame failure. They called it fate. The gods have chosen otherwise, they'd say, wrapping the patient in flowers and acceptance. It sounds cold to modern ears, but there's comfort in that surrender. Sometimes healing isn't resistance, it's reconciliation. We spend our lives fighting inevitability, but the Aztecs, they practiced the art of making peace with it. Even their cures had a sense of irony. A man with stomach pain might be told to eat roasted ants. A feverish child might be cooled with chili rubbed on the soles of their feet. Brutal, yes, but creative. Their logic was that fighting fire with fire reminded the body how to balance. And sometimes it actually worked. They understood contrast better than we do. They knew that discomfort, in small doses, could lead to strength. Theirs was a civilization that made peace with paradox, and laughed at it. One healer even joked that the gods invented pain so we wouldn't die of boredom. Imagine a civilization that could face agony and still crack a joke. That's not savagery, that's wisdom wearing a mischievous grin. The Aztecs believed that words themselves had weight. A curse could cause disease, and a blessing could cure it. They treated language like medicine, to be measured, not wasted. Healers would whisper to herbs before crushing them, murmur to the patient's pulse as if convincing it to calm down. Even silence had texture. It wasn't absence, it was the sound of the gods listening back. And maybe that's what's missing in our world. We talk too much to fill the quiet, but we rarely listen to what our bodies are trying to say. The Aztecs didn't drown in noise, they turned it into conversation. There's an almost humorous humility in their approach. They accepted that the universe could be both magnificent and absurd. One of their creation myths said the world only exists because the gods got drunk on pulque, a fermented cactus drink, and accidentally spilled life onto the earth. Imagine basing your theology on divine clumsiness, yet there's something freeing in that. It means perfection was never the goal. Mistake was sacred too. Their medicine carried that same philosophy. You don't need to be flawless to heal, you just need to participate in the dance. The Temazcal, their sweat lodge, embodied that philosophy perfectly. It was a small, round structure like a womb made of stone where people entered to purge sickness through heat and breath. Inside, darkness pressed against the skin, steam hissed, and chants filled the air. It was said that inside the Temazcal, time melted, and the body remembered it was borrowed from the earth. Sweat became prayer, breath became rebirth. People emerged trembling and radiant, as if the gods had scrubbed them clean. It wasn't about escaping discomfort. It was about walking through it and coming out transformed. There's comedy in it, too. Imagine explaining to an Aztec that modern people pay for spa saunas with cucumber water. They'd probably laugh, and then offer you chili-infused cacao instead. Their healers also practiced what we might call psychological medicine. They believed certain emotions lived in specific parts of the body. Envy made the liver swell, regret hid in the bones. Love, the dangerous kind, fluttered behind the ribs like a trapped bird. To release these emotions, they prescribed rituals rather than remedies. A guilty man might be told to confess to a tree. A jealous woman to bathe in moonlight until her anger dissolved. It's poetic, but also remarkably practical. They gave feelings a form, and by doing so, made them something you could face. We call it therapy now. They called it returning to balance. Even their laughter had rules. There was laughter for joy, laughter for fear, laughter that called down rain, and laughter that mocked death itself. During certain festivals, people would dress as skeletons, clinking their bones and dancing wildly, reminding everyone that death wasn't a stranger. It was the most honest guest at the party. They didn't hide from it. They invited it in, poured it a drink, and toasted to its patience. There's something beautiful in that kind of audacity. The courage to laugh while the world crumbles, to find light even in endings. Their relationship with nature was the foundation of everything. They believed humans were the earth's temporary caretakers, not its owners. Every act of healing, every harvest, every birth was accompanied by offerings, corn, blood, flowers, tokens of gratitude to the forces that sustained them. It wasn't superstition, it was stewardship. They didn't see nature as a resource to be exploited, but as a relative to be respected. And maybe that's why their medicine felt so alive. Because it wasn't about control, it was about cooperation. They didn't conquer nature. They conversed with it. In their eyes, even decay was divine. A fallen leaf, a decomposing animal, a fading breath, all part of the same sacred exchange. They saw death feeding life and called it justice. To the Aztecs, the gods weren't distant beings watching from above. They were within the mud, the rain, the heartbeat. Healing, therefore, wasn't about purity. It was about participation. To be healed was to rejoin the cycle, to let yourself belong again to the grand conversation of existence. It's strange how modern medicine has come full circle, rediscovering what they already knew. We now talk about holistic health, emotional intelligence, mindfulness, all ideas the Aztecs lived without needing to name. They didn't have data, but they had understanding. They didn't measure life, they experienced it. Maybe progress isn't always about inventing new truths, but remembering old ones we buried under convenience. And perhaps that's the real legacy of Aztec healing, the reminder that life itself is the medicine, that laughter can cure despair, that gratitude can mend the spirit, that pain, when honored, can teach tenderness. They didn't try to escape the chaos of existence. They danced inside it. Their rituals, their jokes, their ceremonies, all were ways of saying the same thing. Being alive hurts, but it's the most exquisite pain there is. Because in the end, the Aztecs didn't fear suffering. They feared meaninglessness. And maybe that's why their worldview still resonates. Because it tells us that the cure for despair isn't perfection, but participation. To breathe, to cry, to laugh, to bleed. These were all proofs that the gods hadn't abandoned you. The pulse in your wrist was the pulse of the universe itself. And as long as you could feel it, as long as the drums kept beating and the songs kept rising, you were still part of the sacred story that began long before you and will keep singing long after you're gone. The Aztecs lived in a world where everything was alive. Not just animals and people, but rivers, stones, clouds, and even pain itself. They didn't believe in coincidence. Every event, every illness, every burst of laughter was part of a pattern woven by unseen hands. To them, the universe wasn't random, it was relational. You weren't simply living in the world, you were living with it, in constant negotiation. Maybe that's why they treated healing as a dialogue instead of a prescription. Because how do you cure something that isn't broken, only misunderstood? Their healers, the ticitl, weren't just experts in herbs. They were translators between the physical and the divine. They read the body the way a priest reads scripture, searching for the story behind every symptom. A fever wasn't just heat, it was an argument between body and spirit. A cough was an infection. It was a confession the lungs couldn't keep quiet. They saw sickness as a form of truth-telling, a brutal honesty the soul used when words failed. And maybe they were right. How often does our body say what our mouth refuses to? The Aztecs just listened better. Their cures could seem eccentric. Part science, part poetry, part dare. For stomach pain, they might mix crushed jade with herbs and frog livers. For bad dreams, a smoke bath with burning chili peppers. Imagine being told your therapy involves breathing chili fumes, healing and suffering at the same time, a true 2-for-1 deal. But behind the absurdity was faith in balance. They believed opposites healed each other. Heat cured coldness, bitterness balanced sweetness, chaos restored order. It wasn't chemistry, it was philosophy disguised as medicine. And ironically, that idea still holds. Too much comfort can make you weak, too much control can make you sick. They had an obsession with purification, not just of the body, but of thought. Bathing wasn't hygiene, it was ritual. Steam lodges, the temazcals, symbolized the womb of the earth. Entering one meant being reborn, sweating out sins, toxins, and yesterday's regrets. The walls echoed with chants, the air thick with sage and laughter. Some people cried, others fainted, others simply emerged quieter as if the heat had burned away noise. It's funny, we now pay fortunes for detox retreats that promise the same thing, minus the spirituality and the communal singing. Maybe the Aztecs were the first wellness influencers, except their hashtags were carved in stone. They saw the heart as the house of the soul, but not the sentimental kind we imagine today. For them, the heart was an engine of cosmic rhythm. It beat in sync with the sun. When it faltered, the world itself seemed to dim. That's why blood was sacred. It wasn't violence, it was fuel for the divine machinery. To offer blood was to keep creation running. It's a terrifying idea, but it also carries strange poetry. They saw generosity not as a virtue, but as a necessity. Even the gods had to give of themselves to sustain balance. And in that sense, their worldview wasn't cruel. It was reciprocal. Every gift, even pain, had to circulate. Their ceremonies could blur the line between medicine and magic. Healers didn't just treat the sick. They reenacted the myths that created the world. When a child was ill, they might perform a ritual, mimicking the sun's journey through darkness, believing that by replaying creation, the child would find their way back to light. It sounds theatrical, but it's deeply psychological. By placing suffering within a story, they made it survivable. Pain became narrative instead of chaos. And isn't that what we do when we talk about trauma? We turn it into a story so it doesn't devour us. The Aztecs just used fire, flowers, and drums instead of therapists. Even their use of color and healing carried symbolism. Red represented vitality and courage, black wisdom and mystery, green renewal and hope. A healer might paint red lines on a patient's chest to remind the blood where to go, or scatter yellow flowers to invite sunlight back into the spirit. It's both charming and profound, the belief that color could speak to the soul. Today we call it chromotherapy and sell it with LED lights, but the idea is the same. Light heals because we are made of it. They were masters of paradox. They could perform sacrifices in the morning and cradle a newborn in the afternoon with the same reverence. They didn't see contradiction. They saw completeness. Life required both the wound and the cure. Even laughter, they said, was sacred because it came from the same place as tears. During festivals, they dance until exhaustion, drink chocolate laced with chili, and mock their own gods in songs. It was divine irreverence, healing through humor. They believed laughter confused death, made it trip over its own seriousness. And really, that's not far from truth. When we laugh in the face of despair, we steal its thunder. Their understanding of mental health was startlingly intuitive. They believed madness wasn't madness but misalignment, a spirit trapped between worlds. The cure wasn't confinement but reconnection. Healers used music, touch, and storytelling to call the lost soul back home. Some even placed obsidian mirrors near the patient's bed so the spirit could see itself and remember where it belongs. Modern psychology calls it self-reflection. The Aztecs meant it literally. Maybe they were laughing at us from the afterlife, thinking, "We told you mirrors were medicine." Food was their everyday pharmacy. Maize, beans, and chili weren't just staples. They were sacred triads of nourishment. Each meal was a ceremony, every flavor a dialogue with the gods. Salt purified, corn sustained, cacao elevated mood. Essentially ancient antidepressants that tasted better than pills. They believed overeating dulled the spirit, while fasting sharpened it. Moderation wasn't about discipline, it was about respect. You didn't consume to fill emptiness, you ate to participate in creation. Imagine if we approached food that way, not as distraction, but as devotion. Even love in their world had medicine in it. They said falling in love was like catching a fever, dangerous, divine, and curable only through surrender. The goddess Ticitl ruled passion and healing alike. Lovers offered her flowers, both as tribute and apology, because love, like health, required maintenance. They didn't romanticize it, they ritualized it. And maybe that's why their marriages, though arranged, were celebrated with more sincerity than most modern weddings. They understood that love, like healing, was less about possession and more about patience. There's a haunting beauty in how they faced mortality. They didn't chase immortality, they cultivated memory. To be remembered was to live twice. Death, they believed, only erased the body. not the story. Families kept altars filled with food, candles, and laughter for their ancestors, not out of mourning, but gratitude. They believed the dead came back once a year to visit. You might know it now as Dia de los Muertos, a holiday that still carries the pulse of that ancient rhythm. The Aztecs taught that if you could smile while feeding your dead, you had finally understood life. And maybe that's the essence of their medicine, not perfection, but participation. They didn't try to outwit nature or outlive death. They simply wanted to stay in rhythm with both. Healing wasn't about erasing pain, it was about remembering your place in the dance. They knew that the heart breaks not to weaken you, but to make space for light. Their world was harsh, yes, but it was honest. A world where you could cry, laugh, bleed, and still be holy. So when we look back at them through the haze of time, maybe we're not peering into a primitive past, but a forgotten mirror, because everything they knew about balance, gratitude, laughter, surrender still lives in us. We've just wrapped it in technology and forgotten to call it sacred. The Aztecs didn't fear chaos. They worshipped it. They understood that life's mess wasn't an error in the system, it was the system. And that might be the truest medicine of all, to stop fighting the imperfection of existence and start dancing with it instead. The Aztecs lived as if the entire world were an open wound that needed constant tending, bleeding, feeding, and healing all at once. Their view of existence wasn't linear but circular, like a heartbeat repeating itself through time. Birth and death weren't opposites. They were neighbors, sharing the same wall. To them, the universe wasn't cruel. It was just busy keeping balance. Every joy required a sacrifice, and every sacrifice was a kind of gratitude. It sounds brutal to us now, but maybe that's only because we've forgotten that comfort and meaning rarely live in the same house. Their medicine wasn't just about herbs and rituals. It was about identity. You didn't visit a healer just to stop hurting. You went to remember who you were. They believed illness came when you lost your sense of place in the cosmic order, when your heart forgot the rhythm of the gods. So the cure wasn't only physical, it involved storytelling, confession, sometimes even laughter that bordered on blasphemy. The healer would make you face your shadow, mock your fears, or sing your pain into absurdity until it lost its grip. Imagine being scolded and serenaded at the same time. Therapy with percussion. Pain, in their world, had purpose. It wasn't the enemy, it was the messenger. The Aztecs believed the gods spoke through suffering, using it as a kind of celestial punctuation. Stub your toe? The universe is reminding you to pay attention. Get sick? Perhaps you've ignored a promise to the gods, or worse, to yourself. It's easy to dismiss this as superstition, yet how many times have we found wisdom hiding inside discomfort? Sometimes pain doesn't punish, it points. The Aztecs just took that idea and wrapped it in feathers, fire, and blood. They had a strange relationship with humor, too. They didn't use it to escape reality, but to digest it. During rituals, jesters and clowns, sacred ones, not fools, would mock priests, gods, and even the emperor. They could say the unsayable, laugh at the sacred, and survive it. That was their medicine for power, laughter as resistance, as purification. The Aztecs believed that without humor, reverence rotted into fear. It's ironic how they use jokes to maintain balance, while modern societies use fear to maintain control. Maybe the clowns had it right. Sometimes the only way to honor the divine is to laugh at how ridiculous it all is. In the heart of their cities stood temples that were both hospitals and theaters of transformation. Healers moved like dancers, each gesture deliberate, each movement part of a choreography that blurred medicine and art. They used obsidian mirrors to diagnose spiritual illnesses. Patients would be told to stare into their own reflection until the darkness blinked back. If they saw distortion, it meant imbalance. If they saw nothing, it meant the gods were hiding something. The mirror wasn't a window, it was a question. Perhaps that's the truest form of healing, learning to look at yourself until the reflection tells the truth you've been avoiding. Food itself was part of that truth-telling. The Aztecs didn't eat casually. Every ingredient had meaning, every flavor a moral. Maize was life, beans were endurance, chili was courage. They combined these, not just to fill their stomachs, but to feed their spirits. Before every meal, they thanked the gods who had died to make plants grow, a reminder that every bite carried a story of sacrifice. We laugh at that kind of devotion while scrolling through delivery apps, but maybe they were the ones who understood food best. Not as fuel, but as communion. Their knowledge of herbs bordered on miraculous. They cataloged hundreds of plants, from the healing sap of maguey to the hallucinogenic seeds of morning glory. The latter, they said, allowed the healer to see inside the patient's soul. Modern scientists call it ergine, a chemical cousin of LSD. The Aztecs called it conversation with the gods. And here's the kicker. They used it responsibly, in ritual context, never as escape. They didn't chase visions for pleasure, they sought them for purpose. That's something worth laughing at today. An ancient empire knew how to use psychedelics better than we do with all our research papers. Even childbirth was a battle in their cosmology. Women who died giving birth were honored as warriors. Their souls joined the sun's journey, escorting it through the sky until sunset. It was brutal and beautiful, the idea that bringing life meant becoming light. They saw creation not as gentle, but as fierce, an act of defiance against death. Perhaps that's the quiet secret of their worldview. Everything worth doing demanded a little dying first. They practiced medicine with ceremony, not because it made them superstitious, but because it made them attentive. Every drumbeat, every chant, every herb crushed into paste carried intention. Healing wasn't mechanical, it was participatory. The patient wasn't a passive recipient, but a co-creator of recovery. You weren't fixed, you were reborn. It's strange how modern medicine, with all its precision, often misses that sense of meaning. We've mastered curing, but forgotten how to heal. Death didn't end their healing rituals either. When someone passed, their body was anointed with perfumes and wrapped in fine cloth, surrounded by offerings of food and flowers. Family members whispered secrets into the corpse's ear, words they wished they'd said while the person lived. It wasn't morbid, it was closure turned sacred. They believed the soul lingered for 4 days before departing, listening to every goodbye. The Aztecs treated grief not as something to be endured, but as something to be shared. Imagine how different mourning would be if we still believed the dead could hear our love. They even had a cure for bad luck, and it involved dancing. If misfortune clung to someone, they'd join a public ritual where the community danced around them, laughing and clapping until the darkness lost interest and left. Whether or not it worked, it must have felt wonderful, to have your whole village remind you that even your suffering wasn't yours alone. Maybe that's the medicine we've lost, the reminder that being human is a shared disease with laughter as its only reliable treatment. Their healers carried obsidian knives not just to cut flesh, but to release burdens. A ritual nick on the skin, a drop of blood offered to the earth. Symbolic acts that said, "Take what no longer serves me." It wasn't self-harm, it was self-renewal. Pain was currency, and they spent it wisely. The act turned guilt into gratitude. We call it letting go. They called it feeding the gods. Different language, same need. Even their myths of creation echoed through their medicine. They believed the world had been born and destroyed 5 times, each era ending in disaster: fire, flood, jaguars, wind. And yet, here they were, building again. Their entire civilization was a testament to resilience. The lesson was clear. Destruction isn't the opposite of creation, it's part of it. Maybe that's why they faced illness and death with such composure. They knew everything, even suffering, was just another version of beginning. In a way, their disgusting medicine, the insects, the bloodletting, the strange rituals, was never about horror. It was about honesty. They accepted that life was messy, that healing was uncomfortable, that beauty could grow out of decay. They didn't sanitize the sacred, they touched it with dirty hands. And perhaps that's the final quiet wisdom hidden beneath their temples. Healing doesn't mean avoiding the grotesque parts of existence. It means finding grace inside them. Because to the Aztecs, the divine was not distant or clean. It was raw, sticky, alive. And so were they. They didn't pray for the world to be perfect. They participated in its imperfection. And that might be the most powerful medicine of all, to stop running from what hurts, to meet it with reverence, and to remember, as they did, that sometimes the gods don't speak through miracles, but through the beautiful chaos of being alive. The Aztecs believed that the body was a map of the universe, and every pain was a storm rolling across that map. To them, illness wasn't chaos. It was communication. The body spoke in fevers, the spirit in dreams, and the gods in silence. What made their medicine so strange to us wasn't the bloodletting or the chanting. It was the audacity of believing that everything was connected. You couldn't heal a wound without speaking to the rain. You couldn't treat a fever without apologizing to the sun. You couldn't cure loneliness without feeding the earth. It sounds mystical, almost naive. And yet, it's the kind of wisdom that modern science keeps rediscovering, just in lab coats instead of feathers. Their approach to pain was fascinatingly fearless. Where we reach for anesthesia, they reached for understanding. Pain was sacred, a bridge between the physical and divine. When a patient cried out during a ritual, the healer didn't hush them, they listened. Each sound meant something, a plea, a release, a confession. They said the gods could only hear you through the sound of your suffering, which is either profound or deeply inconvenient. But think about it. And what if pain really was a language? The Aztecs weren't masochists. They were linguists of agony. They treated pain as a teacher, not a punishment. And maybe they were right. After all, how often does real growth come wrapped in comfort? They didn't just heal bodies. They repaired stories. When someone fell ill, the healer would ask, not what hurts, but what changed. Maybe the person offended a spirit, neglected a ritual, or simply forgot to laugh. Illness, they believed, began in forgetfulness. Forgetting to honor the gods, the land, the people, or oneself. The cure was remembering. So healing meant restoring your story to the right place in the great cosmic narrative. It wasn't about killing the disease, it was about rejoining the conversation. Ironically, modern psychology says the same thing. We heal by integrating the parts of ourselves we've ignored. The Aztecs just explained it with a bit more fire and fewer therapy invoices. Their temples were laboratories of the sacred and the grotesque. Obsidian blades glinted beside bundles of sage, blood offerings mingled with perfume made from flowers. Healers kept jars filled with powders from crushed bones and roasted insects, medicine that could make you gag and save your life in the same breath. And it wasn't superstition. Many of their remedies actually worked. Antibacterial honey, anesthetic plants, even clay that neutralized toxins. They didn't have microscopes, but they had pattern recognition. If they didn't see cells, they saw cycles. That's the genius of ancient medicine. It didn't need proof to understand relationship. There's a dark humor in how they treated imbalance. If you were too cold, they'd make you sweat until you cursed the gods. Too hot, they'd bury you in cool mud and chant until you trembled. If your spirit wandered, they'd tie strings of herbs around your limbs to trap the soul before it escapes. Picture it. A grown man wrapped in plants like a very confused burrito of destiny, but underneath the absurdity was tenderness. They believed healing required humility, that the gods only helped those willing to look ridiculous in pursuit of balance. Children were treated with both compassion and cruelty by modern standards. A feverish child might be given baths of chili water to burn the sickness out, while another might be fed mashed insects for strength. But they were also wrapped in songs, lullabies that called on divine mothers to cradle them through the night. Healing was never purely physical. It was theatrical, rhythmic, deeply emotional. It turned suffering into performance, not to trivialize it, but to keep despair from swallowing the room. There's something strangely comforting in that idea. Pain feels smaller when it's shared, especially when someone's singing in your ear about it. The Aztecs saw dreams as diagnostic tools. The ticitl, their physicians, studied what patients saw at night to determine what ailed them by day. A dream of falling meant a weakening spirit. A dream of fire could signal fever or rage. Dreams weren't private. They were prescriptions written in the language of symbols. The healer's job was to translate. Sometimes they'd tell you to eat a specific herb, sometimes to forgive a relative, and sometimes to stop eating corn from a cursed field. Modern medicine might roll its eyes at that, but really, who hasn't had a dream so strange it felt like your subconscious was filing a complaint? Even their architecture carried medicine. The great temples were designed to echo heartbeats, literally. The stone corridors and plazas amplified footsteps into rhythmic thuds that reminded people of life, pulsing beneath everything. Rituals were performed at sunrise because the Aztecs believed morning light had healing properties, especially when it touched water. That's not superstition, it's early phototherapy. They didn't measure vitamin D, but they knew instinctively that light repaired the weary. They were scientists in disguise. Only their lab reports were written in chants and obsidian dust. Their worldview made no distinction between the sacred and the disgusting. Blood, saliva, sweat, all holy substances. To offer them wasn't grotesque, it was grateful. They didn't flinch from the body's messiness because they understood that creation itself was messy. Life, to them, was a collaboration between decay and renewal. They honored rot because rot was how things returned to the earth. The irony is that while we obsess over cleanliness, they found beauty in filth. Not because they liked it, but because they knew it was honest. There's something liberating in that. Maybe the real sickness of the modern world isn't bacteria, but denial. Even death had its healers. When someone died, it wasn't the end of care. It was the beginning of a new kind. The body was cleansed, the spirit guided, the family comforted with rituals that blurred mourning and celebration. They said grief should move, not sit still. The tears should water the earth, not drown the living. Mourners were told to laugh, to feast, to remember. The dead weren't gone, they were traveling. And that belief gave medicine its final form, acceptance. Because what good is curing the body if the spirit still refuses to let go? It's easy to dismiss their practices as barbaric, but maybe what they really understood was proportion. For every act of sacrifice, there was one of service. For every drop of blood spilled, there was a song sung in gratitude. They balanced horror with beauty, death with renewal, discipline with joy. They didn't compartmentalize life, they consecrated it. Their medicine wasn't meant to make you live forever. It was meant to make you remember you're alive, that every breath is borrowed, every heartbeat a negotiation between chaos and grace. And in that sense, maybe their medicine wasn't primitive at all. Maybe it was prophetic. Because even now, we find ourselves circling back to their truths, that healing is holistic, that mind and body dance together, that laughter can lower fevers and grief can make you sick. The Aztecs wrapped that wisdom in blood and smoke, but beneath it was something pure. The belief that the universe wanted you to heal, but only if you participated. Their medicine, grotesque and divine, was never just about fixing. It was about remembering that to be alive means to be incomplete, constantly breaking and rebuilding, dying and being reborn every single day. And maybe that's why their legacy still hums under the surface of our modern rituals, in our candles, our songs, our need to tell stories about suffering that somehow make it bearable. Because, like them, we're still trying to turn pain into meaning. And maybe that's the truest kind of medicine there is. Not the one that takes the pain away, but the one that teaches us how to live with it and still laugh, still dance, still love, even while the gods are watching. The Aztecs believed that every human was a small-scale version of the cosmos, a walking reflection of the sun, the rain, and the trembling earth beneath. To them, health wasn't about numbers or test results, it was about harmony. If your spirit was out of tune with the world, no amount of herbs could save you. Healing meant rediscovering your rhythm within the orchestra of creation. It's strange how they understood something we still struggle to grasp. That imbalance is not just a symptom, it's a story. And the cure isn't always found in medicine, but in meaning. They didn't see disease as an intruder, but as a messenger from the divine. When sickness came, it wasn't an accident, it was a summons. The gods were calling you to pay attention. The question wasn't, how do I get rid of this? But what am I refusing to see? It's a terrifying thought, really, to imagine that your migraine might be the universe knocking politely on your skull. But it also adds a strange kind of dignity to pain. It transforms suffering from punishment into conversation. And maybe that's what made Aztec healing so unique. It didn't silence the pain, it translated it. Their healers were fluent in paradox. They could cut you open to heal you, make you bleed to cleanse you, or scare you half to death to save your life. One common cure for spiritual sickness involved standing the patient on a high ledge, while priests below shouted insults and jokes, trying to shake the darkness out. If that didn't heal you, at least it gave you perspective. After all, fear and laughter often work in mysterious tandem. They knew that sometimes the fastest way to remember you're alive is to stand at the edge of death, or at least above a crowd of people yelling about your bad decisions. Even their botanical medicine carried ritual weight. Every herb was a participant in the act of healing, not just an ingredient. Before harvesting, the healer would speak to the plant, offering corn or tobacco in exchange. The belief was simple, yet profound. If you wanted the plant to heal you, you first had to respect its life. The idea wasn't ownership, it was partnership. Imagine that, asking permission from a leaf before picking it. Today, we take antibiotics without even saying thank you. The Aztecs might not have had microscopes, but they had manners. Their understanding of balance extended to emotion, joy and sorrow, courage and fear. All were necessary forces within the human weather system. They believed that denying emotion caused sickness, that repressed grief could rot the liver and unspoken anger could dry the blood. So they didn't bottle up feelings, they ritualized them. There were ceremonies for sadness, dances for frustration, chants for rage. They gave emotion a place to go, a form to inhabit. It's oddly beautiful, and a little comical, to imagine a society that literally danced its anxiety away. Meanwhile, we sit still and call it coping. Oder. The body, to them, was not a machine, but a garden. Every organ had its own guardian spirit, its own temperament, its own vulnerabilities. The liver, for instance, was considered hot and prone to pride. The stomach was humble and patient. The heart was both king and servant, ruling and obeying all at once. The healer's job was to negotiate among these spirits, keeping peace within the kingdom of flesh. It's an image that lingers. The idea of your organs gossiping about your life choices while a healer tries to mediate. But beneath the humor lies wisdom. They understood that health isn't the absence of conflict, but the art of diplomacy. Rituals often blended comfort and terror in equal measure. A healer might blow smoke across your face while whispering your name backward, believing it would confuse the spirit of sickness. They'd rub your skin with obsidian stones to absorb negativity, then bury those stones far from your home. The act was symbolic, removing the darkness and sending it back to the earth for recycling. In a way, they practiced what we'd now call emotional composting. The idea that your pain could be transformed into nourishment for the soil feels surprisingly modern. Maybe we haven't outgrown their wisdom, just renamed it with softer words. They didn't separate the healer from the artist. A good ticitl was expected to be both scientist and poet. Healing required precision and performance. The rhythm of chanting mattered as much as the herb itself. A misplaced note could offend the gods or confuse the sickness. Imagine a medical system where your doctor also had to sing in tune. Maybe fewer people would fake symptoms just to hear a concert. Humor aside, this blending of art and medicine revealed a truth we still chase. That healing isn't just physical correction, but emotional choreography. There was beauty in their brutality. The same hands that drew blood in sacrifice also painted murals of flowers. The same temples that echoed with cries of ritual pain also glowed with songs of renewal. They didn't flinch from the duality of life. They embraced it. Pain and pleasure, death and birth, decay and bloom, all of it belonged. We, on the other hand, try to curate existence, filtering out the ugly parts as though life were an Instagram feed. The Aztecs would have laughed at that. They'd say, "How do you expect to find joy if you deny the compost it grows from?" Even their relationship with death was intimate. They didn't fear it. They collaborated with it. Death was the oldest healer, the one who knew the final cure. When someone was dying, healers didn't fight the inevitable. They prepared them for the journey. They believed that dying well was the final act of balance, the body's last offering to the gods. And when the person passed, their loved ones would whisper into their ears, reminding the soul of the path home. It wasn't despairing. It was choreography again, a farewell danced with grace. We think of death as the end of medicine, but for the Aztecs, it was just the next step in treatment. And through all this, the rituals, the herbs, the songs, the sacrifices, there was always laughter. Not the nervous kind, but the deep, cosmic laughter of a people who understood that the world was absurd and sacred at once. Laughter healed, not because it distracted from pain, but because it reminded them that pain didn't own the last word. The gods could be cruel, life could be unpredictable, but laughter made mortals equal participants in the chaos. That, perhaps, was their greatest rebellion, not defying death, but laughing in its face. When we look back at them now, it's tempting to focus on the blood, the sacrifices, the rituals that seem alien, but if you listen closely, there's a heartbeat underneath all that strangeness, a rhythm that sounds suspiciously human. It's the same heartbeat that drives us to pray when science fails, to cry when logic breaks, to search for meaning in suffering. The Aztecs didn't need to invent hope. They lived it. Their medicine wasn't perfect. It was personal. Maybe that's what makes their legacy so haunting. In their world, healing wasn't about conquering nature or outsmarting death. It was about learning how to belong to your body, your people, your gods, your world. They treated existence like an agreement, not a competition. Every ritual, every laugh, every drop of blood said the same thing. I'm part of this, and this is part of me. And perhaps, in a strange way, that's the medicine we're still searching for. The one that doesn't just patch up the flesh, but teaches the soul how to breathe in rhythm with the stars again. Because the Aztecs knew something we keep forgetting. You can't truly heal what you refuse to love, and you can't love life if you don't also make peace with the parts of it that hurt. The Aztecs believed the body was a kind of temple. Not the spotless marble kind, but one made of earth, breath, and contradiction. It cracked, it bled, it healed, and then it cracked again. To them, this wasn't failure. It was proof that life was still trying. A perfectly unbroken body would have meant something worse. Stagnation. Their medicine, if it can even be called that by modern standards, was a constant dance between chaos and control. Healing wasn't about purifying the body. It was about keeping it wild enough to remember where it came from. They didn't see the human form as an isolated thing, but as a landscape with its own weather. Anger was thunder, laughter was wind, love was sunlight breaking through clouds. A healer didn't just treat symptoms. They listened for storms. A stomachache might not mean spoiled food, but too much pride. A sore throat could mean words swallowed too long. If the patient was silent, the healer would hum or whistle, coaxing sound back into the space. They believed that illness could only survive in silence. It's funny. They were right in ways they couldn't have known. Even today, we say that talking about it helps us heal. The Aztecs just did it with music and smoke instead of microphones and therapy chairs. They held ceremonies for laughter, literal gatherings where people would mock their own misfortunes until tears ran down their faces. To the Aztecs, laughter wasn't the opposite of suffering. It was proof that suffering hadn't won. During one such ritual, it was said that the gods themselves laughed so hard they dropped blessings on the crowd. Imagine a theology that rewards humor instead of holiness. Maybe that's what we need more of. Less guilt, more giggles. The Aztecs knew that a good laugh was sacred because it could make even death lose its composure for a moment. They were masters of transformation, not metaphorically, but quite literally. Clay, plants, feathers, bones, everything could become something else in their hands. They'd grind up the wings of beetles to make pigments for healing tattoos, believing color could anchor courage into the skin. They'd paint patients with spirals and suns, symbols meant to remind the flesh how to spin again. It sounds poetic and insane all at once, but then again, so does most of modern life. We tattoo our skin with quotes about resilience. They painted theirs with the geometry of gods. Maybe we're not as different as we think. We just swapped spirituality for Instagram filters. The Aztecs treated the heart as the seat of both emotion and motion. Not just a pump, but a compass. When it beat too fast, it wasn't anxiety. It was a soul out of alignment. The cure? A ritual dance. The healer would make the patient move to the rhythm of drums until their heartbeat matched the song. In that synchronization, they believed balance returned. It's an odd form of therapy. Sweat, rhythm, surrender. And yet, there's science hiding in that madness. Dancing does regulate breathing, heart rate, and emotion. The Aztecs weren't guessing. They were observing with the kind of attention we've lost to convenience. Every act of healing began with confession, not to a priest, but to the earth. A patient might kneel before a bowl of soil, whispering their regrets into it before the healer sprinkled herbs and blew smoke over the offering. The logic was simple. Guilt poisons the blood, and the earth is the only thing patient enough to absorb it. You could almost laugh at the simplicity, but imagine what it must have felt like to speak what you feared aloud and watch it drift away with smoke. We call it therapy now, except we've replaced dirt with sofas and candles with copays. They used obsidian mirrors not only for divination, but for diagnosis. The healer would hold it up to the patient's face and say, "Look, tell me what you see." Some said the sick saw their illness in the reflection, shadows around their mouth, a flicker in their eyes, or sometimes nothing at all. To see nothing was considered the worst sign. It meant the gods had turned away. But if they saw light, even faintly, it meant recovery had already begun. It's eerie how that logic still fits. When someone loses hope, their reflection dims. When they find it, the whole face changes. The Aztecs didn't need psychology. They had mirrors that told the truth. They didn't shy from the grotesque because they saw beauty living beside it. A wound wasn't disgusting. It was sacred, a door through which the body spoke. The blood that spilled wasn't waste. It was testimony. It meant life still had courage left. They'd collect that blood, mix it with herbs, and paint symbols on the patient's chest to teach the wound what it means to close. If that doesn't sound like science, it certainly sounds like poetry. And maybe that's what healing really is, a poem written in flesh. Their idea of cleansing was wonderfully chaotic. Bathing wasn't for cleanliness, it was for realignment. They'd submerge in lakes or steam lodges, not to remove dirt, but to melt away yesterday. The body, they said, needed to forget as much as the mind. And they were right. Even today, a shower after heartbreak feels like a small resurrection. They just had better scenery. Imagine emerging from a steaming cave into the dawn, birds screaming, your heart beating like a war drum. The Aztecs didn't bathe. They reset the universe inside their skin. They viewed aging as sacred decay, the body's way of teaching humility. Wrinkles were proof of survival, not shame. Old healers were revered, not because they had perfect health, but because they carried maps of pain that others could learn from. They said the gods carved their wisdom into the skin so it wouldn't get lost. In a society obsessed with youth, that kind of reverence sounds revolutionary. To them, imperfection wasn't failure. It was certification. You couldn't be wise unless you'd suffered visibly. Maybe that's why we chase eternal youth now, because we've forgotten how to find meaning in the marks that prove we lived. They believed the voice had power to alter reality. Words weren't just sounds, they were spells. Healers would whisper over wounds, not metaphorically, but physically, breathing on them as if exhaling light. They said the gods first healed the world with breath, not blood, and so must we. It's strangely comforting that something as fragile as a whisper could rebuild a person. Perhaps the greatest tragedy of modern medicine is how silent it is. Machines beep, doctors rush, but no one sings to the sick anymore. The Aztecs would have found that unbearable. To them, silence wasn't professionalism, it was abandonment. Even their darkest rituals, the bloodletting, the sacrifices, carried within them an understanding of exchange. They didn't kill for cruelty, they gave because they believed the world demanded reciprocity. To take without giving back was the only real sin. Everything was trade, life for light, sweat for rain, blood for breath. And while their methods were violent, their intention was balance. They saw generosity as the first form of healing. A person unwilling to give was already diseased, infected by selfishness. Maybe they were extreme, but the idea still resonates. That greed sickens the spirit faster than any plague. The Aztecs walked through their world with awe instead of ownership. They didn't conquer nature, they negotiated with it. The healer would thank the wind for carrying a scent, the water for cooling the herbs, the flame for making medicine boil. Gratitude was as essential as the cure itself. Without it, the gods might grow jealous and take back what they'd given. It's both terrifying and touching, the belief that gratitude keeps the universe from collapsing. Maybe they exaggerated, but considering the state of our world, they might have been onto something. What made their medicine endure wasn't precision, it was philosophy. They treated life not as a series of problems to solve, but as a conversation to keep alive. Healing for them was the art of continuing to speak with the universe, even when it hurt to listen. They believed that health wasn't a destination. It was a rhythm. Miss a few beats, and you fall out of sync, but listen, breathe, laugh, bleed if you must, and you'll find your way back into the song. And that's where their brilliance lingers, in the smoke, the laughter, the absurd rituals. All of it pointed to one truth. To live is to heal constantly, and to heal is to participate in the beauty of being unfinished. They didn't fear pain, because they knew it was the sound of life still tuning itself. And maybe that's the secret the Aztecs left buried beneath their temples. Not how to avoid suffering, but how to walk through it singing, knowing the gods are listening and somewhere in the distance laughing along with you. The Aztecs never treated life as something to fix. They treated it as something to understand. To them, every illness, every wound, every sigh of exhaustion had a meaning buried inside it. The body wasn't betraying you. It was trying to speak louder than your denial. Pain was not a curse, but a teacher with terrible manners. And like all great teachers, it showed up uninvited, stayed too long, and refused to leave until you learned what you were meant to. Their medicine, in that sense, wasn't about escaping suffering. It was about learning to listen to it. They believed every part of the body held a story, not just in bones and blood, but in memory. The heart remembered love, the stomach remembered fear, the lungs remembered grief. When a healer laid their hands on someone, they weren't just touching flesh. They were reading history. Sometimes the cure came not from herbs or rituals, but from retelling the story in a new way, one where the pain finally made sense. And that's the trick, isn't it? Suffering doesn't need to vanish to stop hurting. It just needs to find its place in the narrative. The Aztecs mastered that, turning agony into belonging. They viewed laughter as medicine of the highest order. Not the shallow kind that hides discomfort, but the deep, shaking laughter that rewires despair into something bearable. During healing ceremonies, the healer might tell absurd jokes about the gods or imitate animals until the entire room erupted in laughter. It wasn't disrespect. It was devotion. They believed laughter confused dark spirits, making them lose their grip. And maybe there's truth in that. Misery can't stand to be mocked. The moment you laugh at it, it stops feeling like destiny and starts feeling like a bad roommate. Their understanding of balance was both terrifying and tender. They knew that health wasn't about comfort. It was about alignment with nature's contradictions. To be whole, you had to accept the storm and the stillness, the sweetness and the rot. They saw decay not as the enemy of life, but its most honest friend. After all, rot feeds the roots. They used decomposed plants and minerals in healing potions, believing that what had died once could teach the living how to survive. It's grotesque and poetic all at once. They weren't afraid to touch the things we turn away from, the corpses, the soil, the darkness, because they knew that life hides in places we're too proud to look. Water was sacred to them, not just for cleansing, but for memory. Rivers were the veins of the world, carrying the stories of mountains and rain clouds. When someone was sick, healers would take them to the river, scoop water into their hands, and ask it to remember wholeness. The patient would then drink it while whispering their own name, as if to remind the body of who it was before the sickness. It's easy to smile at that, to call it primitive poetry, until you realize we do the same thing when we stand in the shower, trying to wash away more than dirt. They believed dreams were letters from the soul, and the sickest among them were often those who had stopped dreaming. The healer's job was to restore that connection. Patients were given herbs like ololuquai or morning glory seeds, hallucinogens that opened the mind's door just enough to let the lost messages through. Under their influence, a person might see their ancestors, animals, or even their sickness speaking directly to them. "Do not fear me," the fever would say. "I'm only heat looking for purpose." Imagine being cured not by medicine, but by a conversation with your own pain. Absurdly mystical, yes, but also strangely logical. They didn't believe in coincidences, especially when it came to the body. If someone injured their leg, the healer would ask, "What path have you refused to walk? A sore throat? What truth have you swallowed? Back pain? What weight are you carrying that isn't yours?" It's part spirituality, part psychology, part performance art, but undeniably human. The body and the soul were co-authors, and illness was just an argument between them that needed mediation. The Aztecs didn't suppress symptoms, they resolved conflicts. Their rituals of purification were equal parts terrifying and theatrical. A patient might be surrounded by burning copal incense until their tears streamed from the smoke, a symbolic cleansing through fire and emotion. Or they'd lie in darkness while healers chanted, calling their spirit back from wherever it had wandered. Sometimes chickens were rubbed along the body to absorb the sickness, then released into the wild. It sounds absurd, until you remember that we still do versions of this. We call it detoxing. The Aztecs just had better storytelling. They held an unshakable belief that the universe was watching, not as a judge, but as a mirror. Every act of healing was also an offering, a way to say to the cosmos, "I see you, do you see me?" They didn't draw lines between medicine and morality, because to them, health was a reflection of harmony. To cheat, to lie, to hate, these weren't just sins. They were spiritual diseases that spread through the blood. Their doctors prescribed truth and gratitude the way ours prescribe pills. Maybe that's why their ceremonies worked. Not because of the herbs, but because confession was its own cure. Their connection to death was unsettling in its intimacy. They saw dying not as a failure, but as the body's final act of generosity. The flesh returned to earth, the breath returned to wind, the soul to the sun. It was recycling on a divine scale. Healers were trained not just to save lives, but to help people die beautifully, with acceptance, with dignity, with a last smile that said, "I'm not afraid." In a world terrified of endings, the Aztecs celebrated them as proof that the cycle still worked. It's a lesson we still resist, that maybe immortality isn't about avoiding death, but about becoming part of everything that comes after. They believed gratitude itself was medicinal. To wake each day and thank the gods was to reinforce your bond with creation. Gratitude kept the blood light and the spirit bright. To forget it was to grow heavy and dull. Healers often began their rituals by making patients list everything they were thankful for, from the warmth of the sun to the sound of their mother's voice. Gratitude, they said, reminded the gods that you still wanted to participate in life. Perhaps that's the most profound medicine of all, the one that doesn't heal the body but teaches the heart to stay curious. Even their sense of humor was healing. They told stories about gods tripping over their own creations. It was about the sun needing a cup of chocolate before rising, about mortals who tried to live forever and forgot what they were living for. Through laughter, they softened fear, turned terror into tenderness. They laughed at the absurdity of life, and in doing so, made it sacred. There's a wisdom in that, a reminder that the difference between tragedy and comedy is often just timing. Their legacy lingers, not in their rituals or relics, but in the simple truth that healing was never a transaction. It was participation, a dance between human and divine, body and earth, pain and purpose. They didn't seek to dominate the world, they sought to belong to it. In every cut, every chant, every absurd ceremony, they were saying the same thing, that the human experience, in all its filth and beauty, is still worth honoring. And maybe that's the secret that time hasn't erased, that healing isn't about being saved from the chaos of life, but about learning to find rhythm within it. The Aztecs didn't run from their suffering. They built temples to it. They didn't pray for peace. They danced through the storm. And somewhere in that chaos, between laughter and blood, pain and prayer, they found something we still search for, the courage to be human, fully and without apology, even when the gods aren't answering. The Aztecs believed that every illness began in the invisible world before it ever touched the flesh. To them, the body was just the surface of a much deeper conversation, a dialogue between spirit, earth, and the gods. When something went wrong, it wasn't because of germs or genes, but because that conversation had gone silent. Their medicine wasn't about domination, but restoration, not conquering nature, but remembering your place in it. And that belief shaped everything, how they lived, how they healed, and even how they laughed at the absurdity of being human in a universe that never explained itself. They treated healing as theater, part science, part ceremony, part comedy. A healer might grind herbs with absolute seriousness one moment, then joke about how stubborn the gods could be the next. They believed humor loosened the soul's knots, letting the medicine reach deeper. Sometimes they'd make patients wear ridiculous masks or dance until they collapsed from laughter, because laughter, in their eyes, was proof that the heart still wanted to live. It's easy to mock that now, but maybe we shouldn't. After all, we have entire hospitals where people forget how to smile. Maybe the Aztecs just understood that the shortest distance between pain and recovery was a punchline. They also believed that the gods didn't just create the world once, they were constantly recreating it, breath by breath. The healer's job was to join that process. When they mixed herbs or sang over a wound, they were helping the gods remember the shape of the body. A fever wasn't just heat, it was the sun burning too brightly inside you. A chill wasn't just weakness, it was the moon refusing to let you rest. And so they negotiated, not prescribed. The healer would speak to the sickness as if it were a stubborn guest. "You've overstayed your welcome," they'd say. "Go back to the mountain where you came from." And perhaps what's wildest of all, people got better. Whether from the power of suggestion, placebo, or divine intervention, didn't matter. What mattered was belief, and the Aztecs had mastered that medicine long before it got clinical. They saw the body as an ecosystem, not a fortress. Everything inside was connected to everything outside. The wind in the lungs matched the wind in the valley. The blood mirrored the rivers. When one element was disturbed, the others followed. A man who cursed at the rain might soon find himself coughing. A woman who neglected her garden might lose her appetite. It sounds superstitious, but it's really just poetic cause and effect. They believed the universe was a mirror. Disrespect it, and it cracks right back at you. Maybe that's not as ridiculous as it sounds. Every time we burn forests or poison oceans, we get sick too, just more slowly and with better technology. For the Aztecs, herbs weren't just remedies, they were personalities. Tobacco was a stern guardian, used to drive away bad spirits. Cacao was a gentle friend that soothed heartbreak. Chili was the mischievous one. It burned to heal. They didn't categorize plants by chemical compound, but by temperament. To cure melancholy, a healer might prescribe something fiery to wake up the blood. For pride, something bitter, to remind the ego of humility. It's oddly sophisticated. They understood that emotion and element were twins. If you were cold in spirit, warmth wasn't a metaphor, it was a prescription. They had a curious love for transformation. They believed the same energy that caused sickness could also bring wisdom if handled correctly. A fever could purify, a hallucination could enlighten. Even near-death experiences were seen as doorways, not disasters. Healers would guide the sick through visions induced by herbs like ololuqui or peyote, helping them see what the gods were trying to say. These journeys weren't recreational, they were education. To walk close to death was to return with secrets. It's strange how close this is to what modern psychology calls shadow work. The Aztecs didn't need Freud to tell them that the soul hides its lessons in darkness. They just had better lighting, mostly from fire. They saw food itself as medicine. Every ingredient was sacred, every meal a ritual of balance. Corn was strength, beans were endurance, and amaranth was renewal. They used color as therapy too. Red food's for courage, yellow for clarity, green for peace. They'd say, eat sunlight to remember joy, meaning to eat fruit touched by the sun. It's funny how that advice would fit neatly into a wellness magazine today, only now it would come with a subscription fee and a turmeric latte. The Aztecs understood that nourishment wasn't just digestion, it was dialogue between body and sky. Their view of healing extended to the community. No one was ever truly healed alone. When someone fell ill, neighbors would bring offerings, not out of pity, but participation. Music, laughter, food, all part of the treatment. They believed that sickness thrived in isolation, that even despair could be exorcised through companionship. It wasn't about medicine, it was about meaning. The healer didn't just mend flesh, they reminded the patient they still belonged. Then maybe that's the cure we've forgotten. Not more pills, but more people. They believed beauty itself could cure. A painted wall, a song sung at dusk, the fragrance of flowers, all of it had power to call the spirit back from fatigue. They decorated healing spaces with feathers, shells, and mirrors to reflect light, creating an atmosphere where hope could breathe. One chronicler even wrote that the sick recover faster in rooms that sing. Modern hospitals, with their white walls and fluorescent despair, could learn a thing or two from that. The Aztecs treated aesthetics as anesthetic, proof that art wasn't luxury, but survival. Death, to them, wasn't the end of healing. It was its perfection. When medicine failed, they didn't despair. They prepared. The healer's role shifted from curing the body to guiding the soul. They'd whisper to the dying, "The journey continues," while rubbing aromatic herbs on their chest. Family members would offer songs instead of sobs, because grief was meant to be sung, not swallowed. The idea wasn't to resist death, but to make peace with it, to die beautifully. In a world obsessed with longevity, that idea feels radical. The Aztecs didn't fear dying. They feared dying without meaning. They even saw humor in mortality. During festivals honoring the dead, people baked skull-shaped sweets and wrote mock epitaphs for themselves, loving jokes about their flaws and follies. Here lies the man who never learned moderation, except in laziness. It was morbid, yes, but also freeing. They laughed at death so it couldn't humiliate them. It's almost comical how progressive that seems. They were using humor to disarm the inevitable, turning fear into festivity. Maybe that's why their legacy still lives on through the Day of the Dead, because somewhere deep down, humanity knows laughter is stronger than silence. What's striking about their entire worldview is how integrated it was. There was no line between medicine, art, and faith. Healing didn't happen to you, it happened through you. Every act, no matter how small, was part of the grand choreography of balance. If you spilled water, you apologized to the spirit of rivers. If you cut a flower, you whispered thanks. If you laughed too loudly, you offered a breath of silence afterward. Life was medicine in motion. To be careless with it was the true disease, and perhaps that's why their wisdom still echoes, because it doesn't require temples or rituals to work. It just asks for attention, attention to what hurts, to what nourishes, to what connects. They didn't separate healing from living, because to them it was all the same thing. Every scar was proof that the gods hadn't given up on you yet. Every breath was a renewal of the pact between human and divine. In the end, maybe their greatest lesson is this. Healing isn't about returning to what you were before the pain. It's about becoming something wiser because of it. The Aztecs didn't run from their suffering. They gave it a name, a dance, a purpose. They knew that the body breaks, so the soul can find its own voice. And if that voice sometimes sounds like laughter echoing through the ruins, well, perhaps that's not madness at all, but the sound of life remembering itself. The Aztecs believed the human spirit was a restless traveler, a spark constantly wandering between the seen and unseen worlds, getting lost, bumping into things, forgetting why it came in the first place. When it grew too far from the body, sickness arrived. Not as punishment, but as a signal. The traveler has wandered too long without directions. Their medicine wasn't about eradicating the illness. It was about calling that wandering piece of the soul back home. Healing meant reunion. Maybe that's why so many of their rituals began with sound, drums, flutes, chants. Not to impress the gods, but to make enough noise that the soul could find its way back through the fog. They said each person carried a flame from the sun inside their chest, and when that flame dimmed, the whole world seemed darker. The healer's task was to protect that light, sometimes with herbs, sometimes with humor, and sometimes by sheer stubbornness. One legend tells of a healer who cured sadness by wrapping her patients in blankets covered in bright feathers and making them dance until they forgot which came first, their joy or their exhaustion. It's absurd, but also genius. Sometimes laughter is an exorcism disguised as bad dancing. Maybe the Aztecs understood what modern therapists only hint at, that the body remembers how to heal long before the mind does. Their understanding of connection ran deep. They didn't see the mind as trapped inside the skull. It lived in the chest, the stomach, even the fingertips. Every thought was physical. Every feeling left fingerprints. A lie could sour the breath, guilt could weigh on the bones, and envy could make the eyes ache. Healing, then, wasn't a private event. It had to be performed, witnessed, shared. It wasn't enough to feel better. You had to show the gods that you'd learned something. That's why rituals always included offerings. Not bribes, but thank you notes in the language of smoke and flowers. It's almost funny how we've turned gratitude into a self-help checklist when they turned it into a cosmic transaction. They didn't treat medicine as sterile. It was sensual, alive, and often ridiculous. Remedies involved textures, sounds, and smells designed to shock the senses awake. A healer might rub a paste of chili and honey on someone's skin to teach the body to feel again, or blow tobacco smoke into a person's ear to remind them to listen. It sounds outlandish, but there's a strange truth there. Sometimes the cure for numbness is discomfort. The Aztecs didn't flinch from pain. They treated it as proof of presence. If it hurts, it means you're still here. Their approach to balance was brutally honest. Too much of anything, joy, sadness, food, even prayer, could make you ill. The universe didn't punish excess, it simply corrected it. So if a man prayed too much, neglecting his crops, his body would ache from hunger. If a woman laughed too loudly during a time of mourning, she might catch a fever. They believed moderation was divine choreography. Every action required a counterstep. There's irony in that, of course, a civilization that practiced moderation yet built entire pyramids out of obsession. But maybe that's the beauty of it. They understood that perfection wasn't balance, tension was. Even their surgical practices had a ritualistic edge. They used obsidian blades so sharp they could split a hair without breaking it. Those knives were made from volcanic glass, literal frozen lightning. Every cut, they believed, was blessed by the gods of fire. Before operating, the healer would whisper to the blade, asking it to remember mercy. There's something oddly touching about that image. A civilization speaking kindness to its tools. Maybe we should try that with our machines before complaining they have no soul. They saw medicine as a conversation between elements. Water to cool, fire to purify, earth to stabilize, air to move. If one dominated, the others had to be persuaded back into balance. It's an elegant metaphor for life itself. When the water in you overflows, tears, fears, doubts, you need fire, something to reignite your courage. When you burn too brightly, anger, ambition, you need water, something to remind you to breathe. Modern doctors call it homeostasis. The Aztecs called it speaking politely to the gods inside you. They were meticulous observers. Their healers, called ticitl, studied the stars before beginning a treatment, because they believed illness arrived in rhythm with celestial events. Venus, they said, brought fevers. Eclipses caused confusion. Comets whispered madness. To treat the body, you had to understand the sky. It might sound archaic, but it was really an early acknowledgement of what we now call environmental influence. They understood that no one exists in isolation. Not from the cosmos, not from community, not even from the dust under their feet. The Aztecs didn't separate astronomy from anatomy. Both, to them, were studies of motion, one above, one below, both divine. They treated aging not as decline, but transformation. An elder wasn't someone losing vitality, but someone whose energy was being recycled into wisdom. Wrinkles were rivers of experience, proof that the gods had touched you again and again until you became part of the landscape. In old age, you weren't meant to cling to youth. You were supposed to glow differently. They didn't hide their elders away. They seated them at the center of festivals, wrapped in brilliant cloths, symbols of memory itself. We chase eternal youth while they celebrated sacred decay. Maybe they were the sanest ones after all. Their ceremonies of gratitude could border on the absurd in their detail. A man healed of a fever might throw an entire feast for the spirit of warmth, offering spicy food to honor the fire that had left him. A woman who survived childbirth might gift embroidered cloth to the goddess of life, depicting her own labor in vivid color. It wasn't just about thanking the divine, it was about preserving the story. Every illness, every recovery became art. Their medicine wasn't recorded in books. It lived in embroidery, sculpture, song. Healing had to be remembered or it would fade, like the scent of smoke after rain. And then there was their humor, sharp as obsidian and just as necessary. They joked about their own superstitions. One healer reportedly said, "If the gods wanted us to suffer less, they'd have made chili taste worse." Another told a patient, "Your sickness left, but it forgot its sandals. Expect it back." Oh, their laughter wasn't mockery. It was acceptance. The ability to laugh at their own rituals kept them from drowning in reverence. They found holiness in hilarity, because when you can laugh at something sacred and still love it, you've truly understood it. They even had rituals for the rain, not just to summon it, but to honor it for refusing to arrive. When drought hit, they would perform what they called the songs of thirst. Not angry prayers, but melancholic tunes that mixed desperation with beauty. They didn't demand mercy. They reminded the rain of its role in the story. Maybe that's what made their spirituality feel so alive. It wasn't built on begging, but on conversation. They expected the gods to have moods, to make mistakes, to get distracted. And they forgave them the way they forgave each other. Every act of medicine, no matter how gruesome or gentle, carried a sense of theater, and not to impress, but to involve. They believed the cure began the moment someone watched you being cared for. Healing was contagious that way. Belief multiplied through witness. It's something modern science almost rediscovers every time a patient improves after being told, "You're getting better." The Aztecs didn't call it placebo, they called it faith. In the end, their medicine wasn't about avoiding death, but learning to coexist with it. They didn't fear the end because they'd already rehearsed it in every ritual, every offering, every cut of the blade. Death wasn't the opposite of health. It was the final, most complete healing. And that's perhaps the most haunting thing about their wisdom. It wasn't pessimistic. It was participation. They understood that to live fully, you had to stop pretending you could escape the inevitable. The goal wasn't immortality. It was intimacy with the mystery. And that's where the Aztecs leave us. Laughing, bleeding, singing, covered in feathers and meaning. They remind us that healing isn't a straight line, but a circle, always returning to the same truth. That pain is part of the rhythm, that balance requires both beauty and brutality, and that sometimes the best medicine isn't found in avoiding the wound, but in dancing with it until it becomes a story worth telling. The Aztecs didn't see the body as a battlefield to be conquered. They saw it as a temple that constantly needed to be cleaned, repaired, and occasionally laughed at. Illness wasn't an invader. It was a guest who had overstayed its welcome, sometimes bringing along its entire extended family. Their goal wasn't to destroy the disease, but to persuade it to leave politely. Imagine being told your cure involves apologizing to your own fever for misunderstanding its intentions. Strange? Sure. But maybe they were onto something. Most of us don't fight our pain. We negotiate with it badly. We either ignore it or drown in it. The Aztecs just took the middle path, one that smelled faintly of herbs, blood, and cosmic patience. They treated healing as choreography, a dialogue between rhythm, breath, and ritual. A healer might instruct a patient to move like a jaguar, slow and deliberate, to realign the spirit's balance. Others would mimic the flight of birds, stretching their arms to invite the wind back into their lungs. To us, it might look like primitive yoga with extra drama, but it was deeply symbolic. Movement reconnected them to the earth, and the earth, in turn, reminded them they weren't broken, just out of sync. The irony? Modern medicine now prescribes physical therapy and mindfulness as cutting-edge discoveries. The Aztecs were doing it barefoot centuries ago, with better costumes. They understood that the mind could make the body sick faster than any poison. A lie they believed rotted the stomach, envy soured the blood, grief dried the tongue. Emotional hygiene mattered as much as washing your hands. Healers would ask intimate questions, not about symptoms, but about regrets. "Who have you cursed with your silence?" they might say. "Whose forgiveness still clings to your bones?" Their idea was simple. You can't heal the flesh if your story still festers. It's funny how that principle survived through centuries, from temples to therapy sessions, only now it comes with an hourly rate and background music. They had entire rituals dedicated to laughter. Groups gathered at twilight to share absurd tales about gods tripping over their own thunderbolts or warriors losing duels to chickens. The laughter wasn't just for amusement, it was a spiritual reset. They said laughter swept the heart's floor. When you laughed, your soul shook off dust. That's something we've forgotten, isn't it? We think humor cheapens seriousness, but the Aztecs thought the opposite. They saw humor as sacred rebellion, proof that the human spirit could find light even while standing in darkness. Their remedies could seem horrifying by modern standards. They mixed crushed insects into salves, believing that the crawling life inside the ointment carried the power to wake up dead skin. They brewed potions from frog bile and obsidian dust, trusting that bitterness itself could purge impurities. Some healers even used animal hearts, still warm as vessels to transfer disease from a patient's body to the earth. Brutal, yes, but in their eyes, it was a symbolic exchange, pain leaving one body to feed another form of life. They didn't waste suffering, they recycled it. The Aztecs believed the gods had a dark sense of humor, which meant that medicine sometimes required matching that mischief. During certain healing ceremonies, the healer would intentionally misdiagnose a patient first, telling them something exaggeratedly grim, like, "Your spirit has turned into a toad." When the terrified patient began panicking, the healer would laugh and say, "Good. Fear shows you still want to live." The ritual wasn't cruelty, it was theater. They knew that emotion, even fear, was a kind of medicine. Sometimes the body just needed a reason to remember what it's fighting for. They practiced what could only be described as poetic medicine. A healer might whisper verses to an open wound, reciting songs about rain and renewal. The idea wasn't superstition, it was resonance. Words carried frequency, they believed, and vibration could shift matter. Modern science would call it sound therapy. The Aztecs called it conversation. They spoke to pain, to fever, to infection, as if every ailment were a stubborn relative who needed coaxing. There's a strange wisdom there. Pain is easier to bear when it has a name, when it feels heard. To them, dreams were diagnostic tools. Before treating a patient, a healer might sleep near them to borrow their visions. If the healer dreamt of serpents, it meant the illness came from guilt. If of water, it was sorrow. If of fire, it was unspoken anger. They even believed dreams could predict recovery. When a patient finally dreamt of walking through open doors, it meant the body was ready to heal. We may laugh at that, yet how many of us still dream of running after something we've lost? Maybe the subconscious has always been the first doctor. We just stopped paying our bills to it. They viewed chaos as medicine too. Controlled suffering, like fasting, isolation, or endurance rituals, was a way to shake loose the illness of comfort. They believed ease made the body lazy, the spirit heavy, so they invited hardship deliberately, pushing the limits of the flesh to test its loyalty. Pain, in their logic, wasn't the opposite of health. It was the proof of it. And isn't that still true in quieter ways? Growth never comes from comfort. The Aztecs just had the audacity to turn that into a public event. Even their use of color had purpose. Red was for courage, blue for clarity, yellow for joy, black for introspection. Healers would paint the sick with pigments drawn from minerals and flowers, turning the body into a living canvas. They said colors reminded the gods where to look. Imagine being covered in gold and turquoise while recovering from a fever, healing as performance art. And maybe that's the point. When you're adorned in beauty, you stop feeling like a victim of sickness and start feeling like a participant in transformation. They believed the universe operated on reciprocity. To receive healing, you had to give something back, a prayer, a song, or sometimes just honesty. Refusing to offer gratitude after recovery was a spiritual crime. They called it forgetting your debt to the light. It wasn't about punishment, it was about balance. If you took life for granted, life would eventually remind you of the terms. It's an uncomfortable truth we still learn the hard way. Gratitude isn't decoration, it's maintenance. Their connection to the land ran deeper than devotion. It was dependency wrapped in reverence. Every herb was harvested with a short prayer. Every root pulled only after asking permission from the earth. To take without thanking was unthinkable. It made the medicine weaker. In their world, healing wasn't just chemistry, it was etiquette. The gods, they said, didn't favor the greedy. Maybe that's the real reason our medicine bottles are so small. We've forgotten to say please. And then there was the silence, the most potent cure of all. After rituals, the patient was told to sit in stillness, listening to the rhythm of their own heartbeat. No talking, no movement, no distraction. They called it the hour of returning. In that silence, they believed the spirit finished what the healer started. It's poetic and oddly scientific. Rest, after all, is the body's repair mode. The Aztecs just wrapped it in mysticism so people would respect it. Their medicine wasn't perfect. It was messy, terrifying, brilliant, like life itself. But beneath the feathers and smoke was a radical philosophy. Healing isn't about erasing pain, but transforming it. The Aztecs didn't fear what hurt them. They studied it, spoke to it, danced with it. They didn't treat illness as an interruption of life. They treated it as another conversation with the divine. Maybe that's the final lesson hidden beneath their rituals and remedies. The body isn't your prison, it's your storyteller. Every scar is a word, every ache a reminder, every recovery a confession that you're still willing to try again. And when the laughter fades and the fire dies, the truth that lingers is the same one they carried through centuries. We are all healers, whether we know it or not. Every time we forgive, we mend. Every time we laugh, we cleanse. Every time we look at pain and see purpose instead of punishment, we practice the oldest medicine of all, the art of being alive without apology. The Aztecs had a talent for turning pain into ceremony. To them, even suffering deserved choreography. Illness wasn't a personal failure. It was a sign that something in the great cosmic dance had missed a step. So when someone fell sick, the community didn't isolate them. They gathered around and joined the performance. Imagine catching a cold and instead of medicine, your neighbors show up with drums and incense. It sounds theatrical, but the idea was profound. Healing required witnesses. The soul, they believed, couldn't fully return to the body unless it was seen doing so. They had this extraordinary understanding that the body was not a single being, but a council. Bones, blood, spirit, memory, all voting on your health. And when one member of that council got stubborn, the whole system began to wobble. The remedies often involved negotiation rather than force. A healer might whisper to the liver as if coaxing an angry child, "Release what you hold, there is no war left." They understood that you can't threaten your body into cooperation. Try it. Yell at your own stomach pain sometime. It doesn't work, but talk to it gently and somehow it listens. Maybe that's why their medicine worked. It was less about chemistry and more about diplomacy. They saw the heart as a compass, not a pump. It wasn't just circulating blood. It was directing energy, sending messages to the gods with every beat. When a person grew sick, they said, "His heart has lost its road." The cure was to remind it where home was, sometimes through herbs, sometimes through song, and sometimes through a ritual so intense that it bordered on madness. One ancient healer described tying colored threads around a patient's chest, each representing a path, red for courage, white for clarity, blue for memory. The healer would untangle the knots as they prayed, freeing the soul's traffic jam. And you thought your therapist's notebook was complicated. Their belief in sound as medicine was almost prophetic. The healers' chants weren't random. They followed the rhythm of breath, the pace of the heartbeat, the vibration of the earth. They believed sound could rearrange matter, that a well-timed hum could reset the body's harmony. Archaeologists have found Aztec whistles shaped like skulls that, when blown, emit a scream eerily similar to a human cry. It wasn't decoration, it was therapy. They used that sound to scare away illness, believing that sometimes fear itself was a cure. Ironically, that might still work today. Imagine your doctor chasing a virus with a bone flute that sounds like a banshee. They held a curious affection for contradiction. The same plant could be both poison and cure, depending on who touched it. The same ritual that invoked healing could invite death if done with arrogance. It wasn't superstition, it was awareness of balance. They believed nothing in the universe existed without its opposite, and trying to separate good from bad was like trying to separate fire from its smoke. When treating a fever, they didn't just cool the body, they thanked the heat for showing that life was still burning. That kind of gratitude feels alien to us, yet strangely logical. Maybe the problem isn't pain itself, but the way we refuse to thank it for showing up. The Aztecs also had an uncanny respect for tears. They called them the salt of truth, believing each tear carried a fragment of the soul's confession. When someone wept during a healing, the tears weren't wiped away. They were collected, sometimes on leaves or cloth, and buried near sacred trees. To cry was to cleanse, to empty space for renewal. They even had words for different types of tears: sorrow tears, fear tears, release tears. It's almost comical to imagine an Aztec healer categorizing your crying while nodding seriously. But there's beauty in it too. In their eyes, emotion wasn't weakness. It was evidence of movement, and anything that moves, lives. They understood the absurdity of life better than most civilizations that came after. Their gods were powerful but flawed, their rituals divine yet ridiculous. They didn't expect perfection from the cosmos because they didn't expect it from themselves. During festivals, they'd mock the gods playfully, even dressing as them to perform exaggerated parodies. The purpose wasn't rebellion, it was humility disguised as humor. By laughing at divinity, they were acknowledging their place in the chaos, a small but essential thread in an untidy tapestry. Maybe that's what we've lost, the ability to laugh without cynicism. They practiced a medicine of memory. When someone suffered chronic pain, healers assumed it was ancestral. Pain passed through generations, like heirlooms nobody asked for. They'd perform rituals to untangle the lineage, calling on the spirits of parents and grandparents to reclaim what didn't belong to the living. It's poetic, but not far from what trauma therapists say now, that pain often outlives the event that caused it. The Aztecs just had better lighting and more feathers. Even death wasn't a failure in their eyes. It was simply another kind of healing. They believed the dying weren't leaving the world, they were dissolving into it. A healer's final act wasn't to save life, but to ease its surrender. They'd speak softly to the fading person, saying, "Your name becomes wind now." There was no panic, no denial, just transition. They didn't romanticize death, but they didn't fear it either. It was part of the conversation, not the end of it. They used smell as medicine, too. Fragrance, they believed, could guide lost spirits home. Copal resin, marigolds, cacao. Each scent a signal to remind the body where to return. Modern scientists would call it aromatherapy, but the Aztecs treated it as communication. Smell was the first sense to form in the womb and the last to fade before death, so it made sense that it bridged worlds. They believed that when you inhale something sacred, you invite the divine directly into your bloodstream. There's humor in that. Imagine a god refusing to visit because your breath smelled of despair instead of cinnamon. They didn't isolate medicine from art or art from daily life. To heal was to create beauty, to paint a wound, to sing to fever, to weave recovery into fabric. Their temples doubled as clinics, their gardens as pharmacies. You could say every Aztec was both a patient and a poet, constantly rewriting their body's story. That's what made their culture so magnetic. They didn't separate survival from meaning. They made even the grotesque seem sacred. One of the most fascinating aspects of their healing rituals was the use of mirrors. Not for vanity, but reflection in the truest sense. Polished obsidian was placed before patients so they could see what illness had hidden. Sometimes the healer would hold the mirror to the sky, letting sunlight bounce into the patient's eyes. "Look," they'd say, "the world still sees you." It's deeply symbolic, to remember your reflection when sickness makes you forget you exist. We still do that in modern ways, staring into screens, searching for proof that we're still here. Maybe we've just traded obsidian for pixels. The Aztecs believed laughter was stronger than curses, gratitude louder than fear, and beauty more persistent than pain. Their medicine wasn't sterile. It was sensual, communal, alive. It smelled like smoke, tasted like salt, sounded like thunder. Healing wasn't something you received. It was something you participated in. You offered your story, your tears, your absurdity, and in return, life offered you another chance to dance. And maybe that's the point the Aztecs were always trying to make, that health isn't perfection, it's participation. The body, the earth, the gods, the laughter, even the pain, They're all part of the same orchestra. Miss one instrument, and the music falters. But when everything plays together, even chaos has rhythm. The Aztecs didn't fear the noise, they turned it into song. And in the end, maybe that's the truest medicine of all. Not escaping life's dissonance, but learning to hum along with it, even when you don't know the words. The Aztecs believed that sickness was a negotiation gone wrong, a misunderstanding between the body and the universe. When harmony slipped, the body protested in its own language. Fever, pain, trembling, silence. Instead of silencing those protests with potions, they tried to understand the argument. Healing wasn't about fixing something broken, it was about restoring conversation. Imagine if modern medicine did the same. If instead of prescribing antibiotics, your doctor just asked, "So, what's your liver trying to tell you?" The Aztecs, in their own way, did exactly that. And while it sounds mystical, it was also deeply practical. They saw the body as a landscape and every illness as a change in the weather. Storms, droughts, eruptions, each demanding a different kind of care. They believed the soul could overheat, not metaphorically, literally. A person filled with anger or shame, they said, would burn from within, their spirit boiling like a pot left too long on the fire. The cure wasn't punishment, it was cooling, herbs, water, forgiveness. Sometimes the healer would tell the patient to sit under the moon and let the light drink your fire. It's both beautiful and absurd, an emotional detox via moonlight. But think about it. When you're furious, when guilt eats at you, doesn't it feel hot? They just took that intuition seriously. In their world, even the moon was a therapist. Their understanding of blood was both scientific and spiritual. They knew it was life, that it carried warmth, color, and power. But they also saw it as a messenger. Blood, they said, carried not just nutrients, but memories. It remembered hunger, fear, love. When a warrior was wounded, the healer would whisper to the blood before sealing the cut, asking it to forget the moment of pain. It sounds poetic, but there's wisdom there. Trauma is stored in the body, after all. Maybe the Aztecs didn't have medical degrees, but they understood cellular memory better than most of us do now. They were obsessed with cycles. Everything in their world repeated. Seasons, stars, sickness, rebirth. So when someone fell ill, they didn't see it as tragedy, but as a return. "You've been here before," they'd say. "You forgot the lesson, so the body is reminding you." Illness was a rerun of a story you didn't finish. And just like bad television, it would keep airing until you learned to change the channel. That sense of cosmic repetition wasn't fatalism, it was freedom. If everything repeats, you always have another chance to rewrite the ending. Plants to them weren't objects. They were teachers. Each had a temperament, a song, a humor. Some were polite, gentle herbs that soothed pain quietly. Others were wild, loud plants that burned, purged, shocked. A healer had to know which personality matched the patient. You didn't give a timid person a plant with fire in its roots. It might frighten their spirit away. They even believed the plants had to agree to be used. Before harvesting, healers sang to the herbs, explaining who they were for and why. They said the plants healed best when they understood the story. That's the part modern medicine forgot, the ritual of permission. They thought of laughter as sacred electricity. It recharged the heart, reset the mind, and humiliated evil spirits. During healing rituals, laughter wasn't an interruption. It was therapy. Even the gods they believed laughed creation into existence. One Aztec story tells of the god Tezcatlipoca creating humans after bursting into laughter at his own reflection in an obsidian mirror. It's an oddly human idea that even divine accidents can become masterpieces. Maybe that's why humor still feels holy. It's chaos disguised as grace. Their rituals of purification weren't about cleanliness, but clarity. Sweat lodges, temazcals, were more than saunas. They were symbolic wombs. Inside, surrounded by steam and darkness, people were reborn through sweat and breath. The healer poured water over heated stones and spoke to the steam as if it were alive. "Rise, grandmother, cleanse these children." Inside that womb of heat, people cried, laughed, confessed. When they emerged, trembling and drenched, it wasn't just the body that felt lighter. They had faced themselves in miniature. The body breaking down, the spirit rebuilding. Modern spas offered detox packages. The Aztecs offered rebirth by humidity. They used fear as medicine too. A healer might stage a mock exorcism, shouting, shaking rattles, pretending to battle invisible spirits, just to jolt the patient out of despair. It was theatrical, yes, but it worked. The mind, startled, remembered what it felt like to be alive. They didn't separate drama from healing because they knew the body responds to story. Today, we binge-watch dramas for escape. They acted them out to survive. The stage and the temple were the same space, both built for transformation. They treated time itself as a healer. After every intense ritual, there was a waiting period. No food, no speech, no mirrors. Silence was part of the cure. They believed that after being touched by the sacred, you needed to let reality catch up. It's something we've lost completely. We rush out of pain as if healing were a race. The Aztecs lingered in it, trusting that stillness would do what action couldn't. They called it the hour of the heart's return. Maybe that's what most of us need. Not more doing, but more waiting until the soul decides to show up again. They even understood the power of storytelling long before psychology gave it a name. When someone suffered, healers didn't ask for symptoms. They asked for the story. Tell me when the sun stopped shining, they'd say. By retelling it aloud, the patient moved from victim to narrator, from being crushed by the story to controlling it. They'd weave those tales into communal songs, so no pain ever stayed private. Imagine that, your heartbreak sung by the village choir. Embarrassing? Probably. Healing? Absolutely. They viewed the human body as a temporary guest house for divine forces. The spirit was always moving, entering, leaving, rearranging furniture. And illness came when one of those guests overstayed its welcome. Healing meant politely showing it the door. That's why ceremonies included blowing air over the body, to escort the spirit outward. It's strange and tender at the same time. They believed respect extended even to what hurt you. You didn't destroy your demons, you escorted them home. The Aztecs measured wellness not by absence of pain, but by harmony of rhythm. A person was considered healthy when they could sing, walk, and breathe in time with the heartbeat of the world. A healer could tell someone was unwell simply by listening to their breath. If it faltered, they'd say, "The drum of your life is out of rhythm." Healing was a return to tempo. There's something profoundly human in that. The idea that existence itself is music, and we spend our lives trying to stay in tune. They never saw medicine as separate from morality. To live unjustly, they believed, was to invite disease. Greed, lies, cruelty, all carried a physical cost. Their gods didn't need to punish, the imbalance punished itself. So when someone grew sick, the healer often prescribed confession before herbs, not as judgment, but as maintenance of cosmic order. They weren't moralists. They were engineers of equilibrium. They knew that guilt poisons faster than any toxin, and truth cleanses better than any herb. In the end, their medicine wasn't about mastery, but participation. You didn't heal alone. You healed with the earth, with the ancestors, with everyone watching and laughing and crying beside you. Healing wasn't an event. It was a celebration of being still in the game. They treated health as proof that the gods hadn't given up on you yet. And maybe that's what makes their worldview so hauntingly relevant. We think of healing as escape. They saw it as communion. Because to the Aztecs, to be healed wasn't to be untouched by suffering. It was to be transformed by it. To carry your scars as proof of divine craftsmanship. To laugh in the middle of pain and call it prayer. To walk through fire and come out with stories instead of excuses. Their medicine was messy, musical, and magnificent because it never forgot the most human truth of all. The body breaks so that the soul can remember how to glow again. The Aztecs believed that the body was a map, a sacred landscape, where the gods themselves had drawn rivers, volcanoes, and valleys. Each part of you corresponded to something divine. Your bones were mountains, your blood the rivers, your lungs the wind, and your heart the burning sun. So when illness struck, it wasn't random. It was geography shifting out of place. Healing then meant redrawing that sacred map, restoring the world inside you to its original order. It's funny how modern medicine, with all its precision and technology, still hasn't outgrown that idea. We just gave it fancier names. We call it homeostasis instead of harmony. But it's the same old truth wearing a lab coat. They believed sickness had personality. A fever wasn't just heat. It was a fiery god knocking at the door of your chest, demanding to be acknowledged. A cough wasn't an infection. It was the lungs trying to confess something you'd refuse to say. And a headache? That was your spirit's way of saying, "I told you to stop overthinking, but no, you wanted control." Their healers, called ticitl, treated illness like gossip, listening carefully, asking questions, letting the body spill its secrets. The patient wasn't scolded. They were invited to remember. That's the beauty of their medicine. It didn't shame you for breaking, it reminded you how to listen. They saw food as the first and most honest doctor. Every meal was a prescription, every ingredient a prayer. They believed taste itself could diagnose imbalance. Bitterness revealed grief, salt meant anxiety, sweetness pointed to love or longing. Eating, in their world, was communication between body and cosmos. Corn wasn't just sustenance, it was divinity made edible. When someone fell ill, the healer might adjust their meals, not with calorie charts or portion control, but with symbolism. More yellow foods to invoke sunlight, or bitter herbs to teach humility. They treated overeating as a spiritual problem. "You have eaten more than your story allows," they'd say. It's both profound and hilariously relatable. Who hasn't tried to fill an emotional void with something crunchy? They practiced a kind of medicine that existed halfway between chemistry and poetry. Remedies weren't measured by grams, but by intention. A healer mixing a paste of honey, clay, and crushed insects didn't think of it as mixing ingredients. They were combining histories, sweetness, soil, endurance. To them, everything carried a story, and putting those stories together created something living. Even now, science admits that intention changes outcomes, that belief can influence biology. The Aztecs didn't need double-blind studies to know that. They had been proving it with every whispered prayer over a bowl of herbs. Their surgeries, though rare, were astonishingly precise. They used obsidian blades, sharper than steel, so thin they could split a strand of hair without breaking it. Archaeologists have found skulls with evidence of trepanation, holes cut into bone, that show clear signs of healing, meaning the patients survived. But here's the part that would make a modern surgeon sweat. Before cutting, they prayed to the god of knives, asking it not to eat too deeply. Surgery wasn't war against illness, it was negotiation with divine tools. Maybe that's what medicine has lost, the sense that precision can still be sacred. They didn't see emotions as inconveniences, but as vital organs of the spirit. Jealousy, anger, fear, these weren't flaws to be suppressed, but forces to be balanced. They even had specific herbs for emotional wounds. Cacao for heartbreak, marigold for grief, and chili for courage. Yes, chili, because nothing clears despair like tears and fire. A healer might make someone drink a spicy potion just to force them to cry, saying, "Let the fire leave your eyes." It's absurd, yet wise. Sometimes the only way out of emotional pain really is through a little heat. They had an extraordinary relationship with dreams. Sleep wasn't rest. It was travel. The soul, they said, left the body each night to wander the realms of gods and ancestors. When a person fell ill, healers looked for signs that the soul had lost its way during one of these nocturnal journeys. To bring it back, they performed rituals involving smoke, mirrors, and humming. The patient would lie surrounded by fragrant herbs while the healer softly chanted their name, calling the spirit home. If the soul didn't return, they'd whisper, "Tell us what frightened you." Even now, that line feels relevant. How much of our exhaustion is just the soul refusing to come back to a body that doesn't feel safe? Their temples doubled as hospitals. Patients were treated beside altars, surrounded by carved deities and flickering firelight. Healing wasn't private, it was participatory. Family members joined the rituals, chanting or bringing symbolic offerings, feathers, stones, or water from a sacred spring. The community's presence amplified recovery. They believed isolation made illness louder and that healing required witnesses, people who could remind you that your story wasn't over. Modern medicine could use a dose of that. Less waiting rooms filled with silence, more spaces where recovery feels like it being sung back into existence. They saw illness as a teacher that rarely repeated lessons kindly. When someone ignored the first signs, fatigue, pain, sadness, the disease would grow louder until the message couldn't be missed. A healer once wrote that the gods whisper first through sweat, then through tears, and finally through blood. They weren't being dramatic. They were describing escalation. Their medicine encouraged early listening to your body, to your emotions, to the small dissonances we brush off as normal. They didn't wait for collapse to begin care. In their world, prevention wasn't a campaign. It was a daily act of reverence. Their connection to death was the most radical of all. They didn't separate healing from dying because they saw them as stages of the same process. The goal wasn't to avoid death, but to meet it with grace. When someone was beyond saving, the healer's role changed, from physician to guide. They'd prepare the person with scented oils and songs that told the story of their life, so the soul wouldn't forget who it was on its journey. It wasn't morbid, it was mercy. Death wasn't failure, it was transformation, the body returning its borrowed pieces to the earth. Maybe that's what frightened the conquistadors most, not their rituals, but their acceptance of impermanence. They even found medicine in the absurd. One ritual for curing stubborn melancholy involved a healer dressing as a bird, flapping around the patient, and mimicking their complaints in exaggerated tones until both burst out laughing. It sounds ridiculous, but it worked. Humor broke the spell of sorrow, reminding people that life could still surprise them. The Aztecs weren't afraid to look foolish in the name of healing. They understood that pride is one of the hardest diseases to treat, and laughter is the only cure. And somewhere between the smoke, the songs, the obsidian, and the tears, they left behind a lesson that still humbles us. That health isn't the absence of pain, it's the presence of meaning. That healing isn't about returning to who you were, but about becoming who you could be after surviving. They didn't run from suffering. They listened to it until it told the truth. They didn't sterilize their rituals. They filled them with color, sound, and story because they knew the spirit heals best when reminded that life is worth the noise. In their world, medicine wasn't mechanical. It was miraculous in its honesty. It asked you to participate, to be humble, to laugh, to cry, to sing your pain into something that could dance again. And maybe that's the secret we've been forgetting for centuries. The body doesn't just want to be healed, it wants to be heard. The Aztecs, with all their smoke and feathers and poetry, understood that better than anyone, that every ache, every fever, every scar is just the body's way of whispering, "Remember who you are before the world taught you to forget." The Aztecs believed that everything alive was part of a shared conversation. People, animals, trees, even stones. To them, sickness began the moment something stopped listening. When a person grew ill, it wasn't simply the body rebelling. It was the world's way of saying, "You've missed a message." Their doctors weren't just healers. They were interpreters, translating what the universe was trying to tell you through fever, pain, or exhaustion. It's a strangely comforting idea that even suffering is a form of dialogue. Pain wasn't chaos, it was correspondence, a very loud letter written in the ink of your own body. They treated silence as medicine. A healer would often begin by asking the patient not to speak, just to breathe and listen. They believed the body whispered its needs between breaths, that the rhythm of inhaling and exhaling revealed what words could not. Illness speaks softly, they said, and humans are terrible listeners. Now, sometimes all the patient needed was stillness, to stop bargaining with the world and let it answer. We call that mindfulness today, package it into apps, and sell it with soothing voiceovers. The Aztecs simply called it being human properly. They saw the stomach as the seat of emotion, not the heart. When someone suffered heartbreak, they didn't say, "My heart aches," but "My belly burns." Love, fear, anger, all lived in the gut. And the cure? Bitter herbs, earthy drinks, laughter after meals. They understood that digestion and emotion were siblings. Both required release. If one was blocked, the other rebelled. It's not far from modern science. Stress can wreck your gut. Anxiety can steal your appetite. The Aztecs just described it better. They believed the soul could get constipated too, a truth that feels uncomfortably accurate some days. Water held immense power in their medicine. It wasn't just cleansing, it was conversation. Rivers were the veins of the earth, and rain was its blood. Healers would take the sick to sacred springs, not to bathe, but to speak to the water. They'd scoop it with their hands, whisper the patient's name into it, and pour it back. The idea was that water remembered. It carried stories, confessions, apologies. Modern physics might call that absurd, but somehow it fits. We all know that strange relief that comes from crying, the way salt water carries what language can't. Maybe the Aztecs understood that long before science did. They even believed shadows could fall ill. When a person grew weak without explanation, they'd say their shadow had been stolen or frightened. The healer's job was to coax it back. They'd wave incense smoke through the air, calling softly, "Return, companion." The ritual sounds mystical, but its meaning is deeply psychological. To lose your shadow was to lose vitality, identity, presence. Depression, in other words. And to recover, you needed to remember what the darkness beside you looked like. They didn't demonize it, they embraced it. The shadow wasn't evil. It was the soul's twin, sometimes lost in the fog, waiting to be found again. They believed laughter scared away death. During long illnesses, healers told absurd jokes, sometimes pretending to argue with the sickness as if it were a spoiled child. One recorded ritual describes a healer shouting at a fever, "You've had your fun, leave before dinner." The patient laughed, and according to the chronicler, the fever broke the next day. Was it placebo? Maybe, but it's hard to argue with the result. Humor disarms fear, and fear, they believed, was the doorway through which sickness entered. They weren't wrong. Fear is still the quiet accomplice of every disease we know. Their relationship with plants bordered on friendship. Healers didn't just use herbs. They talked to them, asked permission before harvesting, and left offerings after. They believed plants had personalities, that aloe was patient, chili courageous, and sage-wise but easily offended. If a healer harvested carelessly, the plant might refuse to work. It's tempting to roll our eyes at that, yet the underlying lesson is elegant. Respect what heals you, or it won't. The Aztecs understood reciprocities in a way we've almost forgotten. We take from the earth and wonder why it's stopped giving back. They saw dreams as the spirit's second life. Every night, the soul stepped outside the body to visit ancestors, gods, or forgotten places. If you dreamt of drowning, the healer might say your soul was overwhelmed. If you dreamt of fire, your heart was restless. To cure nightmares, they'd place a bowl of water beneath the bed, so the bad dreams would see their reflection and be ashamed. It's both charming and brilliant, a bedtime therapy that combines psychology and poetry. They didn't fear dreams, they studied them. They knew that the mind, like the body, needs to wander to find peace. Sound was their most underestimated weapon. They used whistles, drums, and chants to shift energy in the body. Some ceremonies required the patient to hum continuously while the healer struck the floor rhythmically. The vibrations were said to shake loose whatever illness clung to the spirit. Modern researchers call it vibrational therapy now, charging hundreds for what the Aztecs did in a hut full of smoke and laughter. Maybe that's the irony. Progress sometimes just rebrands ancient wisdom with better marketing. They treated time as a collaborator, not an enemy. Healing wasn't measured in days or doses. It followed the rhythm of the moon. Each phase carried its own medicine, waxing for growth, waning for release, full for revelation. When a person resisted their recovery, the healer might tell them, "You're trying to bloom in the wrong season." Or, there's a gentle humor in that, the idea that impatience itself can be an illness. And it rings true. How often do we rush through pain, only to find it waiting around the next corner? The Aztecs didn't rush. They trusted that every wound had its own calendar. One of their strangest yet most beautiful beliefs was that illness could make you holy. If you survived great pain, it meant the gods had noticed you. Scars were sacred signatures, proof that you'd endured divine attention. People who recovered from serious sickness were often sought out for advice, as if they'd glimpsed another world and returned with news. And maybe they had. Anyone who's truly suffered knows that strange clarity, the feeling that pain stripped away everything unimportant. The Aztecs turned that feeling into theology. Their medicine also had a sense of mischief. They knew the mind could trap itself in seriousness, so they made healing playful. One ritual involved tying knots in colored strings, each knot representing a problem, then dunking them in water until the knots loosened. See, the healer would say, even the gods prefer solutions that unravel. It's funny and wise at once. Sometimes the act of release matters more than the logic behind it. They didn't need everything to make sense, they just needed it to make peace. The Aztecs lived with the awareness that everything, health, love, breath, was borrowed. You didn't own your body, you shared it with the universe. When something hurt, it wasn't betrayal, it was rent coming due. Healing was the act of paying attention to that debt. They didn't fight the world for control. They danced with it, bruises and all. That's why their medicine feels both brutal and beautiful. It never promised to erase pain, only to give it purpose. And maybe that's why their legacy still hums beneath our modern lives. Because deep down, we know what they knew. That healing isn't about silencing the noise inside you, but learning to hear its rhythm. That laughter can coexist with grief, and that even in darkness, the body is trying to tell a story worth listening to. The Aztecs didn't just heal wounds. They taught humanity how to stay curious about its own suffering. And maybe that's the only medicine that never expires. The courage to look at pain, laugh at it, and whisper, I'm still listening. The Aztecs believed that sickness began the moment you stopped being curious about your own soul. They said that the body, like the earth, hates being ignored. Ignore it long enough, and it will speak, through aches, fevers, dizziness, strange dreams. Illness was the body's way of saying, I sent you several polite reminders, and now I'm escalating the issue. Their medicine wasn't about suppressing those messages, it was about decoding them. Each symptom carried a story, and the healer's role was to listen, not to silence. There's something uncomfortably modern about that. We've just swapped their incense for ibuprofen, but the conversation is the same. The body always wins the argument eventually. They believed that life was constantly negotiating between order and chaos. Health, therefore, wasn't the absence of disorder. It was a fragile truce. Every breath was a treaty, every heartbeat a peace offering. The body was a diplomat, forever balancing its internal wars. The Aztecs didn't fight disease so much as reason with it. You've made your point, they'd tell the fever. Now let the lesson end. Their healers were half philosopher, half comedian, understanding that laughter and wisdom were the best weapons against despair. One healer, when asked about mortality, famously replied, we die because the gods get bored, so keep them entertained. Well, and maybe that's what health really is, keeping life amused enough not to leave. They treated every healing ritual as a form of art. The arrangement of herbs, the rhythm of chants, even the colors painted on the patient's skin mattered. A healer once said, the gods cure through beauty. To them, ugliness was not about appearance, it was imbalance, decay without meaning. So to heal, they made everything beautiful. Incense swirled like smoke prayers. Feathers shimmered in candlelight, and every motion carried intention. It wasn't theater, it was therapy, because they believed the spirit only returns to a body that feels like home. And who wouldn't want to come back to a body surrounded by light and music instead of fluorescent tubes and bad hospital coffee? They used the elements as medicine. Fire was purification, water forgiveness, air clarity, and earth stability. If someone suffered from melancholy, the healer might bury their feet in soil to remind them they still belonged somewhere. If rage consumed them, they'd be told to sit by running water and let the current borrow their anger. If they were lost in thought, they'd face the wind and breathe deeply until the world's rhythm replaced their own. The Aztecs didn't see these rituals as symbolic. They saw them as literal recalibrations. And perhaps they were right. Try standing barefoot in the dirt after a bad day. The earth has a way of making your problems look small enough to survive. They found humor in suffering, not to mock it, but to tame it. When a patient complained of chronic pain, a healer might grin and say, your bones are rehearsing for the afterlife. It was absurd, but it broke tension. They believed laughter made the spirit slippery, harder for despair to grip. Their ceremonies often ended with laughter, not solemnity, because joy was considered a sealant, something that locked in the healing. Modern psychology calls it endorphins. The Aztecs called it divine mischief. Either way, the body remembers what it laughs about longer than what it fears. They saw storytelling as medicine too. When someone was ill, the healer would tell them a tale, sometimes about the gods, sometimes about foolish mortals who ignored them. The stories always mirrored the patient's condition in disguise. A man with a wound that refused to heal might hear a tale about a proud warrior who wouldn't bow to the rain, while a woman plagued by nightmares would hear of a goddess who dreamed the world into being. They believed that stories opened the spirit's locked doors, letting the illness wander out quietly while the mind was distracted. And maybe that's why we still turn to stories when reality hurts too much. Because deep down, we know imagination was the first form of medicine. They treated time as an ingredient. Healing was an instant. It had a tempo. The Aztecs measured progress not by speed, but by rhythm, how the body sang to itself again. Some recoveries took days, others months, and rushing them was sacrilege. To force healing was to insult the gods, who worked in their own mysterious pacing. They believed that impatience made wounds jealous, that hurrying recovery invited relapse. So they waited, watched, and trusted. It's ironic, really. They lived in a civilization that built pyramids faster than most modern projects. Yet they understood something we've forgotten, that real healing has no deadline. They believed illness had a sense of humor. A man who mocked others might lose his voice. A miser might develop stomach pain. A liar might suffer from eye problems. It wasn't superstition. It was poetic justice. To them, disease reflected behavior. The universe didn't punish, it educated. A cough wasn't divine wrath. It was a cosmic joke about honesty. Their worldview forced accountability. To heal, you had to confess. Not to a priest, but to yourself. Imagine if modern medicine came with that clause. Before we prescribe this, please list your emotional baggage. The Aztecs would have called that honesty. We'd call it therapy. They understood that even despair needed ceremony. When someone had lost the will to live, they didn't isolate them. They surrounded them with song. The healer would gather the community and perform a ritual of remembrance, not of death, but of laughter, youth, and possibility. They believed that being reminded of your own story could reignite the flame of existence. It's strangely moving. They treated depression not as madness, but as forgetting. The cure was to make the person feel seen again. Sometimes they didn't even talk. They'd just sit together sharing silence until it became gentle instead of heavy. Maybe that's what healing still is, finding company that makes silence feel safe. They weren't afraid of the grotesque. In fact, they respected it. Decay, blood, pus, these weren't revolting to them. They were proof of transformation. A wound, they said, was the body teaching itself to become new. They found divinity in discomfort because it revealed that creation never stopped. That's why their temples displayed skulls, not as warnings, but as affirmations. To rot was to return. To bleed was to prove the gods hadn't forgotten you. It's gruesome, yes, but also profoundly life-affirming. They didn't hide from death. They used it as a mirror to celebrate survival. They saw the heart as both drum and altar. Every beat was a rhythm shared with the cosmos, a tiny echo of creation's first sound. To them, healing the heart meant tuning it, resetting it to the right tempo. They'd place their hands over a patient's chest, hum softly, and say, "Sing again." That's all healing really was, convincing the body to remember its own music. And maybe that's why their ceremonies always ended in song, not because they were cured, but because they had learned how to listen again. In their world, medicine was not an industry. It was intimacy. It was about reminding people that their bodies weren't broken machines, but sacred instruments that occasionally fell out of tune. The healer didn't promise perfection. They promised participation. You didn't walk away fixed. You walked away more awake. And maybe that's why their wisdom still lingers. Because it wasn't about fighting illness. It was about befriending life. And if there's one lesson they'd whisper through time, it's this. Healing isn't a destination. It's a conversation that never really ends. It's the sound of the body clearing its throat, the laughter that survives the fever, the quiet decision to keep dancing even when the music falters. The Aztecs understood that better than anyone, that the real miracle wasn't surviving pain, but learning to turn it into rhythm. The Aztecs believed that illness wasn't something that happened to you. It was something that tried to talk to you. The trouble was, humans were terrible listeners. They treated pain like an unwanted guest, slamming the door instead of asking, "Why are you here?" To the Aztecs, every sickness had a purpose, even the most miserable ones. A cough could be the spirit's way of clearing unsaid words, a fever the fire burning away guilt, a stomachache the soul digesting regret. It sounds poetic until you realize they were describing exactly what we do when stress makes our bodies revolt. They just had the honesty to call it divine drama. Their medicine began with humility. Before a healer could treat someone, they had to confess their own faults. No hand can cleanse another if it carries its own dirt, they said. It wasn't just ritual purity. It was psychology disguised as spirituality. The healer had to empty themselves of ego before touching another soul. It's ironic that a civilization known for human sacrifice understood emotional boundaries better than some modern therapists. They believed healing required equality, two souls meeting halfway, neither superior. And that, perhaps, was their greatest wisdom. To cure someone, you had to first remember you were also fragile. They had no separation between science and spirit. Herbs weren't classified by chemical properties, but by personality. Tobacco was bold and loyal. Cacao was gentle and forgiving. Chili was fiery, impatient, full of humor. When treating an illness, the healer didn't just prescribe a plant, they introduced you to it. You didn't take medicine, you made a friend. Before using an herb, they would greet it aloud, explaining the reason for its use. This one, they'd say, is for a man who has forgotten his laughter. Imagine saying that at a pharmacy today. The pharmacist would call security, but the Aztecs would nod in approval, because they knew that medicine only works when respect goes both ways. They also believed that the body was a garden constantly invaded by weeds. Thoughts, emotions, bad habits. Every so often you had to weed it. That's why fasting was sacred, not as punishment, but as pruning. By denying certain foods or behaviors, they believed the soul became quiet enough to notice what truly nourished it. Hunger, to them, wasn't emptiness. It was listening. The first bite after fasting was treated like communion, a sacred reunion between body and world. They called it the moment of remembering. We've replaced that with eating lunch in front of screens, wondering why our hearts still feel starved. Pain fascinated them. They didn't run from it. They studied it like a stubborn god. They said pain was the teacher no one wanted but everyone needed. It speaks the truth that comfort forgets, one healer wrote. They used small controlled pain in rituals, tiny cuts, intense heat, piercing chants, to remind people that endurance itself was medicine. The body's ability to withstand was proof of its alliance with the cosmos. The goal wasn't to escape suffering, but to understand what it was trying to show. Maybe that's why we still chase struggle through marathons, ice baths, heartbreak, anything that reminds us we're alive. The Aztecs just called it sacred training. They viewed death as an extension of healing. When someone was dying, the healer's work didn't stop. It transformed. They guided the person gently toward acceptance, whispering reminders that the body was only a borrowed garment. Don't fear returning it, they'd say. The moment of death wasn't failure. It was graduation. And because they saw it as part of the same cycle, they treated the dead with the same reverence as the living. They decorated skulls, not to glorify horror, but to thank those who'd completed the lesson of existence. In their world, decay wasn't the end. It was proof the universe recycled wisely. They also believed that words could heal or harm with equal precision. A healer's chant wasn't superstition. It was surgery done with sound. They believed that speaking a person's name with love reassembled the scattered parts of their soul. Insults, on the other hand, were poison. The careless tongue breaks the heart faster than a knife, they warned. So their rituals were full of speaking, singing, humming. Every tone mattered. Every word was intention made audible. It's strange that they intuited what neuroscience now confirms. That sound literally alters brain chemistry. The Aztecs didn't need studies to prove it. They simply listened to how the world vibrated when they spoke kindly. They treated laughter like lightning, unpredictable, divine, and essential. When the community gathered for healing ceremonies, someone always played the fool. They told absurd jokes about the god's clumsiness or mimicked the patient's complaints until everyone burst out laughing. To them, laughter shocked the spirit back into rhythm. When the ribs shake, the soul dances, they said. It's easy to dismiss it as superstition, but maybe we underestimate how much humor keeps us sane. Laughter breaks the tension that illness builds. It resets something ancient inside us. The Aztecs just had the good sense to prescribe it regularly. They saw guilt as one of the most dangerous diseases. It corroded slowly, invisibly. So they built confession into their healing. Not the kind you whisper to a priest, but one you shout into the wind. They believed the air itself could carry away shame if you gave it permission. During purification rituals, patients would stand on hills and speak their regrets to the open sky. Let the wind eat your sorrow, the healer said. Imagine the relief of confessing without judgment, without paperwork, just raw honesty between you and the universe. In their world, healing didn't require forgiveness from others, only from yourself. They didn't separate human pain from nature's. If drought struck, people felt it in their bodies. Headaches, anxiety, nausea. The earth and humanity were symbiotic. Healing one required healing the other. So when a healer treated someone, they might also plant seeds or pour water into the soil, reminding the gods that balance had to return on both sides. Their philosophy was simple. If you exploit the world, your body will start imitating it. It's a grimly accurate prophecy. The Aztecs lived by a truth we still resist, that you can't poison rivers and expect your blood to stay clean. Their rituals could be both grotesque and tender. Sometimes, to cure a deep sadness, the healer would rub an egg over the body and then crack it open into water. If the yolk sank, it meant the grief was still heavy. If it floated, the spirit had released it. Modern psychology would call it symbolic projection. They called it proof. The beauty wasn't in the magic, it was in the metaphor. Healing didn't need to be logical, it needed to be felt. The ritual gave the invisible pain a shape you could watch dissolve. They also knew that gratitude was the most potent antidote to despair. Every healing ended with thanks, not just to the gods, but to the illness itself. Thank you for visiting, they'd say. Thank you for teaching. The ceremony was never about erasing pain, it was about integrating it. Because to them, every wound carried wisdom. Every scar was a record of conversation between human and divine. It's an unsettling but liberating thought, that the body's story is not one of failure, but of collaboration. And in that philosophy lies the quiet brilliance of their world. They didn't try to dominate life or sanitize it. They didn't fear suffering or worship comfort. They simply treated existence as art, messy, colorful, sometimes violent, but always sacred. To heal was to participate in that art, to find beauty even in decay. The Aztecs understood something we've almost forgotten, that healing isn't a finish line. It's a rhythm you live inside, a song you never stop learning, because the body will always speak, the soul will always wander, and somewhere between laughter and pain, the universe will always whisper, "You're still alive. Listen." If you asked an Aztec healer what caused disease, they might answer with something that sounds absurdly poetic. You offended the wind. To them, sickness wasn't random. It was a reaction. The body was an ecosystem, and even invisible forces had tempers. The wind, the rain, the smoke, all of them had personalities, moods, grudges. So when someone caught a fever, the healer might whisper, "The air is angry with you." And honestly, who among us hasn't felt that way after a bad night's sleep or a bad decision, as if the universe itself had developed an attitude problem? The Aztecs believed balance was the ultimate medicine. Everything, from emotions to weather, had to live in harmony. If you laughed too much, you risked offending the gods of sorrow. If you grieved too long, joy would vanish in protest. They practiced emotional moderation like it was an Olympic sport. Their healers used plants not just for their chemistry, but for their symbolism. A flower that opened only at dawn was given to people who woke too late in life, emotionally, spiritually, or literally. A cactus, thorny and resilient, might be prescribed to those who'd grown too soft. The treatment wasn't just about what you ingested, it was about what it reminded you to become. One of their most bizarre yet beautiful practices involved mirrors. Not glass mirrors, but polished obsidian, black as oil and reflective like water. The healer would hold one up to the patient and ask them to stare until they saw the source of their pain. Sometimes they claimed to see spirits. Other times, they just saw their own exhaustion staring back. Either way, it worked. The mirror became a tool for truth. It forced you to look into yourself long enough to stop pretending. Imagine if modern medicine did that. Before antibiotics, your doctor hands you a mirror and says, "Look until you understand why your stomach's upset." We'd probably cure half our ailments just by admitting what's eating us. There was also a strange tenderness in how they treated the mind. Mental illness, for the Aztecs, wasn't weakness. It was evidence of being too close to the divine. People who heard voices or acted erratically weren't outcasts. They were often seen as touched by the gods, chosen for insight ordinary mortals couldn't bear. Some were guided gently into priesthoods, or made the focus of rituals meant to calm the divine fire within them. It's a strangely compassionate approach for a civilization known for cutting hearts out on altars. Maybe they understood something we lost, that madness and genius are neighbors who share a fence and occasionally borrow each other's tools. What's fascinating is that their medicine wasn't sterile. It was participatory theater. The healer wasn't just a doctor. They were part actor, part philosopher, part shaman, and part therapist. The rituals they performed were multisensory events, incense clouding the air, chants that echoed like thunder, painted symbols glowing in torchlight. It wasn't just about healing, it was about reawakening wonder. They knew that half of medicine is convincing the patient that healing is possible, and nothing convinces quite like spectacle. Maybe that's why we still trust white coats and sterile rooms. They're modern costumes for the same ancient performance. Their medical texts, the few that survived conquest, read like recipes for both survival and poetry. For the soul that has grown heavy, one reads, "Take the smoke of copal and the breath of dawn." It's easy to dismiss that as superstition until you realize they were describing what psychologists now call grounding, connecting the senses to the present. Breathe the morning air, smell the earth, feel alive again. They didn't need jargon to describe mindfulness. They lived it in every ritual. They were treating anxiety before it had a name. Some of their remedies were shockingly practical. They used chili peppers for pain relief because the burning sensation distracted the nerves, the same principle behind modern topical analgesics. They treated wounds with crushed ants, whose jaws acted as natural stitches. They made poultices of moss and honey to prevent infection. For all their mysticism, they were astonishingly observant scientists. But they wrapped their discoveries in myth because, to them, knowledge without reverence was dangerous. You weren't supposed to just use nature, you were supposed to talk to it first. There's something oddly modern in that mindset. Today, we coat the earth in pesticides, pump oceans with plastic, and act surprised when the planet breaks into a fever. The Aztecs would probably call it what it is, global imbalance. "The wind is angry again," they'd say, shaking their heads, while we build another factory. They would tell us that our diseases are now planetary, that healing the air, the water, and the soil is as urgent as curing the body. The earth, after all, has always been our biggest patient. We're just terrible doctors. Their obsession with ritualized cleanliness also revealed how advanced they were. Long before germ theory, they bathed daily, used herbs for hygiene, and burned incense not just for the gods, but for sterilization. They saw purity not as vanity, but as balance. The body was a temple. If you kept it dirty, you disrespected the divine energy within. And yet, even their cleansing rituals had humor. Some healers joked that if a man's breath could kill the smell of incense, the gods would grant him another chance at life out of pity. It's comforting to know that even ancient priests had to deal with bad breath. Perhaps the most moving part of their worldview was how they treated memory. They believed every illness carried the echo of something forgotten, a promise, a person, a purpose. Healing was an act of remembering. The word for soul, ticitl, literally meant the heart that remembers. So when someone fell ill, the healer's goal wasn't just to fix the symptom, but to restore the story. They'd ask questions that sound eerily like modern therapy. What are you holding inside that has grown too heavy? Whose voice lives in your silence? The Aztecs practiced introspection long before psychology invented couches and copays. And through all this, they never lost their sense of absurdity. They could discuss gods, death, and destiny, then burst into laughter at human foolishness. One healer supposedly said, "We spend our lives begging the gods for health while poisoning ourselves with envy." That line could still headline a wellness podcast today. The truth is timeless. People haven't changed much. We've just swapped obsidian mirrors for smartphone screens. The same insecurities, the same ego, the same longing to be seen and soothed. In the end, their medicine wasn't just about curing the body. It was about restoring meaning to life. They didn't want you merely to survive. They wanted you to understand why it mattered that you did. Every ritual, every herb, every word was an attempt to reconnect the human heartbeat with the rhythm of the universe. Maybe that's why their culture, though long gone, still echoes in our bones. We keep trying to rediscover what they never forgot, that healing isn't something you buy, it's something you remember how to feel. And maybe the next time we fall ill, physically, emotionally, spiritually, the best question to ask isn't, "What's wrong with me?" but "What is life trying to teach me this time?" The Aztecs never saw the body as a battlefield to be conquered by medicine. It was a conversation, messy, mysterious, and often inconvenient. They didn't separate the physical from the emotional, or the sacred from the absurd. Everything mattered, from the direction the wind blew to the color of the chili in your stew. Illness, to them, wasn't a failure, it was feedback. The body was gossiping about the soul, and if you refused to listen, it would simply start shouting louder. We, on the other hand, call that a symptom. They called it a message from the gods. Maybe they were right, and perhaps the divine doesn't appear in visions anymore, just in migraines and indigestion. They lived in a world where medicine wasn't sterile. It was spectacular. A healing ritual could look like a scene from an opera. Flowers scattered on the ground, flutes echoing through the air, incense rising like a slow prayer. The healer, painted in bright pigments, would dance around the patient, chanting to both the sickness and the spirit that carried it. Imagine going to the doctor today and having them start a choreography before checking your pulse. Ridiculous? Maybe. But think about how comforting it must have been to feel that your pain was being treated as something worthy of ceremony rather than inconvenience. Their medicine was alive with metaphors. A healer might tell a patient that his fever was a fire that forgot its place, or that her sadness was a river that refused to flow. These weren't just poetic lines. They were diagnostic tools. The metaphors gave people a way to understand their suffering, and that in itself was healing. Because pain that has no name grows heavier, but pain described becomes something you can hold, even laugh at. One chronicler recorded a woman saying after a ritual, "He made my sadness visible. It looked ridiculous, so I let it go." If only modern therapy came with that kind of punchline. The Aztecs also had an almost unsettling sense of humor about mortality. They laughed at death not because they didn't fear it, but because they knew it couldn't be avoided. They threw festivals to honor the dead, decorating skulls with flowers, turning cemeteries into carnivals. Death wasn't taboo, it was a guest of honor. They said, "The dead don't want our tears, they want our stories." In that way, grief became a shared performance, less about loss, more about continuation. Ironically, it's the same idea we use when saying someone lives on in our memories. They just took it literally enough to throw a party. What really made their worldview remarkable was how they treated the earth as part of their own anatomy. When rivers ran dry, they fasted. When crops flourished, they sang. It wasn't symbolic. They believed the body and the world were one organism. If nature grew sick, humanity felt feverish. They didn't call it climate change, they called it divine imbalance. Healing the land meant healing themselves. So, when drought struck, they didn't just pray, they cleaned, danced, confessed, and planted. Because, to them, restoration was a moral act, not just an environmental one. Imagine if we approached pollution today the same way we approach a flu, as something requiring both medicine and repentance. They even used art as treatment. Painting, sculpting, singing. All were forms of therapy long before the term existed. One text describes a healer giving a melancholic woman colored pigments and asking her to paint the face of her sadness. When she finished, she cried and said, "Now it looks small." That might be the first recorded case of art therapy. They understood something simple but profound. Creativity transforms suffering into story. The act of creation turns chaos into comprehension. And maybe that's why the ruins of their civilization, though scarred by conquest, still vibrate with beauty. Because even in destruction, they managed to leave meaning behind. They were masters of paradox. They could chant to the sun while performing what looked like surgery, or laugh during funerals while mourning deeply. To the Aztecs, opposites didn't cancel each other. They completed one another. Healing required both faith and fear, order and madness. A ritual could start with silence and end in screaming, because both were valid languages of the soul. They saw no contradiction in mixing herbs with hallucinations, or prayer with pain. They believed the universe itself was born from contradiction, from chaos meeting purpose. And isn't that how every healing begins? Between what hurts and what hopes. Their faith in interconnectedness also made them extraordinary observers. They noticed patterns others ignored: the timing of illness with moon cycles, the influence of colors on moods, the sound of the voice changing before death. It wasn't superstition, it was pattern recognition elevated to art. A healer could tell a person's emotional state by how the smoke of incense moved around them. If it curled inward, the soul was closed. If it drifted upward, the spirit was open. In a way, it was their version of reading MRI scans, except with more poetry and fewer hospital gowns. They believed even laughter had anatomy. It lived in the ribs, they said, and when it escaped too rarely, the ribs stiffened and squeezed the heart. Their cure was simple: communal laughter. Villages held storytelling nights where absurd tales were told until everyone's ribs ached. They didn't call it entertainment, they called it medicine. And perhaps that's what makes humor so powerful. It disarms seriousness, it resets perspective, it whispers, "You're still human," and that's enough. In the heart of their philosophy was one stubborn conviction. The gods weren't distant, they were intimate, intrusive even. They lived in breath, sweat, and tears. They wanted attention, but not worship born of fear, engagement born of awe. Every sneeze, dream, or coincidence could be a divine nudge. So they watched life closely, not with paranoia, but with reverence. Their devotion wasn't blind, it was relational. If the gods gave you pain, you gave them prayer. If they gave you joy, you gave them gratitude. It wasn't a transaction, it was a conversation. And maybe that's the secret thread running through everything they believed. The world, for all its chaos and cruelty, was a dialogue. You didn't conquer it, you learned to talk to it. Illness, death, love, laughter, all just parts of the same divine conversation. We've spent centuries trying to silence it with technology, convenience, and denial. But sometimes, in the quiet moments, when you laugh at your own foolishness or feel awe for no reason at all, you can almost hear what they heard. The universe whispering, "I'm still here. Are you still listening?" The Aztecs had a strange way of looking at the world. They didn't just believe in healing the body. They believed in healing existence itself. To them, every cough, every ache, every fever was like a ripple in the fabric of the universe. If you were sick, the problem wasn't only in your stomach or your lungs, it was in the balance between you and the cosmos. It's almost comical when you think about it. Imagine blaming your sore throat on the moon being in a bad mood. But that's what made their worldview fascinating. They saw everything as interconnected. The body was the earth in miniature. Your blood was the rivers. Your breath was the wind. Your thoughts were clouds, sometimes gentle, sometimes thunderous. Because of that belief, their medicine wasn't just about fixing you, it was about reintroducing you to the world. When someone fell ill, the healer didn't just look at the body, they looked at where the person had been, what they had eaten, who they had argued with, even what dreams had been haunting them. They understood what modern science is slowly rediscovering. You can't heal a body that's disconnected from its story. The Aztecs didn't need MRI machines. They had something more radical: empathy. They listened until the silence itself started talking. The rituals could seem theatrical, but every gesture had a purpose. They believed that the human spirit, like a mischievous child, could wander off when frightened or neglected. So when someone fell ill, it wasn't uncommon for a healer to perform a soul-calling ceremony. They'd walk in circles, chanting the person's name, coaxing the spirit to return home. Sometimes they'd use a feather to guide it back, brushing the air as if sweeping invisible dust. And as strange as it sounds, maybe they weren't wrong. Haven't we all felt moments when a part of us seems missing, like our body's there, but our spirit's on vacation? The Aztecs didn't call it burnout or dissociation. They simply called it the absence of soul. They believed that the most dangerous diseases were born from emotional neglect. Anger was like a fire that burned inward, jealousy like a snake coiled around the heart. These weren't poetic metaphors, they were diagnoses. A healer would prescribe herbs, yes, but also conversations, songs, laughter, forgiveness. It's hard not to envy a system that treated rage with music instead of medication. Sometimes I think the modern world could use a few Aztec healers in our offices. Imagine your boss handing you a drum instead of a deadline. What made their medical practices extraordinary was how they combined logic with spirituality. They were brilliant herbalists. They cataloged hundreds of plants, some of which are still used in modern medicine. Willow bark, rich in salicin, their version of aspirin. Chicolote, a natural sedative. Even amaranth, one of their staple grains, now known for its high protein content, was considered sacred food, a gift from the gods for the body and the mind. But they didn't separate science from symbolism. To them, the effectiveness of a plant depended not only on its chemical properties, but on the intention with which it was gathered. Before harvesting, they offered prayers and a drop of blood to the soil. They thanked the plant before using it, because gratitude, they believed, activated the medicine. Maybe that's why everything they did felt sacred, because nothing was taken for granted. The process of healing wasn't quick. They didn't promise miracles overnight. Time itself was an ingredient. The patient was expected to rest, reflect, and participate in their recovery. Healing was a dialogue, not a transaction. Today, we want instant results, one pill, one cure, one click. The Aztecs understood patience as part of the prescription. Hurry is the child of imbalance, they said. It's funny. They were curing stress before stress had a name. They were also deeply aware of the power of environment. Their healing spaces were often built near water, surrounded by flowers with wind chimes and painted murals. They knew that beauty soothed the nervous system. Even their colors had meaning. Blue calmed the mind. Red restored strength. Yellow purified. It's easy to dismiss this as superstition, but hospitals today paint walls in muted tones for the same reason. Color affects emotion. The difference is, the Aztecs didn't hide it behind clinical terms. They celebrated it as art. Music, too, played a role in medicine. Drums to stimulate the heartbeat, flutes to mimic the breath of the gods, shells filled with pebbles to sound like rain. Each sound was medicine for a specific part of the soul. They said rhythm reminded the body of its original harmony. One chronicler even described a healer who treated insomnia by playing gentle rhythms until the patient's dreams returned like birds to their nests. Imagine how different healthcare would be if we replaced fluorescent lights and waiting rooms with drums and lullabies. Even the act of eating had ritual significance. Meals were medicine. They believed every ingredient had a story and that consuming it meant inviting that story into your own. Corn represented resilience. Cacao embodied joy. Chili signified courage. They didn't count calories. They counted blessings. Eating wasn't a necessity. It was a sacred dialogue with life itself. And that's something we've completely lost. We eat fast, distracted, anxious, like we're hiding from our food. The Aztecs would probably laugh at our diet culture. You fear bread, they'd say, but your real hunger is for meaning. They understood irony, too, that sometimes healing required what looked like madness. Some rituals involved symbolic reenactments of death. A patient might be wrapped in cloth as if buried, then reborn through chanting and water purification. It wasn't morbid. It was metaphorical. They believed you had to let a part of yourself die to let another one live. We do something similar when we say we've turned over a new leaf. The difference is they actually acted it out. Maybe that's why their ceremonies were so effective. They didn't just talk about transformation, they performed it. But perhaps their greatest lesson was that they never sought to escape pain. They faced it, honored it, and tried to learn from it. They saw suffering as a teacher that spoke in riddles. If you avoided it, you missed the message. Their approach wasn't naive, it was courageous. Because to them, the worst thing wasn't to die, it was to live disconnected from meaning. The healer's final words to a patient were often, "Remember, the gods don't heal you. They remind you how to heal yourself." And maybe that's the part of Aztec medicine we still need most. The reminder that healing isn't something done to us, but something done through us. That the body isn't an enemy, but an ally. That laughter can be sacred, gratitude medicinal, and pain instructional. They didn't separate life from medicine because, to them, they were the same thing. Every breath, every wound, every song, all part of the same beautiful, terrifying, miraculous process of being alive. And if that's not the ultimate cure for the modern soul, what is? The Aztecs believed that health was not a personal achievement, but a communal responsibility. To stay well, you had to stay connected, not just to people, but to the gods, the earth, the wind, and even your ancestors. Illness was a reminder that some thread in that vast web had come loose. In a way, they viewed disease as gossip from the universe, a sign that something, somewhere, was talking about you. And isn't that what pain always feels like? An unwanted rumor spreading through your body telling truths you've tried to ignore? Their healers, known as ticitl, were not distant professionals with cold instruments. They were storytellers, interpreters of divine mischief. They used diagnosis the way a poet uses metaphor, not to label, but to reveal. When a patient came in complaining of fatigue, the healer might say, "Your heart has been walking too far without your feet." Aztecs. And somehow, that made more sense than any medical test could. It wasn't about naming the disease. It was about naming the disconnection. They believed that the first step toward healing was to make the invisible visible. One of their most fascinating practices was dream interpretation. The Aztecs took dreams seriously, not as random nonsense, but as the soul's way of filing complaints. A recurring nightmare meant unfinished business with the gods. A dream of falling suggested a loss of spiritual grounding. If you dreamed of water, it meant the emotions you'd buried were rising for attention. So a healer might not prescribe herbs at all, but instead ask the dreamer to act, to sing, to confess, to apologize, or to plant a tree. To them, neglecting dreams was like ignoring smoke coming from your own roof. The soul, after all, has its own way of screaming for help. Even their temples were designed as places of healing, not fear. The walls were covered in carvings of serpents, not as symbols of danger, but of renewal. The serpent shed its skin to be reborn, and so did the human spirit after sickness. Priests burned incense that smelled of pine and flowers, creating clouds that were believed to carry prayers upward like fragrant messengers. People came not only to plead for miracles, but to realign their lives with meaning. Maybe that's what's missing in modern hospitals. The scent of belief, the sense that being alive is still something sacred. What's remarkable is how they balanced reverence with realism. For all their rituals, they were practical scientists at heart. They studied the human body with precision, recorded symptoms, and tested remedies over generations. Archaeologists have found medical instruments made of obsidian, sharper than modern surgical steel. They used ant jaws as natural sutures and honey as an antiseptic. They treated dental abscesses with resin and chili powder, which sounds horrifying but actually works. The blend of logic and mysticism in their medicine wasn't contradiction. It was genius. They knew that humans needed both explanation and enchantment to feel whole. They also believed that laughter was a kind of divine exorcism. During healing ceremonies, someone would always play the clown, a trickster in painted masks who mocked both the gods and the patients. The laughter was meant to confuse evil spirits, to make illness lose its seriousness. There's a certain brilliance in that idea, that humor, even crude or foolish, can shake sickness from its throne. It's easy to forget how powerful laughter is until it slips out at a funeral, shocking everyone, but also reminding us that joy still exists amid the absurdity of life and death. The Aztecs loved absurdity. They used it as medicine. There's a record of a healer who told a chronically anxious man that the gods demanded he spend a full day pretending to be a bird, hopping, pecking, chirping, and all. The man did it, embarrassed at first, then liberated. By sunset, he was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. The healer simply nodded and said, "Now you remember your wings." It's easy to laugh at that, but it worked. Sometimes the cure is not to escape your madness, but to dance with it until it tires and lets you go. They also recognized the healing power of rhythm, the heartbeat of existence. Drums were sacred because they imitated the pulse of creation. During rituals, entire communities would gather to drum together until everyone's heartbeats synced with the same rhythm. That synchronization wasn't symbolic, it was measurable. Scientists today would call it entrainment, the phenomenon where collective rhythm aligns brain waves and heartbeats. Now, the Aztecs just called it unity. They knew that healing wasn't only about chemistry, but harmony. When you found your rhythm again, the sickness lost its tempo. Their healers often said that the worst disease of all was forgetting who you are. Identity, they believed, wasn't a fixed thing. It had to be tended like a garden. Every choice, every relationship, every prayer was part of keeping that garden alive. When people became ill, the healer would sometimes ask, "Whose voice lives in your body now?" Meaning, whose expectations, whose anger, whose fear are you carrying that doesn't belong to you? They taught that healing was as much about letting go of false identities as it was about regaining strength. We still spend fortunes in therapy trying to learn that very lesson. They even had rituals for cleansing regret. People would go to the edge of a lake at sunrise and whisper their mistakes into the water. The belief was that the lake goddess would absorb the words and turn them into mist, releasing the weight of guilt. The ritual didn't erase the past, it reframed it. They knew that guilt only poisons the present when you refuse to give it somewhere to go. Maybe that's why so many modern hearts feel heavy. We've stopped talking to the water. And perhaps the most humbling thing about the Aztec worldview is how little they claim to know. They saw mystery not as an obstacle, but as medicine itself. To be uncertain, one healer said, is to stay teachable. They didn't pretend to control life, they participated in it. They weren't obsessed with answers because they believed that wisdom lived in the questions. Maybe that's what makes their legacy so strangely modern, their confidence and wonder. If you strip away the feathers, the blood, the incense, and the gods, what's left of Aztec medicine is a timeless truth, that healing is not a straight path but a spiral. You return to the same lessons, each time with more understanding, less fear. They believed that no wound was wasted, that even scars were sacred maps showing where the soul had once been broken and rebuilt. In that sense, the Aztecs weren't primitive at all. They were philosophers disguised as doctors, mystics disguised as scientists, comedians disguised as priests. And maybe the reason their wisdom still resonates is because, deep down, we're still searching for what they already knew. that every human being is both the illness and the cure. The Aztecs believed that life was a negotiation between chaos and order, and medicine was the language that kept both sides from declaring war. To them, the human body wasn't a collection of organs. It was a miniature universe. The heart was the sun pulsing rhythm into existence. The lungs were the wind gods, invisible but vital. The stomach was the earth, fertile yet temperamental. If one force became too dominant, the others rebelled, and that rebellion was what we call illness. It's funny when you think about it. Their medicine was essentially cosmic diplomacy. Modern doctors could never get away with saying, your liver's angry because your stars are misaligned. But for the Aztecs, that made perfect sense. They didn't treat the body as a battlefield to conquer, but as a relationship to repair. When someone fell ill, the healer would start by asking, who have you stopped listening to? Your body, your spirit, or the world? Because, to them, disease began with disconnection. And honestly, they might have been onto something. Most of our modern sicknesses, burnout, anxiety, insomnia, come not from physical decay, but from being out of tune with ourselves. The Aztecs simply gave that idea a spiritual vocabulary. They treated misalignment with the same seriousness we treat infection. Only their medicine required less antiseptic and more introspection. They also had an uncanny sense of irony when it came to healing. They believed that the cure often resembled the cause. If fire hurt you, you needed the right kind of fire to heal. The fire of ritual, warmth, and renewal. It's the same strange paradox that fuels psychotherapy today. You must revisit your pain to release it. The Aztecs would have nodded knowingly at that idea while grinding herbs into a paste that smelled like smoke and salvation. They weren't afraid of contradictions, because, in their world, the universe itself was a contradiction that somehow worked. Humor, oddly enough, was one of their most important healing tools. Laughter wasn't trivial, it was sacred chaos. They said that when people laughed, they momentarily became gods, free from pain, from fear, from time. During public rituals, even the priests, those stern intermediaries between worlds, were encouraged to mock themselves. It wasn't just entertainment, it was medicine for humility, because they understood that pride was the silent disease that made all others worse. Imagine a world where your doctor begins your checkup by making you laugh at yourself. Your stress levels are high, but don't worry, you're not that important. Perhaps it's the kind of brutal honesty we secretly crave. Their reverence for nature was both spiritual and practical. They didn't worship the earth because it was pretty. They worshipped it because it kept them alive. Every element, every plant, every insect had a function in the grand system of balance. They used herbs not just for their properties, but for their stories. The marigold, bright and stubborn, was given to those with failing hope. The thorn apple, dangerous and hallucinogenic, was used carefully to treat nightmares and spiritual possession. It's poetic and terrifying that the same flower that could heal your mind could also destroy it if misused. The Aztecs knew that everything powerful, medicine, love, faith, carries its own shadow. They didn't deny that truth, they ritualized it. They treated time itself as a living medicine. Each day of their complex calendar carried its own energy, suitable for certain acts and forbidden for others. Healing rituals were timed according to celestial cycles. Some days were good for cleansing, others for transformation. There were even days of silence when healers refused to perform treatments because the gods were said to be resting. We laugh at that now, yet how many of us burn out because we refuse to rest when our bodies beg for it? The Aztecs understood that healing isn't constant motion, it's rhythm, pause, and return. One of the most fascinating and disturbing aspects of their practice was the belief that sacrifice could be medicinal, not always in the literal, bloody sense, though they certainly had that reputation. Sacrifice, to them, was about exchange. You gave something to the gods, your blood, your tears, your fear, and in return, balance was restored. It was their version of letting go, only more dramatic. We might not climb pyramids with obsidian knives anymore, but we do the same thing symbolically when we cut out toxic habits, relationships, or beliefs. The difference is that they didn't disguise their sacrifices behind euphemisms. They looked pain in the eye and called it sacred. Their understanding of emotion was astonishingly modern. They believed that each feeling lived in a specific organ. Grief in the lungs, rage in the liver, joy in the heart, fear in the stomach. When an emotion lingered too long, it became poison. So healers would prescribe rituals to release it. Singing for sorrow, running for rage, bathing in cold rivers for fear. They didn't suppress emotions. They gave them somewhere to go. Maybe that's why their culture, for all its violence, was also deeply expressive. They cried, danced, painted, sang, anything to keep the spirit moving. We, on the other hand, bottle everything up and then wonder why our bodies explode in strange, silent protests. They were also masters of turning suffering into spectacle. Their festivals were cathartic explosions of color, sound, and symbolism. People wore masks representing diseases, danced them out, and then burned the masks in bonfires. The fire consumed the illness, and the crowd cheered as if watching an exorcism disguised as theater. It wasn't just art, it was therapy. Every act had meaning, even the grotesque had grace. The Aztecs knew that the human need to dramatize pain, to make it visible, to share it, was part of what kept the soul from drowning in it. And perhaps their greatest wisdom was the simplest one. They believed that healing didn't mean returning to who you were before, but becoming someone new. The goal wasn't restoration, it was evolution. To survive illness, loss, or heartbreak meant you were meant to change. They even had a word for it, ticitl, meaning to root oneself anew. You didn't bounce back from suffering. You grew differently because of it. Their medicine wasn't about erasing scars. It was about turning them into symbols of strength. In the end, what made their worldview so magnetic was how unapologetically human it was. They didn't separate the sacred from the absurd. They laughed during prayers, cried during feasts, and treated healing as a dance between heaven and dirt. They never asked life to be painless. They asked it to be meaningful. And maybe that's the kind of medicine the world still needs. One that doesn't promise immortality, but teaches us how to live, bleed, and laugh like it all still matters. Because if the Aztecs were right about one thing, it's this. Healing isn't about escaping death. It's about remembering, even in the middle of chaos, that being alive is already a miracle worth celebrating. The Aztecs believed that the world was a living body, and that every human was a cell in its veins. To them, sickness didn't start inside an individual. It began when the balance between the world and the self was broken. A drought wasn't just bad weather, it was spiritual dehydration. A flood wasn't just too much rain, it was the earth crying uncontrollably. They didn't say, "I'm sick," they said, "The gods have forgotten my rhythm." Maybe they weren't wrong. Sometimes illness really is life's way of reminding us we're dancing off beat. Their healers didn't wear white coats or carry stethoscopes. They carried smoke, stones, and stories. Every treatment began with storytelling. The healer would sit beside the patient and ask them to recount their week, their dreams, even their arguments, because they believed that words had weight, that unspoken thoughts could rot inside the body like spoiled fruit. Modern psychology calls that repression. The Aztecs called it spiritual constipation. The cure? Speak until your silence softens. They understood that sometimes the most powerful medicine isn't what enters your mouth, but what finally leaves it. They practiced what could only be described as poetic surgery. If someone was suffering from deep emotional pain, the healer might perform a ritual where they gently drew symbols on the body using obsidian dust. Each stroke represented a thought being released, each whisper a truth being acknowledged. The act wasn't meant to fix the body, it was meant to convince the soul to come back home. There's a strange wisdom in that. How many of us wander through life with our souls half present, waiting for someone to call us back by name? Their entire worldview rested on one unshakable truth: balance. Everything had its opposite, and neither could exist without the other. Life needed death, health needed sickness, joy needed grief. They didn't hide from this duality, they worshipped it. Even their gods reflected it. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, embodied both heaven and earth, light and shadow. Healing, therefore, wasn't about purging the dark. It was about learning to dance with it. The Aztecs understood what we often forget. Light without shadow isn't illumination, it's blindness. Food was another form of medicine, but not in the way we think of it today. They didn't eat to survive. They ate to harmonize. Each ingredient had an energy. Corn was stability, chili was courage, cacao was joy. A healer might tell you to eat more beans if your life lacked patience, or to drink chocolate if you'd forgotten how to love. Imagine if your doctor said, "Take 2 peppers and call me when you stop being afraid." They even believed that cooking itself was sacred alchemy, a way to turn chaos into nourishment. Maybe that's why food always tastes better when it's made by someone who cares. The Aztecs would say love is the invisible spice. They had rituals for every type of ailment, physical, emotional, or even cosmic. For fear, they burned copal resin and walked barefoot through the smoke, believing it frightened the fear back into hiding. For loneliness, they used flowers, soaking them in warm water and then pouring it over the head like a baptism of scent. One chronicler described a woman who claimed that after her flower bath, she dreamed of being embraced by her ancestors. Who needs therapy when you've got a divine floral hug waiting in your dreams? Pain, for them, wasn't punishment, it was a teacher. Every ache had something to say. When someone was suffering, the healer might ask, "What is your pain trying to tell you?" That question wasn't metaphorical. They believed that pain was intelligent, that it only shouted when you ignored its whisper. In that sense, pain wasn't an enemy, it was a misunderstood friend. Maybe we should stop trying to silence every discomfort and start listening. Sometimes your headache is just your body's way of saying, "You've been pretending too long." One of the most beautiful aspects of their healing was how communal it was. Healing didn't happen in isolation. If someone fell ill, the whole community took part in the ritual, singing, drumming, cooking, praying, because they knew that loneliness was a disease far more dangerous than fever. Connection to them was the greatest antibiotic. They didn't wait for a diagnosis to care for someone. They believed that every act of attention, a shared meal, a song, a touch, strengthened the invisible threads that held society together. And maybe that's why, even surrounded by hardship, they found joy in belonging. They also believed that beauty itself was medicinal. They decorated their healing spaces with vibrant murals, feathers, and patterns that mimicked the sky. Aesthetics weren't indulgence, they were therapy. A sick person who gazed upon beauty was thought to recover faster because beauty reminded the soul why it wanted to stay. Modern hospitals, with their gray walls and sterile lights, could learn something from that. Maybe recovery has less to do with medicine and more to do with remembering that life is still worth admiring. Even death, their most feared and celebrated mystery, was treated with tenderness. They believed that dying well was as important as living well. Healers guided the dying through chants and incense, helping them release attachments so they could cross peacefully into the next world. Death wasn't failure, it was transformation. They said the body decayed, but the spirit simply changed rooms. And perhaps the truest measure of a healer wasn't how many lives they saved, but how many souls they helped let go without fear. And yet, amid all this spirituality, they were hilariously human. Chroniclers wrote that healers often scolded their patients with divine sass. One record tells of a woman who came to complain of chronic exhaustion. The healer examined her and said, "You are not tired, you are lazy, and the gods are bored watching you nap." Brutal honesty wrapped in cosmic authority. The perfect prescription. It's comforting, in a way, to know that even in a civilization obsessed with divinity, sarcasm was still part of the cure. Their philosophy can sound mystical, but at its core, it was practical wisdom disguised as poetry. The Aztecs weren't trying to escape the human condition. They were trying to make peace with it. They didn't promise immortality or perfection. They offered something rarer, meaning. They believed that every scar, every loss, every laugh was part of the grand medicine of existence. Healing wasn't a destination, it was participation. Perhaps that's why, even centuries after their fall, the essence of their medicine still lingers in the human psyche. Every time someone lights a candle for hope, whispers gratitude before a meal, or laughs through pain, they're practicing a small piece of Aztec wisdom. Because at the end of the day, their greatest teaching was simple and timeless. Life hurts, but it's still sacred. And the act of healing isn't about avoiding pain, it's about turning it into art. The Aztecs saw life as a series of negotiations with mystery. Every illness, every storm, every loss was simply part of an ongoing conversation between humans and the forces they couldn't control. To them, healing wasn't about dominating nature, it was about learning her language. When a healer spoke to a plant before harvesting it, they weren't being quaint. They were practicing diplomacy. They believed that every root, leaf, and flower had an opinion, and that medicine only worked when both sides agreed to cooperate. Maybe that's why their remedies carried power, because gratitude was part of the recipe. Try explaining that to a modern pharmacist. The pill didn't work because you didn't say thank you. They treated herbs like family members, each with its own quirks and moods. Some were gentle, used for lovesickness, bad dreams, or shyness. Others were temperamental, demanding respect before they'd reveal their healing. A famous example was ololuqui, a vine whose seeds could induce visions. Only trained priests could use it because it was said to speak too loudly for ordinary people. Imagine trying to explain that during a medical consultation. "Doctor, the vine yelled at me." And yet, beneath the mysticism, there was science. Many of their hallucinogens are now known to contain alkaloids that affect serotonin receptors, the same pathways targeted by antidepressants today. The Aztecs may not have had laboratories, but they had intuition refined by centuries of observation. Their understanding of the human body was just as layered. They believed that flesh was animated by three spiritual forces: Tenali, the heat of the sun that gave courage and strength; Teolia, the divine essence stored in the heart; and Ahiotl, the breath that carried emotions. If one grew weak, the person would suffer imbalance. So a healer's task was to restore all three, through food, rituals, and confession. It sounds abstract, but think about it. We still talk about people who've lost their spark, broken their heart, or can't breathe from anxiety. The vocabulary hasn't changed much, only the metaphors have gone corporate. The heart especially held deep importance. It wasn't just a pump, it was the seat of memory, emotion, and purpose. They said the heart could lie, beating but empty, if someone lived without meaning. That's why depression, for them, wasn't an illness of the mind, but of the soul forgetting its reason to beat. Their remedy was both poetic and painful. Reconnect the person with purpose through ritual service. The patient would be asked to create something for the community: a meal, a song, a dance. Contribution was medicine. It's ironic that modern psychologists now preach the same idea under acts of service. The Aztecs simply learned it centuries earlier and expressed it with incense instead of PowerPoint. They also believed that laughter cleansed the spirit like rain. It's easy to underestimate how much humor ran through their culture. Even during sacred rituals, laughter was encouraged. not as disrespect, but as a way to honor the absurdity of being human. They believed the gods had a sense of humor too. After all, only divine comedy could explain why people dream big but trip over their own feet daily. During certain healing ceremonies, clowns painted with ashes would appear, mocking both the sickness and the healer. They danced badly, made puns about death, and interrupted prayers just to make people laugh. It was chaos disguised as medicine, but it worked. Maybe they knew what modern science now confirms. Laughter lowers cortisol, boosts immunity, and helps people recover faster. Sometimes holiness wears a funny face. Music was another tool of their healing. The Aztecs believed that rhythm could realign the heartbeat with the pulse of creation. Drums mimicked thunder. Flutes imitated the wind. Each sound had a purpose, to summon, to soothe, or to scare away what didn't belong. Some healers were said to play songs specific to illnesses. Low humming for fever, fast beats for paralysis, soft chanting for grief. There's a poetic logic to it. If the world began with sound, perhaps it could also be repaired by it. And while it may sound mystical, studies today show that rhythm and sound therapy truly affect the nervous system. Maybe the ancients weren't primitive. Maybe they were simply listening more closely. Their ceremonies often blurred the line between doctor and artist. Healing wasn't a transaction. It was theater, philosophy, and faith woven into one act. The patient wasn't a case file. They were a participant in a cosmic story. The healer's role was to remind them that they mattered in the grand pattern of things. They used metaphors to make people see differently. One might say, your sadness is a cloud waiting to rain. Stop holding the sky hostage. Another might advise, don't beg for strength. Ask your bones what they remember. They healed with sentences that stuck in the soul long after the herbs were gone. It's almost embarrassing how modern self-help books are still catching up. The Aztecs also had a sharp understanding of how community influenced health. They said that isolation weakened the ticitl, the life heat. To recover, one needed company. Shared meals, shared laughter, shared silence. When someone was sick, neighbors brought offerings, not out of pity but participation. Healing was everyone's responsibility. They saw no difference between spiritual and social medicine. To exclude someone from the community was considered a form of slow death. Maybe that's the lesson we're still learning in a world where loneliness kills more people than hunger. One of the strangest, most beautiful beliefs was their view of guilt. They said guilt didn't live in the mind. It lived in the stomach. It churned, burned, and made the body restless. The cure wasn't forgiveness from others, but confession to the earth itself. A person would kneel, press their forehead to the ground, and whisper their regrets into the soil. Then they'd pour water over the spot as a sign of letting go. The earth absorbed the guilt and turned it into nourishment. It's a poetic recycling system. Even your mistakes become fertilizer if you let them. What made their medicine timeless was its refusal to separate logic from mystery. They believed that knowledge without wonder was sterile, and wonder without knowledge was chaos. True wisdom, they said, was walking between the two. Healing wasn't just fixing the body, it was teaching the heart how to remember awe. They didn't fear the unknown, they made it part of the cure. Because what scared you could also save you, depending on how you approached it. The same plant that could kill you in excess could heal you in balance. Maybe that's true for everything. Power, love, ambition. The deeper you look, the more you realize the Aztecs weren't obsessed with escaping pain. They were obsessed with transforming it. Every wound was a doorway, every scar a reminder that life speaks through damage. They never asked, how can I avoid suffering? But what is it trying to teach me this time? And maybe that's the real medicine buried in their rituals, their chants, their laughter. The understanding that being human isn't about erasing pain, but learning how to turn it into meaning. Because when you stop running from the fire and start listening to its crackle, you realize something profound. Healing was never about finding paradise. It was about making peace with the fact that you've already been living in it. Imperfect, unpredictable, and astonishingly alive. The Aztecs lived with an awareness that would probably make most of us uncomfortable. They believed the universe was constantly watching. Not in the paranoid, the government is reading my texts kind of way, but in the deeply spiritual sense that every breath was being witnessed by something divine. Every choice, every mistake, every laugh mattered because it echoed through the cosmos. That belief didn't make them anxious. It made them deliberate. They lived like people who knew the world was a shared heartbeat. Maybe that's why their medicine wasn't about defeating death, but learning how to move with it, the way a dancer follows the rhythm of a song she didn't write, but somehow remembers. To them, the human body was sacred geography. The skin was the border between worlds. Not a barrier, but a bridge. The veins were rivers, carrying stories from the heart to the extremities, reminding every part of the body that it belonged to something larger. Illness wasn't just physical malfunction, it was the land rebelling against neglect. They said when your back hurt, it wasn't your spine that was tired. It was your past refusing to stay quiet. And that might sound mystical, but think about how the body stores memory. Anxiety clenches the gut, heartbreak slouches the shoulders, guilt stiffens the jaw. The Aztecs just had the poetic decency to admit it. Their healers, called ticitl, worked as translators between the visible and invisible. They treated not just the wound, but the silence that came with it. They knew that pain, when ignored, becomes fluent in other languages. It starts speaking through skin, through fatigue, through dreams. So the healer's first question was never, where does it hurt? But what have you not said? That question has haunted humanity for centuries because it's always the right one. Maybe that's why some people cry the moment someone finally listens. Because it's not the body that's been waiting to exhale, it's the truth. Their approach to medicine was rooted in ceremony, but it wasn't just superstition disguised as science. It was science expanded by meaning. Before performing any treatment, they'd cleanse themselves, fast, and pray. Not because they believed they were magical, but because they understood that intention mattered. They said a healer must be as clear as the water they use. No ego, no distraction, no hunger for recognition. It's humbling, really. In modern medicine, we have machines that can scan the human brain, yet we still underestimate the power of presence, the healing that comes from simply being seen without judgment. They also had a remarkable understanding of reciprocity. Every cure demanded an offering, a token of gratitude to the earth, the gods, or even the illness itself. They believed that if something was taken, something must be given. To kill a disease without honoring what it taught you was seen as arrogance. It's not so different from how we treat challenges today, or rather how we fail to. We want the pain gone, but we don't want to ask what it came to teach. The Aztecs would probably smirk and say, then don't be surprised when it visits again. Dreams held enormous weight in their healing philosophy. They believed that during sleep, the soul left the body to wander through invisible realms, gathering information and insight. When it returned, the dream was its way of reporting back. If a person dreamed of snakes, it might mean transformation. If they dreamed of falling, it meant resistance to change. A healer's job was to interpret these messages, to read the metaphors that the subconscious was trying to shout through symbols. They treated dreams the way we treat blood tests, diagnostic tools for the soul. Maybe they were onto something, because even now, our deepest fears and desires still choose the language of dreams when we refuse to speak them awake. Music and movement were essential to their concept of recovery. They believed that rhythm could bring back lost energy and that dancing could realign the body's inner clock. Patients were encouraged to sway, to chant, to move the pain through the body instead of letting it calcify in stillness. They didn't just treat illness, they choreographed it out. You can laugh, but maybe that's why they managed to live with joy even amid suffering. They didn't wait for life to be gentle before celebrating it. They celebrated because life was brutal, and that defiance itself was healing. Even humor had its place in the sacred. The Aztecs saw laughter as a crack through which light entered the soul. There are ancient accounts of priests teasing warriors who came for blessings, joking that the gods might be tired of hearing their same prayers. It wasn't mockery, it was a reminder not to take divinity, or oneself, too seriously. They knew that reverence without laughter turns into fear, and fear has never healed anyone. A healthy society, they believed, must know how to laugh at itself. Maybe that's why we're so sick. We've forgotten how to find the joke in our own drama. They practiced self-reflection in ways that would make a therapist proud. Some rituals involved sitting in front of polished obsidian mirrors, deep black, reflective stone, and staring into them until your fears surfaced. You weren't supposed to look for your reflection. You were supposed to wait until it started talking. The mirror was a teacher, a dark pool of truth that showed you not who you were, but who you'd become. Some people reported seeing faces of ancestors, others claimed to see their future selves. Whether real or imagined, the experience often changed them. The Aztecs believed that if you faced your shadow willingly, it lost the power to hunt you in secret. Their wisdom extended to how they viewed decay. They didn't see rot as destruction, but as transformation. When something decomposed, they said, it wasn't dying, it was teaching the soil how to live again. The same applied to people. Failure, heartbreak, loss, all forms of compost for the soul. You break down, and the world grows through you. That kind of philosophy makes death less terrifying. After all, if your story feeds something greater, it never really ends. And perhaps what makes their worldview so hauntingly beautiful is that it demanded participation. Healing wasn't something done to you. It was something you did with the world. The patient wasn't passive. They were a co-creator of their own recovery. Every step, every chant, every gesture was a declaration. I want to live differently. Maybe that's why Aztec medicine feels timeless, because it's less about plants and potions and more about remembering how to live in conversation with existence itself. When you step back and think about it, their philosophy wasn't about escaping pain or prolonging life at all costs. It was about cultivating harmony in the middle of chaos, grace in the middle of struggle, laughter in the middle of absurdity. They knew that no one leaves this world untouched by suffering, but they also believed that no one should leave it untouched by wonder. And maybe that's the quiet genius of their medicine. They didn't just heal bodies. They reminded people in every ritual, every drumbeat, every absurd cosmic joke that being alive, fragile, ridiculous, miraculous, was the greatest cure of all. The Aztecs believed that healing was not a moment but a cycle, like the moon, constantly disappearing, returning, transforming. They didn't expect perfection from the body, because, to them, even the gods bled. They accepted fragility as proof of connection. The human being was not meant to be flawless. It was meant to be faithful, to life, to rhythm, to meaning. Maybe that's why they could find sacredness in something as messy as a healing wound. The scar wasn't a reminder of pain, but of participation in the endless conversation between destruction and creation. Today, we hide our scars, they carve them into art. They also had an unshakable respect for discomfort. Pain wasn't a punishment, but an invitation. It said, "You've stopped listening. Come back." When a person fell ill, the healer's job wasn't to silence the pain, but to decode it. A headache could mean too much thinking. A stomachache might mean resentment left undigested. They saw pain as a language of honesty. Imagine if we treated it that way today. If instead of popping pills at the first sign of discomfort, we asked, "What is this trying to teach me?" It's easier, of course, to numb than to listen. But the Aztecs knew something we've forgotten. Healing requires curiosity more than control. Their relationship with nature was not metaphorical. It was familial. They didn't say the earth, they said mother. And mothers, as we all know, can be nurturing and terrifying. They understood that creation and destruction were two faces of the same God. Volcanoes gave fertile soil, but they also swallowed villages. So they lived with gratitude that always had a hint of fear. Every ritual of healing began with asking the earth's permission, because they knew that taking without reverence leads to sickness, not just personal but collective. And looking at the planet today, you have to wonder if we're living proof of that prophecy. They also saw time itself as medicine. Every moment had a spiritual signature. Days ruled by certain gods, hours infused with particular energies. They didn't schedule healing around convenience, but around harmony. A ceremony for forgiveness might happen when Venus rose, symbolizing reconciliation. A treatment for courage might begin at sunrise, to borrow strength from the sun. They believed timing determined outcome. We, on the other hand, believe in efficiency. Get it done, get it fast, get back to work. Maybe that's why we're tired even when we're cured. The Aztecs healed slowly because they wanted recovery to have meaning. Their healers were as much philosophers as doctors. They used stories as prescriptions. If someone felt despair, the healer might tell the tale of a warrior who fell in love with the moon and forgot his duties, a reminder that even beauty can blind when taken to extremes. They didn't lecture, they narrated. The story did the healing by sneaking truth past resistance. It's the same principle behind good humor. A joke tells the truth people refuse to hear seriously. The Aztecs knew that laughter and storytelling were siblings in disguise. They both tricked the mind into opening a door it had locked shut. The way they treated the elderly was also profoundly wise. In Aztec culture, the old were walking libraries, their wrinkles seen as pages written by time. When someone neared the end of life, the healer didn't try to preserve youth. They tried to preserve dignity. Death wasn't failure, it was fulfillment. The dying were surrounded by music, by family, by the scent of copal smoke, reminding them that the road ahead was sacred. They even joked that dying was like moving to a different neighborhood. Same spirit, better view. Their humor was a bridge between fear and faith. They could make peace with the inevitable because they refused to see it as loss. Children, too, were seen as extensions of the divine. The Aztecs believed every newborn carried a piece of the sun, still glowing from the world before birth. When a baby cried, it was not annoyance, but sacred music, the sound of a new spirit remembering its old home. Healers would bless the child's mouth with herbs to teach it sweet words and whisper its destiny according to the stars. And they treated childhood as the most delicate phase of life, not something to rush through, but to protect fiercely. The irony is that a civilization we call brutal treated its young and old with more tenderness than many civilized societies do today. Their rituals weren't just medicine, they were performances of faith. A healer might paint their face blue, symbolizing sky and transformation, and cover their arms in feathers to remind the gods they were intermediaries, not impostors. They would chant rhythms that mimicked thunder, calling on the heavens to notice the patient's suffering. It wasn't superstition, it was participation. Healing, for them, was never solitary. It was an orchestra. The gods, the healer, the patient, the elements, each playing its part in a song too ancient to record. What makes their worldview so fascinating is how they embraced contradiction without shame. A healer could mix science and sorcery, laughter and blood, prayer and logic, all in one ceremony. They didn't need categories because they knew truth wears many masks. Their world wasn't divided between the rational and the mystical. It was both at once. They could dissect a plant to understand its compounds and still thank it like a living friend. We call that inconsistent. They called it balance. Maybe wisdom isn't about choosing sides, but about learning how to hold opposites without breaking. Even their gods reflected this duality. Take Totec, the flayed lord, god of renewal. His followers wore skins of sacrificed victims, not out of cruelty, but as a grotesque metaphor for rebirth. To them, healing sometimes meant shedding everything false, even if it hurt. It's unsettling, but the symbolism is powerful. Growth always looks like destruction up close. They understood that transformation rarely feels divine when it's happening. It feels like being peeled alive. But only after the pain do we realize it was preparation. Their medicine was honest about the cost of healing. They didn't promise freedom from suffering. They promised wisdom through it. They believed pain was the toll you paid for crossing from ignorance to understanding. That's why their ceremonies weren't quiet or polite. They were full of wailing, singing, trembling. Healing wasn't a sterile procedure. It was an earthquake in the soul. It demanded participation, humility, surrender. And when it was over, people didn't just feel better, they felt different. The goal was never to return to who you were, but to remember who you could be. And maybe that's the part of Aztec medicine we still hunger for. The transformation that treats the human experience as sacred, not defective. They didn't see the body as broken machinery, they saw it as a story constantly rewriting itself. Their medicine asked questions. Modern science can't measure. What are you holding that isn't yours? What fear keeps your blood cold? What dream have you stopped listening to? They didn't heal diseases, they healed relationships. Between body and spirit, between person and world. And maybe that's the lesson echoing through time. That to heal isn't to fix what's wrong, but to fall back in rhythm with everything that's right. Because when the drums of life start beating again, and you finally move with them, even pain starts to sound like music. The Aztec worldview didn't separate the healer from the world. It made them a mirror of it. To heal another person, the ticitl, the physician priest, had to first heal themselves. If they carried envy, lust, or fear, their medicine would sour like milk left in the sun. They believed that corruption in the soul infected the hands. That's why before treating a patient, many healers would spend the night fasting, bathing in icy rivers, or burning copal incense while whispering prayers to cleanse their intent. They didn't just disinfect their tools, they disinfected their spirit. Imagine if every modern doctor tried that before prescribing antibiotics. Half the hospitals would be empty for personal purification leave. Their surgeries were shockingly advanced. They used obsidian blades so sharp they could slice a hair in two, yet smooth enough to minimize infection. The irony is that these volcanic scalpels were superior in sharpness to many European metal tools of the same era. They cleaned wounds with salt and honey, both natural antiseptics, and packed injuries with crushed herbs that reduced swelling. If a warrior came back from battle with an arrow wound, an Aztec healer would remove the weapon, wash the flesh with chili water, and apply a paste of ground maguey root, an anesthetic strong enough to make a grown man forget his pride for a few minutes. Maybe that's where the first hot compress joke was born. They treated the body like geography. Every part had rivers, valleys, volcanoes. Blood was lava, life energy moving through sacred terrain. Disease wasn't random, it was imbalance. Too much heat, too much cold, too much fear. And while we laugh at that simplicity, think of how modern doctors talk about inflammation and stress. Maybe we're just using different metaphors for the same thing. The Aztecs didn't have scans, but they had observation. They could diagnose a fever by listening to a patient's breath, or tell if a woman was pregnant by the pulse in her wrist. Today, we call that alternative medicine. Back then, it was Tuesday. What made their system extraordinary was how emotion and body were intertwined. If your heart hurt, they asked about love. If your legs ached, they asked what path you feared to walk. It sounds poetic until you realize it works. We moderns tend to treat sadness like a chemical spill. We clean it up quickly so it doesn't stain the carpet of productivity. The Aztecs, however, let people grieve with ceremony. Tears were not weakness, they were irrigation for the soul. They even had professional mourners, people hired to help others cry. In a world that now charges for therapy sessions, maybe they were just ahead of their time. Healing was a community act. The patient wasn't left alone to be strong. Friends and family gathered to sing, chant, and share memories of joy, as if reminding the sick person of the parts of themselves still alive. Sometimes music itself was the medicine. Drums throbbed like heartbeats, flutes mimicked wind, and voices rose in a rhythm that blurred pain into trance. It's not far from what neuroscientists today say about sound therapy, except the Aztecs didn't need EEGs to prove what they already felt in their bones. They also understood the psychological power of ritual. Drinking a bitter potion was never just about the plants, it was about the intention behind it. The healer's chants, the smell of herbs, the flicker of firelight, all told the body, it's time to change. Modern placebo studies echo this. Belief is half the cure. The Aztecs didn't need double-blind trials. They had faith, theater, and timing. When you drink a potion under the stars, while someone sings your name to the gods, it's hard not to feel different the next morning. One of the most fascinating treatments was the use of insects and amphibians. Crushed fireflies mixed with herbs were applied to the eyes to treat night blindness, glow meeting darkness. Certain frogs were used for their secretions, believed to cleanse spiritual toxins. And then there were ants, ground into paste for arthritis. Imagine explaining that to a pharmacist. Yes, doctor, I need 200 milligrams of angry ant essence twice a day. Yet many of these natural ingredients contained real biochemical properties that modern science has since rediscovered. It turns out the line between primitive and innovative is mostly drawn by arrogance. Their concept of the soul was complex. It lived in multiple places at once. One piece resided in the head, another in the heart, another in the liver. Illness could strike any of these layers, and the treatment depended on which one was hurt. Losing your tonali, the fiery soul force of courage, could leave you exhausted and anxious. Healers would then recall it through chanting and sweeping your body with an eagle feather dipped in smoke. It sounds theatrical, but maybe it's no stranger than modern burnout clinics offering energy retreats in Bali. Different language, same longing to feel whole again. The Aztecs believed dreams were diagnostic tools. If you dreamed of drowning, it could mean the body was holding too much fluid. If you dreamed of fire, maybe fever was coming. Dream interpreters, or temixocti, worked alongside healers to prescribe herbs based on what the subconscious revealed. It's poetic medicine. Your soul speaks in symbols. Your healer translates them into tea. In an age when people pay fortunes for dream analysis, it's funny to think that an Aztec grandmother was doing it centuries ago while stirring cacao and humming to the dawn. Even food was medicine. They balanced meals like chemical equations. Too much maize made you sluggish. Chili reignited your fire. Chocolate, ironically, was both cure and cause. It was sacred, stimulating, and dangerous if abused. Warriors drank it before battle for strength, lovers before passion for stamina. In some ways, it was the Aztec version of coffee and Viagra combined, only far more poetic. They didn't need commercials, they had myths. The cacao tree, they said, was a gift from the gods, proof that pleasure could be divine as long as you didn't worship it more than wisdom. Their humor about life's contradictions was disarming. One old Aztec proverb said, "Even the strongest warrior cannot fight the wind after eating too many beans." Hidden in that joke was deep truth. Strength without humility leads to foolishness. They used comedy as medicine too. Laughter was believed to release bad energy from the stomach. During festivals, jesters mocked priests and nobles alike, keeping arrogance in check. The Aztecs knew that humor was the final defense against despair. Maybe that's why, even in rituals of death, someone was always cracking a joke. It reminded them that the gods too must enjoy a good laugh. And in that laughter, you can feel the pulse of something ancient and familiar. A people who lived, hurt, and healed with full participation. They accepted that to be human was to be ridiculous and sacred in equal measure. Their medicine wasn't sterile. It was alive, messy, musical. It understood that the body isn't a machine to repair, but a song to retune. And as they sang, danced, bled, and laughed their way through pain, they taught a lesson we keep forgetting. Healing isn't about escaping suffering. It's about transforming it into meaning. Because in the end, every wound wants the same thing, to be heard. And maybe, just maybe, that's where true medicine begins. The Aztecs had a peculiar way of blending horror and wisdom, and nowhere was that clearer than in their obsession with the idea that life itself required feeding. To them, the world wasn't kept alive by luck or laws of physics. It was fed daily by sacrifice, by exchange, by the circulation of energy. Nothing was ever free. You ate, you gave back. You breathed, you owed the wind. You healed, you offered gratitude. It sounds mystical until you realize that modern medicine runs on the same principle. We just call it side effects. Every cure takes something. Every recovery costs energy. The Aztecs simply turned that transaction into poetry. They believed the gods had sacrificed themselves first, pouring their own blood into the earth to make it fertile. That meant every human life was a kind of loan. When someone fell ill, it wasn't just the body that was out of balance, it was the spiritual ledger. A healer might tell you, "You've forgotten your offerings," which could mean anything from neglecting gratitude to skipping a ritual. Their remedy was often symbolic. A few drops of blood, a handful of flowers, a whispered apology to the universe. It's almost funny. Imagine telling your doctor, "Don't worry, I said sorry to the sun, I should be fine by Thursday." But maybe they understood something we don't, that guilt and gratitude are also medicines. The most misunderstood part of their medical practice is the ritual of sacrifice. Outsiders saw only brutality. They didn't see the worldview behind it, the conviction that existence itself demanded participation. The Aztecs weren't nihilists. They were accountants of eternity. They thought the sun would stop rising unless fed. It wasn't violence for pleasure, it was maintenance. Terrifying, yes, but conceptually consistent. They believed even gods could weaken, that divinity depended on devotion. When priests lifted a human heart to the sky, it wasn't just death, it was a contract renewal. We might find it monstrous, but in their eyes, indifference was the real sin. And yet, not all sacrifices involved blood. Most were small acts of restoration. Farmers poured maize beer into the soil before planting. Mothers offered their first tortilla to the fire each morning. Warriors burned copal for courage before battle. These gestures were medicine for the cosmos. They reminded people that survival was a collaboration. We, on the other hand, like to think we can conquer nature, master biology, and hack the system. The Aztecs must be laughing somewhere. You think you control nature? Wait until your Wi-Fi goes down. Their understanding of disease often tied it to spiritual debt. Illness was a message, not a malfunction. If a person fell sick repeatedly, the healer might say, "The gods are calling for attention." They'd then organize a cleansing ceremony, flowers, songs, and a symbolic repayment of what had been taken from the divine balance. Modern psychology calls this somatization, when the body speaks what the mind suppresses. The Aztecs had no term for it, but they had rituals that worked because they addressed both the physical and the invisible. They didn't separate the symptom from the story. In fact, they had a whole philosophy built around reciprocity. Nextlahuali, literally debt payment. It applied to everything: love, trade, healing, even laughter. Every joy had its echo. Every gain had a shadow. To be alive was to be in negotiation with existence itself. You might pay with tears, with devotion, or with song, but you always paid. Strangely, it gave their lives a sense of dignity. They didn't expect perpetual happiness because they knew the world didn't owe them peace. It's ironic. By accepting suffering as part of the deal, they found more serenity than we do with all our comfort. Their healers carried that philosophy into their craft. They didn't promise a perfect recovery, they promised alignment. If you came to them asking to remove the pain, they'd look at you kindly and ask, "Why would you want to silence your teacher?" Pain was seen as a messenger, sometimes annoying, often loud, but always useful. They would rather help you understand it than erase it. In a way, they treated pain like a visiting relative, irritating but with wisdom to share if you listened long enough. The process of cleansing, or temazcal, reflected that same thinking. The steam bath wasn't just about sweat, it was about surrender. Inside the small, dark dome, people crouched together as the healer poured water over burning stones, releasing a suffocating wave of heat and herbs. The air thickened until breathing itself felt like confession. They sang, cried, and sometimes vomited. And when it was over, they emerged trembling and radiant, like newborns. It was therapy, spa, and spiritual reboot all in one. Today, people pay thousands for detox retreats, when the Aztecs had been doing it centuries earlier with volcanic stones and a sense of humor. The temazcal experience was deeply symbolic. The structure represented the womb of the earth. Entering it meant dying to what was false. Exiting meant rebirth. The healers' chants weren't just words. They were vibrations, meant to retune the body's frequency. Each herb thrown into the fire had a personality. Sage for cleansing, rosemary for clarity, marigold for joy. The air was thick with meaning and sweat, and somehow that combination of agony and renewal made people laugh through tears. One chronicler wrote that Aztec women often joked during the ritual, teasing the spirits themselves, because humor, even in purification, was the final ingredient. Their view of water was almost divine. Rivers were veins of the earth. Rain was its blood. Bathing wasn't just hygiene, it was dialogue. They'd talk to the water, apologize for their sins, and ask to be taken clean. In some rituals, they threw away small clay figures representing their illness, letting the current carry it off. It's beautiful when you think about it. They externalized pain, made it tangible, and then let it go. Today, we bottle emotions until they ferment into something toxic. Maybe all we need is a river, a little humility, and permission to say, "Here, take it. I don't need this anymore." There's something profoundly comedic in their seriousness. They faced cosmic terror, the fear of sunless mornings, dying gods, and endless hunger, and responded with dance and laughter. They had festivals where people wore skull masks and feasted on mock hearts made of dough. They turned death into dessert. That's either madness or genius, or both. But maybe it's what kept them sane. Humor, after all, is how humans make peace with chaos. The Aztecs just institutionalized it. Their rituals remind us that healing is not about removing discomfort, but rediscovering purpose. They knew that suffering, when approached with reverence, transforms into wisdom. Every chant, every offering, every absurd joke whispered to the gods carried that truth. And while their methods might seem alien, bloodletting, steam baths, spirit songs, their message remains timeless. You cannot heal what you refuse to honor. And that's the strange beauty of Aztec medicine. It doesn't promise a life free of pain, only one full of meaning. It teaches that health is not the absence of suffering, but the art of dancing with it. To live in harmony is not to silence the drums of chaos, but to learn their rhythm. Because when you finally do, the pain that once frightened you becomes percussion, and you, the heartbeat of the world. The Aztecs believed the world was alive, not metaphorically, but literally breathing. Every stone, every gust of wind, every drop of rain carried a pulse of divine energy. To harm nature carelessly was like striking your own body. They saw themselves not as rulers of the earth, but as organs within it. The heart could not exist without the lungs without the river without the sky. This was not spirituality, it was biology dressed in poetry. And when you think about it, they weren't wrong. We just renamed their gods. Now we call them ecosystems. In their worldview, sickness was rarely personal. When someone fell ill, it was seen as a symptom of imbalance in the entire web of life. Maybe the river was angry. Maybe the crops were tired. Maybe someone had broken a promise to the wind. Healing then was not about one person. It was about restoring harmony across everything. The healer would sprinkle water in 4 directions, call upon the mountains to witness the ritual, and hum until the silence around began to listen. It was as if they were tuning the frequency of the world back into alignment. Imagine a doctor today saying, "You're fine, but your garden's mad at you." The Aztecs would simply nod in agreement. They also treated animals as participants in medicine, not ingredients. Dogs, for instance, were believed to guide souls in the afterlife. But they also appeared in healing ceremonies. A sick child might be brushed with a dog's tail to absorb illness, after which the animal would be bathed in blessed water to release the energy. It was empathy, disguised as ritual, an understanding that health is not domination over other beings, but cooperation with them. Modern science now talks about therapy animals and emotional support dogs. The Aztecs were just 700 years early and without the paperwork. And yet, for all their spirituality, they were astonishingly pragmatic. Their herbal medicine cataloged over 200 species of plants, many still used in modern pharmacology. They knew which herbs cooled the body, which inflamed it, which stopped bleeding, and which induced visions. The famous tlalquequetzal, a vine used in rituals, acted as both purgative and hallucinogen, cleansing the stomach while opening the mind. It's funny how they didn't separate body and spirit even in medicine. If your stomach hurt, maybe your soul did too. So they healed both, just to be sure. Efficiency through mysticism. But what truly sets their medical worldview apart was the intimacy with their tools. Every healer knew their plants like friends. They didn't just say, "Take this root." They said, "Ask it first." They'd approach the plant, speak to it softly, explain who it was for and why it was needed. Only then would they harvest it, often leaving a small offering, corn, a feather, a strand of hair. It was a relationship, not a transaction. In contrast, we swallow pills whose origins we never question, made in factories that look like something between a spaceship and a bank. Maybe that's why their medicine felt sacred and ours feels sterile. Their pharmacies weren't lined with bottles, but gardens. The Tlatelolco market, one of the largest in the Aztec Empire, had entire sections dedicated to herbalists selling bundles of dried flowers, powders, and tinctures. Healers mingled with merchants, priests, and poets. Buying medicine wasn't a clinical act. It was a communal one. You'd learn stories behind the herbs. This one brings courage, that one mends hearts. This flower grows only where lightning strikes. You didn't just buy a cure, you bought mythology. And maybe that made people heal faster, because faith, when mixed with beauty, can do things science still can't explain. Their rituals often began with humor. Before cleansing someone, a healer might make them laugh. They believed laughter opened the chest, making space for breath, the essence of life. It's both charming and scientifically sound. Laughter lowers stress hormones, boosts immunity, and relaxes muscles. So yes, somewhere in Tenochtitlan, a healer might have been the first to invent comedy therapy. Imagine being told, "Drink this, laugh a little, and you'll feel better." That's not far from what your grandmother says when you're sick. The difference is, the Aztecs considered it divine instruction. They also understood balance as the essence of health, what they called toltecayotl, the art of living wisely. Eating too much maize made you lazy, too much chili made you irritable, too much pride made you stupid. Moderation wasn't moral, it was medicinal. They knew excess of anything, even virtue, becomes poison. They lived by the principle that harmony was the highest form of strength. We chased productivity, they chased equilibrium. And here's the irony. The civilization that worshipped moderation still built pyramids big enough to touch the clouds. Perhaps even they couldn't resist showing off a little. In their festivals, medicine and celebration were the same thing. There were healing dances, feasts for the gods of fertility, rituals where participants painted their bodies and pretended to be deities. Movement, sound, and joy were prescriptions. They danced not to escape suffering, but to remind the body what aliveness felt like. Because the Aztecs believed the body forgets joy faster than pain. You had to reteach it constantly, through music, through motion, through laughter. It's a profound insight. Happiness isn't found, it's rehearsed. Their humor was often dark, but deeply human. One recorded proverb translates to, "We are all guests at the feast of life. Eat with gratitude, for the host will soon ask for his dishes back." Oh, that's morbidly funny, but also honest. They found comfort in cosmic irony. While we dread endings, they toasted them. While we hoard youth, they honored wrinkles as the proof of having danced long enough. They could look at death and smile, not because they were fearless, but because they saw continuity where we see walls. It's no wonder their medicine was inseparable from their philosophy. Every herb, every chant, every ritual was a love letter to impermanence. To heal someone was to remind them they were part of something vast and rhythmic. Even decay had dignity. To rot was to return. To bleed was to feed. To cry was to water the soul. There's a strange comfort in that simplicity. an almost comedic tenderness to the idea that the universe recycles everything, including heartbreak. And maybe that's what made their medicine endure. Not the potions or prayers, but the worldview behind them. They didn't try to outsmart nature. They tried to stay in conversation with it. They treated life not as a problem to solve, but as a melody to harmonize with. And if you listen closely, the song still hums beneath modern chaos. The whisper that everything alive, from your pulse to the thunder, is part of the same magnificent, absurd, sacred joke we call existence. The Aztecs believed that sound itself could heal. Not just music, but vibration. The unseen pulse that stitched together the living and the divine. They used conch shells, flutes made of bone, and drums stretched with animal skin to speak to the gods. Each sound had intention. The deep boom of the ticitl was the heartbeat of the earth, while the shrill cry of the tepanastli mimicked lightning. During healing rituals, the patient was placed at the center of this orchestra, their sickness treated like a discordant note that needed retuning. The healer didn't silence the pain, they harmonized it. Maybe that's why their medicine still feels strangely modern. They understood frequency therapy centuries before Spotify playlists for relaxing delta waves existed. The ritual often began at sunrise. The healer would sit cross-legged, grind herbs on a stone, and hum, not randomly, but in rhythm with the breath. People who heard it said the sound vibrated inside their ribs like a second heart waking up. Then came the smoke. Copal resin, sweet and heavy, filled the air. It wasn't just incense, it was a bridge. The Aztecs believed scent carried prayers faster than words. As the smoke curled upward, the healer spoke to it as if it were a messenger. Carry this illness away. Remind the sky of mercy. The patient, half dizzy, would exhale, releasing something invisible. Grief, maybe guilt, maybe just the weight of being alive. Funny how, in our time, we do the same thing, only now it's called aromatherapy and costs a fortune at wellness retreats. Their understanding of balance wasn't abstract, it was anatomical. The body was divided into zones of heat and cold, dryness and moisture, light and shadow. Health was the delicate negotiation between opposites. Too much chili, you burned your courage. Too much sleep, your spirit got lazy. Their healers were part doctor, part philosopher, part comedian. They used humor to teach moderation. One saying went, "Even maize, if eaten without thanks, will turn against your stomach," which is another way of saying gratitude is good for digestion. Science is still catching up to that one. And what's fascinating is how they treated dreams as an extension of the body. They saw sleep as a nightly pilgrimage, the soul leaving its cage to travel the realms of possibility. If you dreamed of fire, it meant passion was consuming you. If you dreamed of falling, the gods were reminding you of humility. Some healers specialized entirely in dream diagnosis. They'd sit with you at dawn, sip chocolate, and translate your nightmares into advice. The serpent bit you? You've been untruthful. You saw rain? Forgiveness is coming. Modern psychologists might roll their eyes, but then again, people still pay for dream analysis apps that tell them the same thing with fewer feathers. The relationship between body and emotion fascinated them. Anger was considered a disease of the liver, envy a poison of the stomach. When someone was consumed by rage, a healer might press their hands against the patient's ribs, whispering chants to cool the fire within. They'd use herbs like ticitl, a natural sedative, and wrap the body in damp cloths to draw out the heat. It sounds symbolic, but it worked. The person emerged calm, exhausted, and strangely lighter, proof that sometimes believing in a cure is half the cure. They didn't have stress balls or meditation apps. They had smoke, laughter, and the wisdom to pause. Even childbirth carried its own sacred medicine. Women were seen as warriors in that moment, entering battle to bring life. Midwives were revered figures, half healer, half priestess. They guided mothers through labor with chants that mimicked the rhythm of drumming hearts, reminding them they were not alone. If the birth was difficult, they invoked the goddess ticitl, the eater of filth, who devoured pain and sin alike. When the child was born, the umbilical cord was buried near the hearth, symbolizing eternal belonging. Imagine a culture where birth wasn't just medical, but cosmic, where even the screams of pain were part of a sacred song. And yet, they didn't hide from the grotesque side of life. They accepted decay as essential to creation. A dead bird was buried with flowers, not out of sentimentality, but out of recognition. Its body would feed the soil that fed the next seed. They saw rot as transformation, not tragedy. When someone died, their body was bathed in aromatic water, painted with ash, and wrapped in cloth scented with herbs. Death wasn't the end, it was redistribution. Even now, their rituals echo in Mexican traditions like Dia de los Muertos, a celebration that mocks mortality with marigolds and laughter. To them, forgetting the dead was the only true disease. Their medicine extended even to architecture. Temples, gardens, and homes were built with alignment to the sun and stars. The layout of a house was thought to affect its inhabitants' health. A kitchen facing east brought prosperity. Sleeping with your head to the north invited clarity. If illness persisted in a home, the healer might rearrange the furniture before prescribing herbs. It was their version of feng shui, Call it cosmic interior design. And honestly, who hasn't felt better after cleaning their room? Maybe they were onto something. Food, too, was medicine disguised as pleasure. The Aztec diet was brilliantly balanced. Corn for strength, beans for endurance, chili for vitality, amaranth for the heart. They cooked not just for taste, but for equilibrium. Meals were prayers you could chew. They even had specific foods for specific moods. Chocolate for courage, maize gruel for melancholy, squash seeds for clarity. Eating wasn't about calories, it was ceremony. Every bite reminded them that survival was participation in the great exchange of life. Meanwhile, we eat while scrolling through our phones, forgetting we're swallowing sunlight turned into substance. Their sense of time wove through all of this. They didn't see it as linear, but cyclical, a wheel turning through birth, decay, and renewal. Healing wasn't about fixing something once and for all. It was about staying in rhythm with the turning. The same illness could return in a different form because the lesson behind it had not yet been learned. That's uncomfortable wisdom for modern minds addicted to permanence. The Aztecs had the humility to understand that nothing, not even health, is stable. Everything breathes, changes, dies, and begins again. That humility shaped their humor too. They laughed at their own rituals, their gods, their fears. They knew that reverence without laughter becomes tyranny. During some festivals, they dressed ordinary people as gods, letting them play divinity for a day, eating, drinking, commanding others, before being reminded, sometimes violently, that no one stays a god forever. It was both tragic and hilarious, a philosophical prank played on the human ego. The message was clear: take your role seriously, but never yourself. And maybe that's why their medicine feels eternal. It wasn't just about surviving, but about participating. In laughter, in loss, in love, in the absurdity of being alive. They didn't build hospitals, they built harmony. They didn't seek to escape pain, they sought to converse with it. And in that conversation, between gods and mortals, sickness and song, laughter and loss, they discovered what modern medicine still struggles to define: that healing isn't a cure, it's communion. Because in the end, whether through herb, humor, or heartbeat, every act of healing is simply a way of saying, I still belong here. The Aztecs saw medicine not as something you practiced, but as something you lived. Healing wasn't confined to temples or rituals. It pulsed through markets, kitchens, and conversations. A grandmother giving her grandson a spoon of honey for his throat was performing medicine. A farmer, whispering gratitude to his maize before harvest, was performing medicine. Even gossip, in its own strange way, was a kind of therapy, a release of toxins through words. They didn't have therapists, but they had community, and sometimes that's the stronger drug. At the heart of their worldview was an idea that still feels radical today. The body is the earth in miniature. Your bones were mountains, your blood rivers, your breath the wind. To harm yourself, physically or emotionally, was to pollute your personal ecosystem. A healer would often tell a patient, you've let the storm in, meaning their emotions had flooded the inner landscape. The remedy wasn't suppression, it was redirection. They'd teach you to drain anger with movement, burn sadness with song, water gratitude with prayer. It's oddly poetic and profoundly practical. Imagine if every doctor's prescription came with a side note. Also, go sing under the rain once in a while. Their hospitals were simple but sacred. Known as tlamatilistli houses, they were small huts where healers received patients by candlelight. There were no steel beds or antiseptic smells, just smoke, herbs, and silence. The healer would listen, not to lab results, but to breathing, tone of voice, and pauses between words. They understood something modern science often forgets, that silence is diagnostic. Sometimes the illness isn't what you say, but what you can't. And when the healer finally spoke, it wasn't with certainty, but with care. Your heart has grown tired, they might say, handing you a cup of bitter tea. Let it rest before it breaks. They didn't treat old age as decay, but as graduation. Elders were living encyclopedias, repositories of stories and secrets. Their wrinkles were read like sacred texts. When one died, it wasn't just a loss, it was a library burning. To honor them, families held ceremonies of remembrance, telling their favorite jokes and serving their favorite foods. Because in Aztec thought, laughter was what tethered the dead to the living. If you laughed in their memory, they stayed near. It's a beautiful concept, really. Grief not as heaviness, but as a continuation of affection through humor. We could learn from that, instead of pretending mourning has to be silent and gray. The gods of medicine themselves were paradoxical. Take ticitl, lord of healing and fermentation. Yes, fermentation, as in brewing alcohol. He was worshipped not only for curing illness, but for inventing pulque, a sacred drink made from agave. Healing and intoxication were twins. Both altered perception, both could free or destroy depending on intent. A healer might even prescribe a little pulque for spiritual fatigue, not to escape, but to remember what joy felt like. It's funny how even the divine doctor understood moderation. A god who heals hangovers and causes them, it's hard not to respect that balance. The art of diagnosis sometimes bordered on performance. A healer might throw maize kernels onto a woven mat, read their pattern like constellations, and declare the source of disease. It sounds superstitious, but it wasn't random. Every movement of the universe, they believed, echoed every other. So if the corn fell crooked, maybe your thoughts had too. It was all about correspondence. The idea that what's out of place in the small mirrors, what's out of place in the grand. Today we call it systems theory. They called it listening to the gods through corn. Either way, the principle is the same. Nothing exists in isolation. Plants carried stories as well as properties. The epizoote leaf, used to cleanse parasites, was also a symbol of resilience, thriving in poor soil, strong and bitter. The healer would say, "Let the plant's spirit teach yours." It's easy to laugh at that until you realize we do it too. When we say strong coffee, gentle breeze, fierce love, we anthropomorphize nature because deep down, we still believe it understands us. The Aztecs just made that belief official. To them, healing wasn't chemistry, it was conversation between spirits, plant, human, and divine. Even the act of cooking was alchemy. The kitchen was a sacred laboratory where flavors balanced elements. A good meal was a prayer disguised as comfort food. The smell of roasting maize wasn't just hunger, it was the scent of the gods being fed. When families gathered to eat, they invoked gratitude, not with words, but with the rhythm of chewing together. They understood that nourishment wasn't about ingredients, it was about connection. We've replaced that with delivery apps and solo dinners, yet we still crave the same thing, communion, not consumption. Festivals were their grandest form of medicine. The entire city became a body being healed through celebration. Dancers moved like blood cells, priests like neurons, musicians like breath. Every rhythm, every drumbeat restored a sense of order. They feasted, sang, and laughed, not because life was easy, but because it wasn't. Celebration was rebellion against despair. It's the same instinct that makes us throw parties after long weeks, sing at funerals, or toast to survival. The Aztecs just understood that joy, when practiced collectively, was the most potent cure of all. Their ultimate medicine, though, was acceptance. The understanding that no matter how many herbs you brew or chants you sing, death will still come. And that's not failure. They didn't view dying as losing the battle, but as returning to the cycle that sustains everything. A person's last breath wasn't the end. It was a seed. The air that left their lungs would feed the next dawn. And so, the final healing act wasn't to resist, but to release. Modern medicine tries to defy death. Aztec medicine prepared you to meet it gracefully. Maybe that's the truest form of health. To die without fear, knowing you participated fully in the miracle of being alive. And perhaps that's why their medicine lingers like a song half remembered. Beneath the brutality history assigns them, there was tenderness, an understanding that to be human is to be constantly broken and mended, endlessly humbled and reborn. The rituals remind us that we don't need to choose between science and spirit, logic and laughter, body and soul. Healing was never meant to be sterile. It's messy, musical, imperfect, and gloriously alive, just like us. And maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll still hear those ancient drums reminding us that every heartbeat is its own small offering to the universe, keeping the dance going for one more day.